action. But yeah, it came pretty close there. I mean, yeah, up to break all-time high. It would have been whatever. 125 was a great shot in the dark. That's for sure. RJ Scringe touts $45,000 Rivian R2 model. Okay. I don't think that's moving anywhere because we already know about that model. He's just talking about it. 1540 there for Rivian. Yeah, look, welcome everybody. We are going to have another exciting day. I mean, you know, Tesla, again, we talked about this yesterday. We're on it today again. Nice, huge move yesterday, up 7% as people are now like, wait a second, this is much more than a car company, obviously. And all those headlines about car sales being down, whatever. We're talking about Optimus now. We're talking about full self-drive. We're talking about Elon Musk being back at the desk. We're talking about a lot of different projects. And, you know, maybe Doge, although I don't want to talk about too much political, but you know, what it might have done was highlight just how important this man is, stepping back into Tesla and starting to focus maybe on the business and what's next, right? And we talked about that coil. I actually had Brian Shannon yesterday. First of all, Brian Shannon likes Big Bear AI. All right. But it's this play too. I like Target. I was telling him I thought Target was really starting to figure itself out down here. Big miss there, all the way down into $90. It goes back to its 2020 low. You can't see it on the chart, but and it basically undercuts it, and then now is starting to get back to the upside. I like Target breaking $100 here. I don't think it's going to break it today. There's no catalyst, but that's going to be a play for us. SMCI was wild a little bit yesterday, Obi. We'll see what happens today, down to $42 right now. Still up, but nice. Look at this, moved at the end of the day, really crushed that. We have Dell, HPQ coming tonight with Nvidia as well. And then the biggest and the baddest of them all, of course, NVDA. Just trying to figure out if I want to trade this today or not. You know what, obviously if it comes up and there's some levels that get hit, then that's fine. We'll trade, and we'll talk about that coming up, even down to 135. But always trade, difficult I find to trade stock day before, especially as we get closer and closer to that 4 p.m. number. 4 p.m. release there. So we'll wait to see. And then big runners, LV, what was it? LVMH? LVWR.
Or something,
LVWR,
right?
yep, Livewire, exactly. So another mover here today. And then, so that's up just 53% right now, so not doing too much. And then we have GameStop there with their first tranche announced there with Bitcoin, so we'll get to that story as well. So that goes up and then comes right back in again, so this may get this name going. And again, we already talked about it yesterday. What a great trade that was. It was on the sticky note, breaking through 34.50. Once we did that, we kind of hovered about all day around that $35, $36 mark, so we'll have to see what winds up happening. 35, we closed 34.40s. Nice move to the high side there. We had a runner in AMC yesterday. I wasn't sure if that was doing anything today. Hadn't looked, wasn't on the radar. Yeah, flat there today so far. So, and then of course yesterday we had some big moves, Obi, with quantum plays that were coming in one more time. 17 was sort of the bottom yesterday for QBTS. So we'll be able to see here it was yesterday into 1690s. So that'll be coming up today as well. I said yesterday that I kind of liked this name here today, QBTS. So let's have a look at that, especially if we break that 1750 barrier. So yeah, other than that, pretty good. We kids had volleyball yesterday. We watched the final. Handmaid's Tale was over with there. I don't think she was super impressed with the last episode, but it was okay. Last episode ever for Handmaid's Tale. And then, yeah, and then apparently, and then they're doing they're always doing spin-offs. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, the last one. Many episodes filmed in and around GTA. So, anyways, no positions right now. No. Nasdaq up 0.25. We should have Raheem Alani coming by at some point this morning, so that should be really nice to hear what he's talking about. Canadian landscape, the banks are absolutely ripping in Canada, which is amazing to see that one. And yeah, man, all good. You know what I didn't check though? I didn't check Big Bear AI.
Oh, yeah, that one's...
Ooh, 460. Okay, good. Another 3% right here. We need to add like a 3 in front of this. 32% would be nice for Big Bear.
It's definitely within its range.
It's working. Oh, special announcement to make today.
You got to let the people know.
I mentioned to Sharif today already because I knew Sharif was like, we talk about these guys a lot. So today I'm very happy and have been added to this big cast here. Dan Niles. Jim Bianco from Bianco Research is going to be there as well. Guy Adami is going to be here. My good friend, and I want to thank Brian Shannon for hooking me up with this as well. Brian Shannon will be in the building as well. Someone named Dan Ives. I don't know if we've ever heard of him, or Dan Niles, or Guy Adami, or any of these guys. Or have you heard about this guy down here, also starring? Oh, here he is, Trader TV Sean. So we're going to be on the lead lag report today, this afternoon. And it's good. We're going to have a lot of fun. Lead lag report, over 760,000 viewers. We're going to be on here, an epic all-day space on markets. Look at this, Obi, with huge guests.
Oh, boy.
And Trader TV Sean. There'll be huge guests, Randy, and me.
Thank you, Randy.
So, ooh la la.
Yo.
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
I will eat the. I was waiting for it. Look, it's not even. It's like not even ripe yet. It's not fully ripe. There's still. Still got a little bit of green on it. That's why I was like, I'm just gonna leave it on the table.
That's bananas.
And that's totally bananas.
Bananas. Man v gorilla. What was that thing? 100
gorillas.
No, not 100 gorillas.
100 gorillas versus one man.
Randy,
Damn.
100 Randys versus one gorilla. I don't know, man. You have to get in your car and run them over. I think that would be the way to do it. But all right, yeah, sure. Oh, coffee, sure, Randy. Thanks. Randy's in the jorts today. It's beautiful out. 22 degrees Celsius at the highs.
Coming in with
supposed to rain. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have a freaking banana.
With the nourishments.
I'm gonna have a banana. All right, so that was fun. That was a fun little beginning time there. So yeah, let's go. I've been told to peel the banana from this side, so we'll do that again.
Yes.
You know,
I've been doing that
when
for
I
a
do
very
face
long
the
time.
gorilla, I can show him that's the way.
Yeah. Everyone asks me why I do it like that.
You've been doing it for a long time?
I've been doing it, yeah, because I'm like, I saw it on like the Discovery Channel one time, and I'm like, damn.
I don't want to eat it while I'm, yeah.
This is, because people were like, oh, monkeys eat a lot more bananas than we do. They figured it out. They figured out the mechanics behind it, the easiest way to do it. And I'm like, I've only ever seen that happen. And I'm like, okay, well, once I started doing that, I'm like, yeah, I've never gone back. Like, why am I struggling with the stem when you just have easy access from the back? Why like extra effort?
The more you know. Yeah, exactly.
Gotta watch the Discovery Channel.
Yeah, I do, man. We watch Toddlers and Tiaras. That's I subscribed $9.99 a month just so my two women in my life could watch Toddlers and Tiaras, which is a kids getting all a pageant. It's the pageant scene. But it's 10 years old. Have you heard of Honey Boo Boo? Good. Okay, all right, so it's 8:40. Let's go back over to the desk and talk more Toddlers and Tiaras, possibly not.
Definitely not. What we will have a look at, though, is this. This is what I was mentioning off the top of the show here. CME Fed Funds tool now 94.4%. This is June. If you fast forward a little bit, though, out to September, that's when you start to see a little bit more action coming into play, 50% chance of a cut. And then throughout the remainder of the year, I mean, by the end of the year, if you go even out to December, here they're pricing in, we're back to 375 to 4, which is still 2, maybe 3 if they're aggressive by the end of the year.
Yeah, and you don't really hear anything from Fed speakers right now that are doing the rounds, Brendo, but any cuts that we're supposed to be getting. So the market really being conservative with this. We'll keep an eye out on that, obviously. Yeah, it's just hard to see kind of how that ends up coming into play with the tariff still being kind of a wild card. Yeah. It's unsettled. We don't even know what the tariff rate is going to be on any specific country, what the goods, what the price reflecting on the consumer spending. So I think that the Fed is kind of like us, wait and see.
Yeah, and that was largely the message we got from Fed Chair Powell the last Fed meeting. Why am I saying all this? Because coming up at 2 o'clock, if you missed it this afternoon, FOMC minutes from that meeting coming out as well. Let's talk about Ford here real quick, because what a disaster this chart is. This is a weekly chart of Ford. Just continues to leak to the downside. Over 1 million vehicles recalled from Ford over reverse camera issues. So, I mean, not that big of a deal, but still 1 million cameras. This stock has done absolutely nothing forever.
The thing is, like, I don't know if you've ever experienced this in your car. Do you notice sometimes it freezes or delays, so you're not actually as far back or as far forward as you think you are? So you can actually hit something here. So it gets to be a little bit of a safety thing, but that's what they're doing, Brendo. It's a rear freezing, delaying, or not displaying. So the models that are affected, the Bronco, the Edge, the Escape, the Corsair, the F-Series Super Duty trucks, there's others as well that are less popular, some in Lincoln as well, not just Ford, guys. It's going to be an over-the-air software update, but it hasn't been remedied yet. They're going to try to get it done by June 16th. At least that's when they're sending out the letters. So we'll wait to see if this gets it fixed. Kind of taking a page out of Tesla's playbook there with the OTA update.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good they can just, with software, get this resolved real quick. Also, Stellantis, worth a note, STLA, back upside here a little bit so far this morning after a decent day yesterday on the gap to the upside. Remember, primary listing in Europe for this. That's why the daily chart in North America looks the way it looks, kind of all over the place. But partnership here with Amazon is kind of cool.
Yeah, so they're winding it down.
Yeah.
So the issue with this one is they were looking at kind of getting a connected sort of entertainment system. It was a collaboration, a joint venture actually between Amazon and Stellantis. That's fallen apart now. So they've both dissolved it. They didn't really give reasons why, so you can kind of feel maybe they're trying to keep that under wraps. Now apparently the speculation is that Stellantis may see Google. So they might be going to Google Android Automotive OS. So we'll have to wait and see whether it ends up happening or not. Separately, Brendo, they did assign finally a new CEO because the one had previously resigned. A new guy, I think his name is Antonio Filosa. He's CEO, reviving, trying to get the car company back in order.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to hang on what happens with tariffs as well for auto part makers across the board. Oh, by the way, if you looked at Netflix chart lately,
Unreal.
more all-time highs right now, actually, for Netflix. $1,212 on the back of a monster weekend at the box office, apparently breaking all kinds of records. So people liking movies again. Guys, Raheem is here. We'll get him set up and talk some AI.
Yeah, I know, the Bitcoin. Yeah, what's up, Raheem? Yeah, Raheem was just talking about GameStop and Bitcoin, and everything's ripping, and everything is great.
These markets are
and
so
it's
ridiculous.
The greatest. Did you need a coffee or anything?
I got mine.
We were just talking about Ford here today. I mean, it's Ford's
1 million recalls. What's up with that?
1 million recalls. This is right up Randy's alley, man. This is the whole thing. You know what, though? The wife wants one of those Broncos. She likes the way that looks. Have they been recalled? I don't even know what car has been recalled here, but wow, she may be watching that. This may be.
Don't do it.
Yeah. Really, they look nice though. No,
They look great. They're fun, but no.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Well,
what would be your choice for an off-road? I like the 4Runner.
Good question,
I might
Obi.
be a little biased, but I like the
You know what? Jeep's
4Runner.
held the title for decades, but
Yeah, she used to
there's
drive a
quality
Jeep.
control issues. I love the old classic Land Rovers, and there's. I mean, I did the off-road thing for years, but yeah, they're fun. Expect breakage, and Jeep is just empty every pocket, and
that's another thing. Yeah,
you want to go off-road, you're going to pay, but yeah, I just no, poor Ford.
you and Obi got to go fishing. You know, fishing's a hobby of Obi's.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's
We've-
why he's
we've-
asking about the
we have
off-road.
not
discussed.
gone yet.
We've not gone. I haven't been out this year. It is what it is. We'll get there.
Yeah, that's true. Marissa's not off-roading anytime soon, so we might be okay for all of that. Yeah, but Ford is just one of those disappointing names again, where if you play the bottom and the top, you've been fine on the daily.
You just got to get her a G-Wagon, bro.
Got to get her a G-Wagon?
Yeah, get her a G-Wagon. All round, it's
She's
it's
wanted a
luxury, it's
G-Wagon.
off-road, it's a little bit of everything.
Hey, you know what, Obi? I'm just gonna get her for it. I'm just gonna go to the Mercedes dealership. I'm just gonna go there maybe this afternoon.
Yes.
I'm gonna go on the lead lag report. I'm somehow gonna get like a couple $100,000, and I'm gonna go right over there and get a G-Wagon. That's actually a great idea. Don't worry.
Yeah. The Palantir position?
I'm talking about Palantir, my guy
It's
over
like,
there.
just gotta liquidate
I
a little
felt bad
bit
enough
of-
selling it at 130. Even now that it's at 124, I'm like, shit, man, why did I sell? But I just don't want to buy back in. But no, Ford, yeah, like I was saying, it has its moves. We sit here and we say it's not a great day trading stock because I don't really believe that it is. But it does have its moves where if you playing this top in and around 11 to 1150 and this bottom of 8, I mean, 8 was dramatic, but if you're playing 9 to 11, it's been there to play it, but yeah, it's been pretty sad. Like every time it breaks out, maybe you think that there's another run coming, but like this was a $15 stock a year ago, so it does suck that it's back to $10. And I guess you would have thought that this could have been a bottom there at 11 and change, now well under there into $10. I had this discussion with my 13-year-old yesterday, and I forget how it came up, but it was just like, how could you be a car company but not really trying to focus on EV? And it's not, I mean, they do have the Ford Lightning and they do have the Mach-E and things like that. But really, I mean, Tesla just continues to eat everybody's lunch. I'm seeing more and more Rivians on the road. Obviously, we talked about Polestar has been there as well. And then GM, I think they have a couple different initiatives there. Nissan has the Leaf. I mean, there's going to be lots of cars. Like Volkswagen has a deal with Rivian right now as well to work on that battery project. So we've seen Volkswagen and Rivian come together a little bit, and I think the more that happens, the better it is. But then we've also seen some failures with Fisker, as well as, what was it, Workhorse, I think was one. Nikola was another one. Yeah, so there's been a couple stabs at this, but yeah, you know, the EV space revolves around one name for me, and that's going to be Tesla. Not just trading it, but also what I think that they've, you know, sort of solidified. Thing is, the lithium trade is a very kind of a nasty trade as well. Like that blood diamond situation there. So I think when that starts to become a little bit more in light, and I got to educate myself more on that as well, but just that's some negativity around the EV space. And then disposal of the batteries as well, apparently.
So that'll be a big thing as well.
Also,
I haven't taken a look at a lithium stock in a while. But
what we have a super chat here. We are going to go to Raheem because we are running a little bit on time. I just don't want to ignore Obi. This is for you. David said, "What are your first 3 movers for traders like you?" You mean stocks he's looking at here, David? Give me one name that maybe we're not looking at today.
First of all, I mean, what do you mean by traders like you? I'm joking. Okay, so
You mean super talented traders?
So top 3 names for me on my watch list today is going to be TQs.
Yeah, only give them 2, and then we'll come back with the third one. You got to give
TQs for a potential continuation on the market if we're going to break out, if we're going to continue to see some strength. I want to get involved if we do see some strength. And Tesla, of course. Tesla for the continuation. We saw how strong it was yesterday. I got blasted on it yesterday. Let's see if those buyers are still here.
Is there, I know I said only give 2 out of 3, but is there a random one that you're thinking about? Nike, there we go, okay.
Check out Nike. Not my top idea, but I definitely have eyes on Nike.
Okay, there we go. So there we go. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Tesla, the TQQ, not the futures, the Nasdaq, and Nike we're looking at from Obi. So thank you so much for that one. All right, let's go back over to the desk. We're just working on the note. We're getting some plays out right there, looking at some banks, looking at some SMR, some obviously the uranium names with an SMR, and then some quantum names as well. Amazon moving this morning, Nvidia on top of everyone's mind. And on that note, let's go over to the desk and hear what Raheem and Brendan want to talk about.
At 12, Raheem is here. We're going to touch on a few AI angles for everyone as we head towards arguably the biggest earnings report of this quarter anyways. In the US after the close tonight, obviously Nvidia going to report. If you zoom out though, there's different areas of the build out, there's different areas of this entire subject matter that I think we can take a little bit more advantage of. When it comes to
cut full year EPS.
Advantages that the US has over Canada, specifically on the data center side. We were just talking about the tax incentives and the rate at which commercial real estate prices are going up in the US has essentially priced us out of this market.
Yeah, that's exactly true. With the CHIPS Act and with the Inflation Reduction Act, all of these concerted efforts by the federal government to go into these places, specifically Florida, Texas, New York, I believe Arizona's on there as well, concerted efforts to drive incentives and things from the government to build that infrastructure in those states. So now you're seeing a commercial property that might have been $200 a square foot. If it's data center applicable, you know, large funds are going to pay, they're paying $500 a square foot, specifically in those states because weather's conducive, government's supporting them. And like we just talked about, these towns are dedicating people and people and people. For the amount of what we forecast or what people forecast, the amount of infrastructure that's going to be needed is one thing. You're also going to need 3 million people, let alone the robots that are going to do the work. 3 million people to fill all these manufacturing jobs and initiatives. So you put that plus that, you're going to need to house and hold 3 million people. So those states are putting all those concerted efforts together versus with us here in Canada, there are, I don't want to say less desirable places to live, but slightly less desirable places to live. In addition, where you might be able to locate these large-scale data centers.
Just one sec. I think we're having some audio issues here, maybe with your mic. We'll double check that. We want to talk a little bit about crypto as well and get an understanding of what's happening on this side of the border versus what's happening on south of the border. Over the past couple of days, we've had numerous different companies announce they were adding crypto directly to their bottom line. And DJT was the latest coming out yesterday morning. We were sitting here talking about DJT going to add crypto. There's a couple of Canadian angles we can touch on as far as that is concerned as well. Just give me a thumbs up, Andre, if we're good. Okay, much better. All right.
So you mean everyone didn't hear all the pearls of wisdom that I just gave? I'm so sorry, everybody.
You're gonna have to come back next time.
I have a private chat. You can find me on OnlyFans. I'll tell you everything over there.
You're gonna have to come back next time. Let's just move on because we'll leave them hanging.
It's actually a tease for my Netflix show. Like I told you, they've given me 100 shares. So I'm now undervalued given that their stock
at
has gone up.
all-time highs.
Yeah. Yeah, I should have.
$1,212.
$1,212. So
not bad,
doing
not
well
bad.
on those 100
Not
shares.
bad.
Anyways.
As I was mentioning, a couple of AI angles that we can look at as well. I mean, it seems like quietly this is happening more and more often now.
Yeah, like just this morning as we just walked in, I think you guys probably just talked about it. GameStop just announced $500 million going towards this. Companies are using these cash reserves that they've got. There's a company called Quantum. I think you guys probably mentioned it was an active trader on Nasdaq, QNTM. They just announced they're putting some of their cash into that. There's a company called Belgravia here in Canada, BLGV. They just literally just announced that they're getting a $5 million line of credit to go and buy more Bitcoin as well. So you're looking at these companies that are saying, okay, we can get access to cash or we have cash. What can we do with that to make hopefully progressive returns against letting the cash sit there and sit in a GIC, which is kind of conventional norm, because you can't go and aggressively invest your cash unless you go and get approvals from exchanges and from your board to go and invest that cash into different stocks. This is a more GIC but aggressive GIC way to look at it, as long as you fundamentally believe the price of Bitcoin and all the cryptos that you're investing into will go up. So these small companies are now making these big announcements, and DJT went down, I believe, yesterday, but GameStop, I heard this morning, it's already popping, popping on that news, right?
Yeah, 2.5% right now. I mean, 2-3 days in a row here, straight higher for GameStop. I mean, DJT also offered $1 billion. Or $1.5 billion.
I think it was $1.5 billion. I think it went to $2.5 billion this morning.
In shares. So that's why it was down. On this side of the border, though, a couple of smaller opportunities possibly on this with this angle as well. Tell us about this BLGV.
Yeah, Belgravia, they're a holding company. They're an investment issuer here in Canada. That allows them to participate into a number of different verticals. They've got a mining vertical, but they announced a crypto vertical a little while back, acquired a company called Nodevest, invested into Swaycoin, and just this morning, we're going to announce a $5 million investment, non-dilutive investment by Round 13, which is a big VC here in Canada, to go out and purchase Bitcoin, specifically Bitcoin. So it's adding some more cash to their balance sheet that they can go and leverage into this commodity.
One we know very well, our friends over at Firefly, AIFF, moving around recently with this Nvidia deal, back to interesting levels here for them. GPUS, another one. What's the story there?
Yeah, so GPUS, again, when we're talking about NVIDIA, that's what we said, just some of these Canadian companies that have the NVIDIA touch point. So AIFF had it, and that stock ripped on that. GPUS had it, or has it as well. They are in the VC alliance of NVIDIA, so their stock has moved nicely. They've also got AI infrastructure as a touch point to them, and they've bought NVIDIA chips going back a little bit. So this stock has moved up, up to 16 cents now, went as low as 4 cents, as high as 28. So it traded about 11 million shares yesterday on some of this news. That's there.
Yeah, QNC, another one here, different company, but anytime you get these smaller junior type companies teaming up with a Taiwan Semi, for example, things can happen.
Yeah, so QNC, they are the random number generator that goes onto a device, a phone, a handheld, whatever it is, have cryptography associated to it. So it's obviously very prevalent in today's world. And on the back of a deal that they just announced, and we just timed that into the NVIDIA play as well with the chips and all that, they just announced a deal with Taiwan Semi that they're going to be part of their ecosystem together. So that stock traded about 10 times its volume yesterday, traded about 11 million shares yesterday, and was as low as 90 cents on Friday. Friday, and it was trading up to $1.80 yesterday.
Yeah. Neil's not here, on vacation this week, but we have to touch on BlackBerry here, because quietly, BlackBerry doing things.
Yeah,
Just back above $4.
Yeah, BlackBerry moving again. And so that, that inherent ecosystem that we all talked about, like 15, 20 years ago, we all had BlackBerries, we didn't have smartphones. But some in the US, especially on the federal side and on the government side, continued in that BlackBerry infrastructure. And so it's a little known thing that somewhere around 70-75% of all non-critical stuff still resides in BlackBerry related infrastructure. And so they do have an ecosystem called ad hoc that allows for non-critical information to be stored there. And so BlackBerry was just given approval by the US government to do that for all federal stuff. So instead of a Telegram, WhatsApp chat on, we might go bomb a country, outside of that, we can go stick non-secured stuff onto BlackBerry-related infrastructure. So the stock moved nicely on that news yesterday.
The chart looks great. I mean, yeah, up huge yesterday, a nice breakout above $4.
And you know what, that with the U.S. validating it, maybe it means other countries that they can go into with that same premise.
Right. It's been a long time. But as you said, I mean, even back in the day when everyone had BlackBerries, one of the things they were known for was the security aspect, and that has transpired.
Yeah, that's why Neil still got his BlackBerries.
Yes.
He's got secure information.
He's holding on to it with both hands, but it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. Enjoy your vacation, Neil. Hope you're having fun with your BlackBerries. And your family.
Rahim Alani, thank you, sir.
Anytime.
Oh, BlackBerry. Yeah, BlackBerry, a thing of the past for sure, but interesting to see that little move up there. The mics are still hot,
I don't know how to be
so
as entertaining as I can, but
we'll give it a second.
Yeah, no, that was actually one of my first ever phones in high school. I had a
I think a lot of people.
BlackBerry 8330, the one with the little ball in the middle,
Right,
the scroll
right,
ball in the middle with the full keyboard. You know what was funny? When we transitioned over to screens, I was not about the whole screen transition, because I was like, I like feeling my letters. I like to know what I'm typing. And then they got me with the haptic feedback. I'm like, all right, this is not too bad.
Right. Once you start to get, exactly. No, that's cool. I like, we like all those names there. We talked about a little bit about, I have GameStop going to be on my watch here today as well. We talked about DJT and some of that, adding these, the digital aspect here of cryptocurrencies and whatnot to balance sheets and spending. Like, it's funny that we're just throwing around like, it's $1 billion here. Like, that's a lot of money. So we'll see if that sparks anything. The price of Bitcoin still remains pretty stable up here. I think it's retail enthusiasm as well that's hitting a name like GameStop. I've been messaged by a couple traders this morning that are really super excited about what's been going on GameStop, and I think that once it continues to, hit Reddit boards and things like that. This name does have that sort of cult mentality to it. Earnings, I just looked it up, are June 9th, so we still have a couple weeks until we get earnings report, from GameStop, so that should be an exciting time when that does happen. It's only 12% short float, which is actually a pretty decent amount, considering, the eyeballs that will be on this name today. So, we put it on the sticky note yesterday, breaking through this 34.50. Today I have it on here. If we can get it back into $35. So we're not even that far away right now to that. We've dipped into 35 before. We always like to have this 200 period moving average. Plus we talk about how ball doesn't lie. So right down there, the closing price of $35 for GameStop gets me interested in this for sure. So we're going to be looking over there. And I hadn't actually looked at DJT here this morning. There's a lot going on, but we're still okay. Up 3% DJT. So this is a name that I don't like as much as GameStop, but another name that could definitely get moving. And then obviously with BlackBerry, looked like a little bit of head and shoulder action there on the daily, but we are now trying to break out a little bit. But we said this yesterday, everything with like an AI aspect to it was really starting to break out, it seemed like anyways yesterday, starting to really get going. So we had SoundHound yesterday. We had just AI, C3 AI. There were other names as well. So, you can see BlackBerry getting going. And again, there's the coil and there's the take, right? And so, I like all these plays. I think we're getting a little heated though. So I'd slow down on some of the love for some of these names that don't really have products yet. Yeah. But GameStop's the most interesting to me due to retail excitements.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the names that stood out there for me was this ticker on TSXV. Now, I know everybody doesn't have access to Toronto Ventures, but again, for those of you who do, pretty interesting move here on QNC. So thank you for bringing my attention to this ticker here. A little bit of a run up here. So I don't know. I think I might have eyes on it. I definitely have access to this market. So shout out to Real Trading for that. But yeah, 205 highs currently from prior day there. So you're going to continue watching it. 250 those highs from earlier on this year. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. BlackBerry I like as well. I like the idea there. A little bit of a curl up on a higher time frame. And I heard Sharif say earlier, oh, what a head and shoulders. And oh boy, what a beautiful head and shoulders that was. But it seems like we're starting to reclaim a little bit of that action after it did sell off all the way down to $2 and some change. Eh? All right, cool. So yeah, BlackBerry.
So what's the top of that 450? We need to break that sort of top shoulder. Yeah, right into there.
450. That's 450s right there. So that shoulder right there. If we can get through 450, I think that could be definitely worth a look. Not that far away, Sean. Only about 30, 40 pennies away.
So you asked me earlier, and we're going to go over the desk because we got our recaps, we got our watch list to go. But you asked me yesterday, did I make any money on Fannie Mae? And it was actually a red stock for me yesterday. But there it goes, gapping up today, up 14% goes Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac as President Trump needs to get some money back into the Treasury here. So we're going to wait to see if this does, become public one more time here. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. This was $1 back in September. Like October, $1, and then President Trump obviously elected. There's the bump up. The problem is we had seen this before on his first go around, right? And then Bill Ackman got involved and wrote a paper on, the fair value of this thing being north of $30 if they can unlock everything with, these the holders of the mortgage to paper. So we'll have to wait to see. You just yesterday over the weekend got that tweet from President Trump saying, we're close to thinking about, and it's literally the wording is like, we're thinking about doing this. So there's the break from $8. And it's up and away. So shout out to Jeff and the OTC market. Looks like they're going to have another runner today with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So if you guys are all about that, then great. I'll be showing it throughout the day. And you just mentioned thanks to Real Trading and having access and having shortable shares for stocks like a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Luckin Coffee's also over there on the OTC markets and all of the ADRs. We do have the table's getting taken down behind us right now. Brendan's desk is moved over there into the corner near you. I think, is your desk still activated? It looks like it too.
Yeah, it's still there.
Back activated. It's still.
I'm always activated.
Activate him. Yeah, you're always on there. But I do see sometimes you remote in, right? Sometimes. Yeah. So good trading on that side of things. But there it is. So Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. Thanks, Real Trading. Make sure you do scan that watch list. Let's go over and see what Sharif and Brendan are all about right now.
All right, guys, 59.34. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract with the overnight high 59.45. So we're right at that 59.50 area. So that's going to be our first level of resistance. If we break through 59.50, you guys already know what I'm going to say, 6,000 as a resistance. If we sell off for whatever reason, we're going to look for 59.20 or 5900. 59.18 is the overnight low, with 5900 obviously being that 100-point area as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you come down to the of this video. Top link in the description. Sign up page.
Mute.
The watch list. There we go. As I was saying, the link is in the description for that. All you need is an email address. Comes right to your inbox every single morning. Has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, before we come on at 8:30, let's go to Nvidia here. Obviously, everyone paying attention to not only Nvidia tonight, but the Semiconductor Group as a whole, which is so important for the overall market. I mean, we're up 0.6% here after a decent day yesterday. Nice move out of the open. We kind of did nothing for the rest of the morning and then into the afternoon, but trying to get back above key levels here.
Yeah, and hot on the heels of Microsoft as the number one most valuable company, Brendo. Very close between the two market caps. Let's talk about what we're expecting today. So we're looking for 73 pennies in adjusted EPS on 43.6 $6.34 billion in revenue. Give you an idea of what to compare to. Last year on this quarter, we printed 61 cents EPS on $26.04 billion in revenue. We've almost doubled, not quite there. Investors are obviously laser focused on how much impact the H20 China export ban will have on the results, but we already know that they had to write down $5.5 billion in China inventory. On April 9th, the U.S. government notice requires Nvidia to obtain an export license for all H20 sales in China and other markets, effectively halting those sales. Analysts, though, expect that the Q1 write-off to be about $1 billion, with the remaining $4 billion to be in Q2. You got Morgan Stanley analyst Joseph Moore really liking the idea here that Nvidia is lobbying for export licenses behind the scenes so that they can sell their H20 to other markets. There's also concern that the export restrictions could accelerate, Brendo, China's domestic chip development. Moore maintains an overrating on Nvidia with a $160 price target.
Interestingly, Cathie Wood bought, what was it, 2.9 million worth of Nvidia shares yesterday.
Really?
Ahead of this report. So May 27th, 2.9 million goes into the ARC machine ahead of this earnings report. So
she hasn't been adding for a while. Remember, she sold.
It's been a long time.
Before the
2023 was the last one. Yeah.
That's pretty wild. I mean, that's a pretty. I don't know if she's getting in anticipation of the earnings, or it's just another ad in the account. But that's a decent.
Yeah, I mean, why you would get in this close to earnings? I don't know. I mean,
Look, you could wait 2 days.
You have to. I mean, it's ARC innovation. You know, so the thing is like if you're not in Nvidia, that's a little bit of a problem. I mean, I think that should almost be the #1 holding in that space, right? As Nvidia continues to innovate and come up with these, like this Nvidia Group product, like some of these different things that have been happening, and especially, well, that's right, the split. Especially with the software side of things, like we always talk about the chip game and all that kind of stuff, right? But at the same time, it's attached to something, and that's software, right? And their software apparently is the best in the business and something that is not replicable. So I like the space. I think it's also looking to figure itself out. I think it's a very, very risky trade to do anything before earnings. We see a name like today, like Okta, that guides a little lower, or doesn't guide. And, something could happen with the stock that kind of looks like this. Okta had also, been really cruising to the upside there as well. We're going to get to Okta eventually. Sorry, I just meant to say that this is something that could easily, they beat all over the place and still crushed, down 14%. So, can that happen to Nvidia today? Yes, it can. And I think it's a buy. No matter after this report, no matter what, the stock's either going to look super cheap because the numbers are going to be huge and they're going to blast through all this stuff, or it's going to come back into some levels of support that you think about buying. And so, yeah, I don't blame Cathie Wood for doing this. I think it's going to be a good trade here tonight. It's going to be the biggest recap show probably in history for us. So we're going to have Sharif, myself will be all over that name. We have Salesforce as well tonight. There's going to be some big names to look at. But as far as a day trade for me for Nvidia, I think you're going to go over some levels, Obi, but I always like the 200 period, which is just 136. That's a little too close for my liking right now on that. So I just zoom out and sort of see what we had yesterday, this 135 bottom, and I don't want to steal any of your thunder in case this is what you're talking about, but this area between 135 and 134 in there, I feel like that's definitely the buy zone. And if we do come back in, then let's take a shot into this area. But I don't want to touch it really until we get into 135. So that's kind of my look there today. It's outpacing the market right now 2-1. So it looks like a good name today. Tough to... I think it might be better in the afternoon as people will start to position themselves for the earnings report, and maybe we do see a little bit of a run up. So I think if the juice gets going on this name around 2 to 2:30, then I think remember we had that Tesla bump that was always happening in the afternoon, and then you noticed that like the very next day a story would come out or something that would carry the day. So I feel like if that starts to happen with Nvidia in the afternoon, I think it's a definite no-brainer. So I've already marked it down to look at this thing in the afternoon. So that'll be like a play for me around 2 o'clock-ish or so. But I'm still looking at it, and how can we not? So, what kind of chart you got? One with crazy lines? Or you got a normal chart here?
Well, I don't know. First of all, Sean, there is no stealing of thunder when we're always cooking up storms.
That's right. I like that.
Right.
Where's that money storm
So,
one right there? Where's that?
I just want to preface it with that. But Nvidia, yeah, sure, on watch today. It's earnings eve. I don't know if there's going to be too big of a trade currently. Maybe tomorrow. I'm definitely looking at it tomorrow. But we can see that, again, yesterday's gap up, we closed pretty strong. We're pushing up into some of these prior week highs there. That high is 137.40, so I'm just going to look for that. If the market stays strong, then I want to see if the bid shows up on Nvidia as well, right? Going into earnings, can we hold and sustain properly above that 137.40? And does it hold anything significant like a VWAP or the opening range highs for that continuation? That's what I'll be looking for. But yeah, if we do pull back, what do I see? I see that that 128 low from last Friday. That seems a little significant because that's where the buying kind of came from. But yeah, a little bit of a consolidation zone over the past couple of weeks, just between this 130 and 137. So I'm gonna be looking at that range. If we break the range, then again, I'm more than willing to execute on that. But yeah, just being patient and watching Nvidia. I think the trade on Nvidia more than likely going to be tomorrow or even day 2 on Monday. So we'll see. We'll wait and see for Nvidia. But yeah, a lot of anticipation on this ticker today.
Crypto under a little bit of pressure here so far this morning, 0.8% now for IBIT. There is a conference underway that could move these markets, potentially not, out in Vegas. Yep. JD Vance in attendance here.
He's the keynote. Starts today, the conference. Let's talk about it. So JD Vance, Vice President, will deliver the keynote at Bitcoin 2025 conference in Vegas. Today starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, so 12 Eastern. JD Vance becomes the first sitting American VP to publicly endorse Bitcoin in a formal address. It will be streamed across, Bitcoin magazine platform, as well as many different social media channels. We'll be covering that for you guys on the midday show, Joseph and I. The policy themes and the strategic focus here, he's going to cover financial independence, technological innovation, and Bitcoin's role in the U.S. in shaping U.S. economic policy. His appearance follows Donald Trump's remarks last year. So Donald Trump was at Bitcoin 2024, showing, growing GOP alignment with crypto. And he has a personal stake in Bitcoin, Brendo. Public records show he has about 250 to 500,000 worth of Bitcoin. He consistently voiced support for Bitcoin during his time in the Senate, aligning with his personal investment. And he's been a very vocal critic of the regulation. He's a very much anti-regulation. He criticized the federal regulatory overreach by the former SEC chair, Gary Gensler, and he promoted the idea of decentralized finance, and he took an opportunity to take a shot at Canada, talking about Canada's 2022 bank freeze there with the Freedom Convoy.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Downside we go, though, guys, for IBIT today.
A little bit of a...
like in our note, it's like JD Vance owns $500,000 of crypto, of Bitcoin. So, I mean, let's remember who's talking about this stuff when it's being talked about here. And it's like, obviously, we all want to talk about our books and we want, the market to react. But this man is a public figure right now. So, yeah, I mean, to hold $500,000 of personal, in his own person, so how many stocks, what is this guy's net worth to begin with? And now it's just trying to get pumped up a little bit here. So I feel like the rich are going to get richer with this conference, and deservedly so. I mean, Bitcoin has been quite the asset class over the last 10 years or more than that, I guess. That is for sure. But this is what it looks like on a 5-minute chart. Right now, we're not doing a whole heck of a lot, bouncing from 108 to 109 right there. Yeah, look, I don't know. I always think it's always a sell the news type of event. I feel like Bitcoin really just goes. When it goes, it just goes. It just breaks levels. It doesn't need Trump speaking in Miami or JD Vance doing this. It just needs to settle down. People like Bitcoin. It seems to be holding these levels. I think it's a long. I've been recently buying. I might hold 5% of what JD Vance owns, or I got to do the math. Maybe not even that much. But, we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here. But there goes Bitcoin. It looks like it's got a good level in and around this area. So I want to be a buyer, honestly, around this 108. In the last week or so, we spent a little bit of time underneath there. That's 108 right there. So if you scroll back under a couple days underneath, and then we've just been hovering near these all-time highs. So I don't think this kind of a conference is a bad thing, that's for sure. And it's always great. Half the country supports this, this current regime there in the U.S. And we'll wait to see if they support Bitcoin as well. I mean, we had that poll in our chat that 50% or so are holding Bitcoin. So yeah, I think it's becoming more mainstream, and it obviously doesn't hurt when you have the vice president doing that. It's going to be on Main Street Media, obviously, tonight as well. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with Bitcoin, but I like it. I'm a buyer. I'm a buyer on every move down. I mean, it's just one of those things, man. Will we get 70 again? We could. I mean, the market is forever breathing, here, and we could see the Nasdaq get down another 10% or so on some trade worries. Remember, July 9th, and the thing about Bitcoin is it's kind of leaving its attachment with the Nasdaq a little bit. So I think that's a good thing. We don't necessarily need it tied to what the markets are doing. It can trade on its own, and it's proving to do that. So I like it. I am a little worried, though, when these guys talk their own book. But again, maybe it might be a sell the news situation. And if it is, I think we buy it. So I like that 103 to 105 area for support.
Yeah, I think that, a little bit of a pullback coming into the day today, but we can see how strong it's been. Here, I'm looking at this IBIT. We're just looking at this bit of an uptrend, short-term uptrend, if you want to call it, all the way from, I have here around April, the first week of April. Nice and steady trend. Again, we've seen that kind of Bitcoin run up all the way back towards all-time highs. And yeah, I think Sean's definitely right on that. We can totally get back all the way down. We know that Bitcoin is more than capable of having 50, 60, 70% pullbacks as we've seen in the past. And yeah, maybe sell the news event. But at the end of the day, when you take a look at Bitcoin here, let's pull that up on a higher time frame. Let's take a look at it on the weekly, because again, like I said yesterday, something that trades 24/7. I don't know if I want to look at it on like a 15-minute chart. I'd rather look at it on something on a much higher time frame. But you can see right here a little bit of a consolidation. This is a weekly chart. The consolidation off of 70s. I've talked about this time and time again. That was a nice consolidation. We broke out of it. We pulled back. We actually held above those prior highs, and then some strong action all the way back up towards these prior highs for some fresh ones. So yeah, I don't know about JD Vance talking up his book or anything, but the chart kind of speaks for itself when I say that there has been volume coming into this asset, and it's been kind of stair-stepping up over and over again. Sure, the pullbacks are pretty aggressive, but stair-step nonetheless on Bitcoin. So I think it's pretty strong. We'll see what happens. Let's see how it reacts off of today's event.
All right, let's go on to some retail names. Macy's first. Dick's also reported, but coming back in a hurry here. Not a lot of movement here, let's be honest. I mean, sales were fine. It was okay. The forecast did include a little bit on tariffs and the effects there.
Yeah. It did. And they had to cut their full year 2025 EPS guidance, Brendo. They cut it from $2.05 to $2.25. That was a range. Now the new range is $1.60 to $2, again, due to tariff concerns. They also cited higher promotions and weaker discretionary spending. That's the one that really caught my attention. Full year sales guidance remains unchanged, though, $21 billion to about $21.5. That's still below last year's $22.29 billion. So a bit of a tougher look there. With respect to Q1 and how they did, adjusted EPS beat 16 pennies. The street wanted 14. Revenue 4.6. The street was looking for 4.5. So a beat on the top and bottom line there. Net income, though, continues to drop $38 million, sadly, in take-home money. Compare that to last year, where they took $62 million, and sales declined as well, $4.85 billion from a year ago. How they did in their segment breakdown, so Macy's namesake brand, which is actually called Macy's, down 2.1% year over year. Their go-forward locations also saw a 1.9% decline. The bright spots, though, Bloomingdale's, the expensive one, the richer consumer not getting hurt, surprise, surprise, up 3.8%, as well as Blue Mercury, which is also expensive, 1.5% there. Their turnaround strategy and tariff risk here, they're looking at executing a 3-year transformation plan. They want to close 150 stores by 2027 to focus on higher performing units, and the economic uncertainty of Trump's shifting tariff policy is complicating those efforts.
Just be aware, there are a few comments flying around I'm seeing about the earnings report, so just a heads up if anyone's looking at Macy's, guys.
You looking at Macy's?
I think I did have it on my scan this morning when I was doing my earnings scans. I'm going to be watching it off of the open, but definitely not one of my top earnings names. But it is interesting with what retail has been doing as of recent. I know you talked about Target a little earlier there, and yeah, not really the same kind of reaction here on Macy's. A little bit of a nothing burger, bit of a sideways action there. So let's see if it can do anything coming in off of the open with some of that earnings volume. I'm just looking at some of these very recent highs and lows. 1150 on the bottom right here, and 1284 here at the highs. So just from earlier this May 12th, we can see a little bit of relative volume in the pre-market as well. So maybe driven by some sort of catalyst. But when it comes to retail earnings today, I think ANF is definitely something that I'm watching here. Take a look at that strength right here, 76. 76, I think, is the 76, 78 undisturbed prices. Yesterday's close as well, trading all the way up above 100 now. Very strong push on ANF. So when it comes to earnings retail, ANF a little bit more than Macy's, but yeah, Macy's I'm still keeping an eye on to see if it gives us anything with the volume that may come in during the opening session. So that's what I got for Macy's.
Yeah, I mean, ANF is a better play. I mean, breaking through $100, you want to continue that movement going to the upside. I do want to remind everybody that tomorrow night is Costco. So Costco comes tomorrow. And again, another huge name back above $1,000 again. So yeah, I mean, it's had its move higher. And that's why I say, again, you know, you have this move down there as we get very, very nervous about everything, as obviously this week talk about tariffs, but you know, as far as logistics are concerned, you know, Amazon, Costco, Walmart, these guys got the retail game figured out. They're going to be reporting tomorrow, so it doesn't look like there's any fall through here or anything, or follow through upside or downside with Costco and any of the major earnings. As far as Macy's is concerned, yeah, it's I like the fact that they're talking about closing some stores. I mean, we don't ever want people to wind up losing jobs or anything like that, but the volume's not great here in the pre-market. Although it's 700,000 shares, I feel like there must have been some big lots going through here because it's pretty choppy up at that upside. I would actually look for this 1260 to break. And the reason why is you look at a daily chart right into here, we come into 1260. So I think Macy's is a good long breaking through that 1260. So we'll see if it can get going. Only up 1.99% right now. It's generally, I had thought of Macy's as a short float name, but that could have been corrected. Oops, I don't want the news feed. I want the details for it. Let me go over here just to see Macy's right there. What is its short float? Okay, it's only 9% right now, so maybe the short float's not a thing, but 9 is good enough to get this name going as well. So we'll find out. The call has concluded, you see right here on Benzinga Pro, so not too much to worry about as far as conference call is concerned. So I would say, yeah, watch out for this 1260 break long there. I mean, they missed, they beat, but then guided a little bit lower, but then explained themselves. So tariffs a worry, but that 1260 to me is a nice break long. It looks like it's a good break there on the daily as well. So 1260, 1270 for a long there on Macy's, a good bet to be placed early today if that does break out. So, all right, here we go, man. Okta, great report, but you're going to see what happens with the stock when we talk about it.
Yeah, we're actually trying to bounce right now at session lows, unfortunately, 13% to the downside here. It was straight southbound after the close yesterday on the report. 110, though, if you zoom out on a higher time frame, definitely a key level here.
Yeah, that's a tougher look there, Brendo. Let's talk about how the earnings report went. Q1 was what we're reporting. Adjusted EPS, 86 penny, beating the 77. So a bottom line beat. Revenue, 688, beating the 680. So top and bottom line beat there. Revenue rose also 12% year over year, with subscription revenue also up 12% year over year. Net income about $62 million a share, which is an improvement from last year's $40 million. The guidance, though, sorry about the pixelated image there. The full year revenue guidance reaffirmed 2.85 to 2.86, showing a conservative stance. Operating income guidance as well slightly higher, with the CEO citing macro uncertainty and a more cautious customer sentiment as reasons for holding guidance steady. Some external factors and customer behavior here that are influencing revenue. No direct Q1 impact, they say, from April Trump tariff announcements, but execs noted increased caution in customer conversations. And then there's also the broader tech sector that's seen forecast pullbacks in response to policy volatility. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Just real quick on Tesla, strength continuing here. Monster day yesterday. Even after the close, we got some extension for Tesla through highs. We're right back to that 365 area. Elon, in an interview, did come out yesterday and actually say he spent too much time on politics, especially when the sales numbers started to fall off a cliff. So we'll see what happens here, guys. More strength possible for Tesla, too.
Yeah, so look, Tesla's on the watch list. We already talked about it. It's going to be it was the number one play yesterday. It was the number one P&L name. It's going to be the number one play again today. We can talk about Tesla, and we will be doing that. We're only 3 minutes now till open of the bell, which is not automated yet. We have to still push countdown, as I realized yesterday. Yeah, look, I mean, look, two-factor authentication, personal identity, logins, all this kind of stuff. Okta's in the right space for sure, able to use AI to its advantages. It's been a huge winner over the last year or so. But if you sort of zoom back out, and I want to look at a daily chart, on eSignal, because I can just quickly do it without any issues here. If you're going to look at like a monthly chart for Okta, there still is some more room to go back up to the upside, right? And so, we're nowhere near where we were back in 2022. And I think that, you've made, sometimes when you zoom out, you can definitely have a look. A name that came to us in 2017 at $20 went all the way to $280 in 5 years, and then just fell like a rock right there after COVID. Found it based on around $70 or $80, and now you're getting an opportunity to buy it at 110 or so today. I think it might be worth something down here. It's nice that it's being bought up. Okay, hold on a second. That's still the daily chart. It's nice, as Brendan said, it's being bought up a little bit, but again, once you beat and extend what your expected move was, I believe this was 8 to 9% expected move, you are now gapping underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period moving average, and right now we got to wait to see what it does at the 50 period. So again, I like the stock, but I like it a hell of a lot more at the 200 period moving average. I'm going to stay away from Okta today. The spread is already $1, so I think that's a little risky there. Tesla, I mean, I wrote down 360. Would love to get it back into where we closed around yesterday. This area is a nice bump up there to 364. That's where we held so far here today. We've seen moves come in on the market and on Tesla. So for 360, we'll be watching out for that one on a move back in. But Tesla's on my mind today. Okta is on my mind for a long-term buy. I really like that stock. I like the business that they're in, and I think there's an opportunity to pick something up in and around that $100 mark, $90 mark. You won't go wrong in 5 years with Okta.
Yeah, I think OKTA, another ticker on my watch list. Today, again, very strong flush right there, trading at 126s, 125s into the close yesterday, now all the way down to 109s, currently trading. 107 is the pre-market low, but yeah, a nice little grind down after the strong reaction. We got a little pop in the pre-market right there. That high is 113.80, but then we start to make some fresh lows as well. So it seems like selling very dominant off of that earnings report. Let's see if that kind of continues going off into the open on OKTA. Tesla definitely one on watch today. Just looking for that continuation. Yesterday's end of day low coming in at that 358. Let's see if we can hold some of that end of day range from yesterday and push a little bit higher. 367. We actually continued grinding up into the after hours. I didn't know how what Blue Ocean really looked like on this ticker here, but let's watch out for that prior day high to come in here with only about 10 seconds left. Tesla's definitely going to be one to watch off of the open here. And thank you, Satya, for the bell. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
There we go. That's Satya. Thank you so much. Yeah, Satya filling in for Adara again. So we thank her for coming through one more time. Thanks, Satya, for that one. All right, so we're just waiting. I have bidding GameStop $35. We'll see if that comes in. Hopefully that does come in at some point here for us today. We're watching out for Tesla. Tesla got going early, real early yesterday. I'm still looking at 360, right? If it can come into play down there. It looks like my guy Palantir is saying no thank you to everything right now and just going upside a little bit, taking out 125 right there on Palantir. Come on, man. This was just at 123. I just put a bid at 122. I was like, I'm going to get that. But it's a nice move up right there for Palantir and for the Nasdaq in general. On Nvidia earnings day, we want to thank everybody for coming through again right now as Nvidia just dancing near its pre-market lows as well. So yeah, I'm just going to log in to make sure we can get some shortable shares for some of these names if we need them. I'm also looking looking at SMR. We do not need shortable shares for this. This was a short idea that I had today. Anything up here, 35.50 to 36. I actually like this play. Again, a little overextended. Oh, here it comes. We're going to see it, but in 1 second here. A little overextended to the north side on this name. Yeah, we'll wait to see if we can get a short there in SMR. Here comes Tesla down to 360 right now.
Yeah, that 360, that Tesla's getting pretty hit pretty hard into the bid there. So again, I'm just going to stay observant, keep watching. Like I said, end of day consolidation from yesterday. The lows are coming in at that 358. We're currently trading at 360, 362s, 361s and some change. So I'm going to let that settle down. The short off the open, absolutely beautiful there, coming in real hot. From an open of almost 365, 364.84. I have the open
I'm
price
long
there
something.
on
GameStop.
Tesla. But yeah, a little bit of a flush there. Let's see if those sellers are met with some resistance going into the later half of the session here. But yeah, a little bit of a hold here. Let's see if that 360 holds. 360 was a little bit of an interesting level yesterday as well. And let's see if we can catch a bit of a consolidation on top of that. OKTA, a little bit of a push up there, all the way back into its anchored VWAP.
Yeah, I love Okta. It's going.
Oh boy, there's that Tesla flush. Hit that bid right there. 360's coming in. I'm not short yet. But I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait to
GameStop
see.
is coming in.
I'm just looking for a little bit more information right there. Yesterday was very strong. I just want to see if buyers can step in, or do they plan on stepping in at any time today in any sort of significant way here on Tesla. OKTA, wow. That's, yeah, no, my TA was definitely not okay on that one, as it pushes all the way up, 1380s coming in on OKTA. Another earnings name I had on watch was Box. That's not really doing anything. And guess what? Macy's, no one's, I guess no one's really shopping there right now, at least on the book, because that thing looks a little bit weak. But guess what? It's blasting to the upside right now is Apple. Apple is blasting to the upside right here, 202.69's day highs. So a little bit of a continuation move on that one there. This market not really doing too much, still chopping in the opening range here. But it's only been 3 minutes since the open, Sean.
Yeah, it's already been 3 minutes since the open. I'm already in 2 positions right now. So we have our SMR short. I mean, it does rip my face off up there. I'm going to put an offer out if it breaks through 37 and change, right? Let's go 37.11. Well, it looks like it's going to get going here. SMR, nothing stopping this name. That is for sure. On great earnings report. Well, not even great earnings report, sorry. The SMR trade is President Trump and some of the uranium calls. So we'll have to wait to see there, the executive order last week. All right. And then GameStop. Wow, oh boy. I thought $35 into yesterday's close. Now, we didn't sit there with a lot of shares, but it's coming back in pretty nicely right now. If we break too much below this $33, then we are going to be out of GameStop. Here it comes, man. GameStop right back in. Not a great start to the day for some of these ideas that I had here, including GameStop, which will lose reverse dollar club right now as it's back into $33. So watch out for a 33 break. I mean, I'm going to get out if it breaks it right now. So you might want to buy some of this dip, but I don't know. We need GameStop to get going, and hopefully it's going right now. Here comes SMR, man. Sometimes you got to wait for the trade, so we'll do it right here. We'll bid some out in the mid while we just got 36 flat. We'll see if we can get something a little bit better. We obviously want to take some profits. Oh, we got 2 outs down there. Okay, so I got a 92 and a 99 bid right there on SMR. So not a crazy trade by any stretch of the imagination. We'll wait to see on that one and hope that GameStop. And thank you for all the 10,000 that are watching. If you can hit the like and the subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated here as we get going, and join me on the lead lag report later on as well. Okay, so here comes GameStop, that back into 33. We're going to look to see where that winds up going. SMR, a decent out down there, but so far, man, not for me. You're into Tesla now. I like that trade. We're going to have to wait to see if something else hits for me. But Palantir downside, GameStop, SMR. I'm looking at all the right names. Just need them to act properly. But other than that, yeah, we're good to go right here. SMR, let's put a bid here at 35.70 where VWAP is. Maybe we get a little dip.
Yeah, I'm kind of Amazon as well now. Oh boy, yeah, Tesla to the downside, but some of these names holding pretty well. I got both. Well, not both, but 3 names here that are pushing to the highs there. Amazon is pushing fresh highs on the day. So is that Google? That's Google right here, 174s. Yeah, that's Google. And then Apple as well, 202.73s. That was a nice little push there. Tesla still holding this 360 mark here. Current day low sitting at 360 halves. Let's see if we can hold that. We're more than willing to give this a couple tries before it actually works. The market's not really doing anything too crazy as of right now. A bit of a hold on top of that 21.5. We talked about that 21.5 yesterday. We kind of grinded all the way up to 21.5 going into the end of the day. And guess what? Today, coming in, we're kind of consolidating and holding during the opening session on top of that 21.5. So let's see if we get a little bit of continuation, and let's see if buyers can step up a little bit higher on the day today to give us that continuation on the week. If not, that's okay as well. But that 21.5, I'm definitely going to be watching here. But yeah, let us know in the chat. What are you guys trading today? What are you guys watching? As per the earnings names here, I know I said I had OKTA, ANF, and Box on watch. The only one that's really doing what I was looking for is Box. And I wasn't necessarily in the box for that one there. And ANF didn't quite make it past those pre-market highs, selling off back through that 100 mark. Oh boy, there goes the TQs, Sean.
Yeah.
TQs are ripping to the upside right there. So yeah, what was my plan on TQs again? Oh yeah, 71.15. Look for a push of 72s.
Get it, Obi.
If that'll come in right there. So that's coming in 71 halves currently trading on the TQs, about 50 pennies away from that 72 mark, but prior day high was at 71.15, and that's what I was looking for it to hold, and so far holding quite well. Look at that right there, 71.20s day lows, and then pushed all the way up to 71.50. So nice little hold on the TQs there. Let's see where the next trade is. Tesla's still holding as of right now. Oh boy, what is that ticker? New Scale Power. That's
SMR.
That's SMR continuation, bro.
Yeah, I'm short SMR. We're doing pretty good so far here. We're long with you on Tesla, although it is fading out. We're going to wait for a 361 pickup, which is the low of the day. There it is right there, which is the low of the day. And we are still respecting that 360 level. I just, this could be a loss. Like you had said, this may be a trade that takes multiple cuts today or tries. 357.80. I'm going to wait to see if we can get a dip buy opportunity into that one. And we're still waiting for GameStop and all these names to maybe start to do something here. So let's wait to see if GameStop can go. We're long right here, right? 34.18. It does make a move upside. Sorry, that's still Tesla. Come on, GameStop. Chart right there. So let's have a quick look to see if there is any love back here. Hold on a second. I'm just struggling with some of my fills right now. All right, so GameStop, I thought I had some offers up here, but I do not. So we're gonna have to let this go. We're long right here at 34, back to 35 is a spot that we're looking for. You mentioned New Scale, which is SMR. So we are still short on SMR. It does make that move up to 37. We don't get out. We're gonna let this one cover itself and see if we can get back to the long side, to the short side of SMR. But it's just really Tesla that's on my mind right now. We did pick that up. We just had a winner there again, and we didn't get out of it. So let's see if Tesla wants to work. Palantir, another downside push right now, but not near my level. I'm going to be patient to see if we can get something down there on Palantir. And then I'm already in 3 positions, so it's a little bit overwhelming here. 135 and change. We don't necessarily want to be in too many things too early, but there it goes, man. There goes Tesla, Obi. Let's see if it finally wants to go upside right now. I'm offering 71s. There it is. Oh boy is right now for Tesla. The oh boy trade. It looks like we both got this one on today. So let's see what happens now, Obi. Let's not just reverse and go short. Let's see if Tesla does.
Let's play for the continuation.
Let's just see if it wants to go to the upside there, as we make a little joke, because that's what happened yesterday.
Oh, look at the ES and Nasdaq blast through.
Let's
oh
go.
Boy. Dude, that 72 is incoming. So the TQs, I told you, one of the top ideas on my watch today was that TQs push. And yeah, guess what? I'm not involved just yet. But it's working out pretty well. Let's see if we can hold a little bit higher on any sort of pullbacks. That might confirm a bit of the move there. But yeah, I definitely missed out on that initial push all the way from 71.15's prior day high. Nice little consolidation hold off of the open.
Here it comes
and
back
that
in.
continuation coming in right to 72s. Oh boy, there goes the Nasdaq. Beautiful hold of that 21.5 mark there, and a bit of a continuation happening right now. So shout out to anybody who is in that long. Tesla's still kind of just consolidating underneath the VWAP right here. Tesla showed its strength yesterday, so I don't know if the rest of these names are going to be the ones that are showing theirs
Here we go,
today.
bro.
But it seems like Amazon, Apple not as much anymore, but Google and Amazon still holding the lead there. Softy now pulling up towards its day highs. Tesla not looking that great, man. This thing looking like it's about to break
Tesla's
some
a problem.
thresholds.
Tesla's a big problem, but you know it's not a problem. Bang, and bang, and bang, and bang, and bang. Is SMR right now. We wrote down 36. It's now 70 cents in the money and going lower. We have 36.14s right now on that. We just got a great fill on SMR, man. Right there into yesterday's close, 35.36. So a nice little play there. We'll see if we can get it. We've already had $1 and plus on Tesla. Let's see if we could do it right now on SMR as well. But again, another big name here. Very news related. Obviously, with SMR here in NewScale, and I was just trying to play the fact that I thought it was just a little overextended right there. Nothing else other than that. You know, I believe it in my own account as well, as we got out some at $30. Maybe get some more out today at 36. But there we go. We take advantage of that move down. Let's see if it does wind up holding. All right, man. GameStop. We didn't get anything out. We're trying to hold out to see if there is a rip available here on GME. I mean, I'm hoping that there is. Tesla right now is back in again. I don't know if you're able to get anything out up there, but Tesla's coming back pretty decently right now for us. So we'll average in. We got some more 360s down there. I'm trying to give it to 357. So like for me here, to be long at 361, we'll give this about $3 or $4. Let's see if it wants to do that. I am obviously capable of scalping this out. We're long at 361.20 right now. So if we can get back up into 361, like 90s, basically 362, nothing wrong with getting a piece out, because our last reload there, we should take advantage of it. So there it is, a nice little reload on that downside there for Tesla. Yeah, things working out pretty well here today. We just need to keep it going.
Yeah, this is some pretty whippy action here on Tesla. That low did come in right there. I did get involved a little bit here on the TQs, just a quick cheeky little short. Just looking for a little bit of a pullback. Again, more than willing to be wrong. The idea here is the long into 72s. That's where I think that's where I kind of wanted to take it. But if we're going to slow down and stall a little bit here, I'm going to be a little patient. Just give it a quick scalp to see if it works again. But I think the main idea definitely a little bit long there. I'm looking for pullbacks to sustain and hold for a continuation to the upside to get back in on that one there. Let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, there are the TQs right there. 94 highs currently right there. Tesla still holding these 360s, man. Nothing too crazy just yet. I'm also in this Ridge Tech Robotics as well. There's RR
good name.
From the pre-market session, just because we got an inclusion for the small cap Russell. So a little bit of a catalyst there. Not really doing anything too crazy right now off of it. Kind of pulling back, selling off a little bit there. But again, it's had some strength along with I guess. Some of the sentiment towards robotics. I know yesterday we were talking about the Roomba. I know that Sharif was. Did you trade Ridge Tech yesterday? Okay, I forget which one it was. There was one that was moving around pretty nicely as well yesterday. But yeah, small cap season definitely here. But large caps are also definitely here with the kind of volatility that we've been getting. Which reminds me, sometimes I forget to look at where the VIX is at. I just want to make sure I have an idea of where that's at right now. Okay, so we're at 1882s. Oh boy, it seems like just yesterday we were trading above, or the VIX was above 30. And oh boy, there comes the short on the TQs with a little bit of a strong wick happening on this 15-minute candle with about 10 minutes left to go. Tesla's still holding that 360 mark. I'm going to be patient. I'm waiting. Let me know in the chat what you guys are looking at today, what you guys are watching. I know a lot of people are anticipating the Nvidia earnings. Not really watching Nvidia too much as of right now, but it's still trading within its pre-market range, 135s. Couldn't really push past that 136 pre-market high just yet. But yeah, something to keep on watch for sure.
Yeah, something to keep on watch too are the positions that you currently have on. And right now, let's look at GameStop. Look, we got a little excited thinking that 35 was going to be a level there. You know, we got the news there today about their Bitcoin and getting into that game finally. So we'll have to wait to see if it does want to get going. I mean, this is a play that we've seen happen many times before. You know, I mean, there's a dip down yesterday. It didn't get going until about 10 o'clock. And then when it finally did, we based out basically where we are right now, which is why I'm here, trying to see what happens at 33.70, and then if we lost 33, which lucky that we didn't there off the open, it still feels like we may come back in and test that bottom, and that would go back into the close from 2 days ago, right? And so, yeah, Tesla whooshing down right now, not giving me good feels about that one. But yeah, 33, we're just gonna have to wait. So there's the pop yesterday. Where we got to was 35.70. So I mean, if that winds up happening for us, then that would be fantastic here today, and it's possible, right? So I'm offering something around 34.80s, I thought it was, maybe 34.85. So that's right where VWAP is right now. But Tesla and GameStop right now pushing lower, but so is SMR, which is good. I mean, we're making on SMR kind of what we're losing on GameStop right now, but it's Tesla, the one that we've only gotten out one time on right here. But a nice little hold of 360. I know it did break it, but right back up now against this level. Let's see if it wants to go. So yeah, I mean, so far just a very, very relaxing, calming idea here today with these three trades. I did notice that Robinhood as well was dancing around a little bit, $66 there for Robinhood, and just hits that high. This is going to be an interesting level to look at. 66.60. Look at the futures pulling back. Great short there. Oh, you're out of Tesla. Great short on the TQs there as it's pulled right back in as well, Obi. So good trade there. And I want to thank Arsis here as well. This is for you, Obi. Go, Obi. Go, Tesla. Happy hump day to everybody and the TTVL team. So we say thank you so much for that one. And we'll go, awesome. Thank you for that. 140. What were those again? African? Anyways. We'll figure it out, but thank you so much for that. Doesn't matter what the denomination is, but thank you so much. Watch out for Robinhood trying to take that high right now. Okay, Obi, I'm still in this at 360. My target's down there near 357. You're back in. Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to give it a couple of tries. Keep it tight. Give it a couple of tries there. And see if that'll come in. But the TQs, that worked out pretty nicely. The high was 94s, got short 71.80s. We're trading all the way back down to VWAP right there. So beautiful reversion to VWAP off of that aggressive strength in the open. Maybe we revert back down to 21 halves. That's what I'm watching. Some of those pre-market, or not the pre-market lows, but the earlier set. Wow, there's that flush. Look at that wipe into the bid right there. Oh boy, here we go on the Nasdaq.
Oh, the Nasdaq. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So yeah, nice little teleportation all the way down to 21.5s right there. So maybe a little bit of a level of interest, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, a little bit of a reversion happening there. Let's see if Tesla can catch a bid and give me that reversion back into VWAP all the way to 362s. But again, not really looking that great. If the TQs, if the Nasdaq and tech is going to stay this weak, then Tesla.
What was the thought about the weak Nasdaq again? What was the reason why? What was your thought about getting into the Nasdaq short? Just those
no. I liked the long,
right?
But then the tape in the chart was like it's just stalling underneath a level which I had as a target. I was like, all right, well, I can get short, risking the high a day here, and it worked out pretty well. Unfortunately, I took C size. I didn't take B size, but it didn't really give me an opportunity to get into B size. You can see as soon as I got short, it just went straight down. And we kind of talk about this over and over again. Some of the best trades, they just go in your direction right away. And sometimes, like, I just got to do a little bit better at recognizing what those trades are and then giving that kind of trade the appropriate sizing on the initial entry, right? It's just like I always find myself trying to build into A+ size. That is a different kind of trade. Some trades you just have to be in that A+ size as soon as that push happens right there. So yeah, we're coming into day lows here on TQ. So oh boy, what a beautiful reversion. It's rare that I get 100% reversion, but again, it's only been about 20 minutes. 20 minutes since the open, and we're coming back in through day lows here on the Nasdaq. So covered a little bit there. Let's see. I'm going to leave that on for a runner. Let's see if we can get back down through prior day's high. Remember, don't forget, 71.15 was prior day's high, and that 21.500, a little bit of an interesting chop here during the pre-market session. Let's see if we can hold that. Absolutely not. We're getting smashed to the downside right here. So some sellers stepping into the
smash it up.
Oh boy, indeed. Tesla's probably going to stop me out as well. 359.21 is the day low, currently trading at 359.70s.
We just went to 361.25.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like we rejected
361.50, man.
We rejected VWAP. So it's like, should I be respecting that information? Probably. Do I want to be a little cheeky and hold on? Yes, definitely. That's what I'm doing right now at that 360. Because it's just the way that Tesla moves is so fugazi. I definitely want to give it a little bit wider than I think. There's the stop out right there on Tesla. So cracking through day lows. Okay, that's That's cool. Again, VWAP rejection, market's pretty strong to the downside as well. So that's my 3 strikes on Tesla for now. I might come back a little bit later. We talked about that 358, 357 level potentially being a level of interest from yesterday's action. So I'm going to continue watching that one. But oh boy, Sean, this TQ's trade, I got to take more, man. 71 coming in. But it is what it is. Where's the next trade?
Yeah, we talk about that, taking a little bit more shares on trades that we really do like. But I mean, yesterday, you know, like you don't know. You never know what trades are going to be the bigger ones for you, right? I mean, you had that Tesla one yesterday, even today, like A size.
Smash all of them.
B size. Well,
no, this is a joke.
No, but I mean, it's to what you said. Where's the setup? What level is the setup? And if you do see a setup that deserves a certain amount of shares, then yeah, I mean, and I don't think a falling knife on Tesla really deserves too many shares right now, but I'm still trying to be into this. We talked about this level, 357.50 or so. So if we break that, then we're going to get out. So 357.50, I just tried to buy some more down there. I thought I was at 358, but I'm at 358.25s. So that doesn't get quite that low yet. All right, GameStop, honestly, guys, like maybe we'll add to this position if it breaks 34.20. I think that's a possibility right there. But it's not going, so we're going to have to wait and see if it does. I mean, someone's selling this thing underneath $34. It cannot go right now. And you can see that. It just keeps on stopping. So if they let this go, then I could see us getting an advantageous fill up maybe near VWAP or something like that. But it's got to break. Like, look at this. It tries to go again, and someone sits there with 4,000 more shares. I really think it's traders that are long here that are just exiting out of their liquidity. So we need to get using this move here to exit out. Like, see, we just took it out and then stops again at 95 and comes right back in to that low again and just keeps, see, there we go, pushing it lower. But here we go, man, Obi. I'm sorry that all these levels keep getting hit for you, but let's wait to see what happens with Tesla. I mean, we're waiting for this to get going finally. If the market does retrace back upside, I think we have a good winner here with TSLA. So let's wait on that. But the shorts have been right on Tesla for sure. SMR, I mean, maybe now we got to take some 35.85s. Let's just put a bid there just in case. This GameStop trade, I feel like is going to break. We've already talked about that. There is a definite seller there on GameStop, and not much we can do about that. Let's see if SMR comes in, gives us some VWAP right there, and let's hold tight on Tesla, man. It's all the way back to basically a flat trade right now. We just got to break above 361, and then we're right there. So we've already made that move higher and stopped. So my offer right now, 361.90. Maybe we got to change. Oh, that's still where VWAP is. So here we go, man. We could get out now if you don't like the Tesla trade. Let's see if it wants to work out for us, though, okay? So we're in Tesla, we're in GME, and we're in SMR. And then the big guy tonight, Nvidia, right? And as we had mentioned, not doing a whole heck of a lot. It does touch the 200 period there and then falling down a little bit. So $1 off of that, if anything, you know, it's absorbing that market move downside with Nvidia there as well. So, all right, man, there we are, man. Tesla right back into the money now, but we need to let this go a little bit higher. We held this $2 against us. We're not just trying to cash out right away now. So let's wait on Tesla. 361.90 is where I'm sitting to get something out. Hopefully that will work, man. Yeah, what's up, Ozan? Make Tesla 500 again? That'd be nice. I won't be in it if it gets to 500 right now, but my own long-term account would definitely appreciate that one. So far, so good. My eyes, I mean, I'm looking other ways to see if there's any other trades that we may want to grab right now. We talked about that Robinhood high. A quick look on Uber. Is there any sort of penny stocks rolling around right now? Let's ride, says J Flow. Yeah, I'm here to ride, that's for sure. Let us know, man, that LV, whatever, we can check out that. And we'll look for some more here as well. NVTS maybe as a mover. Joby moving around. Those are those flying helicopters, Obi.
Yeah.
Obi and Joby. Oh no, I got to stay away from that one. And then there's SMR coming back in the money.
Today, I think that's what it was. They have a catalyst today. I saw it on my.
What? I'm not getting filled down here in SMR.
In the morning there.
Oh, okay.
I think it was Toyota. Yeah, Toyota putting some money into Joby. So yeah,
okay.
That one's definitely a little interesting here.
Their Tesla failed again.
Yeah, Tesla is, I mean, here's the thing. We saw VWAP sellers
level,
coming in off of the open. We saw VWAP sellers kind of stepping in a little bit later or like below there. So sellers definitely a little bit dominant off of the open today. Again, we bid up all day yesterday. That strength was aggressive. So it's like, all right, coming in off of the open, if we see some selling, I definitely have to respect that. That's all that means. Yeah, I'm going to continue kind of watching this one here. The Nasdaq still came down into its lows right there, kind of still chopping around in that 21,500 area here. VWAP on Tesla. Where is VWAP on Tesla? That's what I'm wondering right now.
Yeah, aren't we all?
260s right there. So just about a point away from there on Tesla. So let's see if we can get back up to VWAP, or our seller is still kind of a little bit dominant here on the day today. Ridge Tech Robotics. Oh boy, that one's definitely not working as of right now. So I got to get out of that one. I thought I had a stop in for this one, and it did not hit that stop. So let's see what happened to that one right there. Okay, so yeah, it just says pending. That's interesting. So unfortunate there. Didn't really want to take this loss on Ridge Tech, but that's fine. I will come back to this one a bit later if it'll have me there. But 268 is currently trading on a Ridge Tech. But my eyes mainly focused here on Tesla currently as it pushes back up into its VWAP right here. P-Pro VWAP I have right here in and around 61 halves. And on my other platform, I have it at 62.20. On that one. Oh boy, there's that wipe up right there. So some aggressive strength coming in right into VWAP. So is this the reversion to VWAP? You may ask. I have no idea, but guess what? I think VWAP was what I was looking for. Again, I talk about it being in and around here on my P-Pro. 62.25s on the other platform right there. So again, I gotta be a good boy and kind of piece them off where the target kind of lies right there, and VWAP kind of was the target. So let's see if that'll come into fruition. But yeah, a little bit of a push here on Tesla right now, Sean.
Yeah, I see. I'm still unable to get anything out of that. So it goes to 80s. I was at 90s.
Yeah. I saw that. I was like, I was looking for it to print higher. I was posted in the 80s and 90s. I'm like, it's not even going. So I'm just gonna
get out some 60s.
I'm just gonna get out of everything and then reassess. Like if I expect this to stay strong, I want it to step. I wanted to step up. And those steps are gonna provide me more opportunities to be like, okay, maybe not better prices, but if it's going to continue, I can take that consolidation a little higher and higher and higher.
That's too bad, man. I needed
right there.
Need to get filled there.
Oh boy, the Nasdaq, man. Oh my God, I really need to hit the Qs much harder than that. Oh boy, there it goes right.
Yeah, man.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man. For
Flush
sure.
City. I was like, if you look at the monthly chart on
flashy.
some of the large caps,
Look at
the
SMR,
Spider,
baby. Oh,
monthlies have had resistance at these levels. And I'm like, where is the selling potentially going to come in? And I have no idea, but sellers definitely showing themselves on a day like today right here. So that 72 mark on the TQs, whatever you want to confluence that with on the Qs or the Nasdaq, a little bit of a level of interest in my opinion. And it seems like interesting it has been, as we could not even get up to 72s. Some selling stepped in in the high 71s. And pulled us all the way back down to 71 flats right there. So let's see, it's consolidating. There's some aggressive selling here on the Nasdaq and the ES as well, coming into the.
We do have a number coming out at 10, right?
We do have a number coming out.
Yeah,
at
we have
10.
Richmond Fed.
Richmond a little bit of volatility.
Well, yeah, I'd give that like a 1 out of 3 like market impact.
Yeah, but here's the thing. What was it? I think it was a couple of weeks ago. We saw the market move like crazy on. What was that random number? We've never seen
Tesla.
Was it the something GD number or something? Or I don't know what it was, but the market normally doesn't really move that aggressively
but it did
on
pop.
that catalyst.
Yeah.
So it just
come on, GameStop.
I don't know. Tinfoil hat, tinfoil suit. Sometimes I just think the market is waiting for volume to come in to do what it was already trying to do.
Oh boy.
Right? There goes Tesla.
Here goes Tesla right now. We get those 90s. So there it goes. Let's go, man. We are at 1 day's goal right now. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to my friend Nelson that watches, that takes this goal thing seriously as well. I think it's important, especially if you have other things to do, man. Make your money and get the hell out of here. But right now, Richmond Fed Composite Index coming right now. So let's go to the desk with Satya.
Yes, so today we are looking at the Richmond Fed Composite Manufacturing Index. So it's coming out in about 6 seconds. So give me 4, 3, 2, 1. So we have the previous number at -13. The forecast is -9. And it is reading here at, just give me a second, it's loading here. It is 10. It's -9, so it remains the same for the forecasted number, so -9. At 12 p.m., we do have U.S. Vice President Vance speaking at the Bitcoin conference in Las Vegas, so just be aware of that. At 2 p.m., Trump signs executive orders regarding nuclear energy, education, and federal funding, so just be aware of that. And then at 2 p.m., we have FOMC, Federal Open Market Committee. They'll be sharing the central bank's outlook on interest rates and inflation. So just be aware of that, guys. And then just going into the news here, we have a couple of news headlines here. We have BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen. They're all considering investing billions in U.S. as part of a possible tariff agreement in July. So just be aware of that. As well as Robinhood rolled out its trading platform available to UK users starting today. So that might be some movement might be happening there with Hood. And then I also have some crypto news because you guys know I love crypto. So GME adds 4,710 Bitcoins worth, more than $500 million to their balance sheet for the first time. So that is big news here. And then who says you can't purchase anything without Bitcoin? Bitcoin is no longer a store of value, but rather everyday cash. Online and physical merchant Square rolls out Bitcoin payments for the Las Vegas Bitcoin conference from May 27th to May 29th. Block Inc. reports that the feature will be available for businesses in 2026. So that is something to look out for as well. And then Steak and Shake has also been an early adopter of crypto. The fast food chain now accepts Bitcoin payments. COO Dan Edwards says the company saves approximately 50% in processing fees as opposed to using credit cards, so watch out MasterCard and Visa. So that might be something to look out for. And then on a side note, the only thing stopping Bitcoin from becoming a universal way to process payments is its transaction speeds. However, so we should be looking at Solana, XRP, Ethereum. Those have really fast transaction speeds. Back to you.
Thank you, Satya. Getting more comfortable on the desk. We see that is great. Thank you, Satya, for all of that. All right, man. Tesla just went to 360.2 to take a word from Sharif right there. But there it is, man. 362.18. A bunch of outs at VWAP, man. We just took another piece as it came back in. I took a 361.50. Remember, like, we're in the money now in 80 cents, and what you want and what you get, hopefully, are similar. But you do want highs here as we go, especially when you're long. But, fading off of VWAP right there, let's just slow our roll on expectations right now on this name. Look, we're 70 cents in the money on Tesla. We're 90 cents in the money on SMR. This is Tesla's 10 times the price. So, SMR, a much better trade here to hold on to this short. Let's see what winds up happening now as here comes SMR. Bring it on back down, man. This is another big trade for us because we alerted this right here on our sticky note. It's the only short idea I wrote down. 36 top short. Let's fade the recent pops. So that's exactly what we did here with SMR. We did have... we're never going to layer into something too hard off the open, especially on a name like this, but it does get to $37, right? $36.80. So we did have to hold that. There's an in at 36. There's an in at 36.50. Does not run our stop, which is great. But now you're coming back into the 50 period. Let's see a 200 period move. I am bidding 35.05 for SMR. All right. Go Tesla. My whole day is going to be well, that's not true. Part of my day will be Tesla. They're probably half or so. We do have more shares on Tesla than, well, that's not true, but because of the price of the stock, the bigger the move on Tesla, the more, accountability we will have on that one. And there goes Tesla right now. Oh boy, Obi, we are Moon City right now. We write down 360. It's at 362.50 right now as we start to get going on Tesla. A nice little $1.70 in the money on Tesla, 80 cents in the money on SMR. And oh boy, we're getting ready to go. I don't know if Rob's going to GameStop behind us at all, but GameStop right now, 20 cents in the money, hoping for a little longer there on GameStop. I want to thank everybody for viewing, watching here with us right now. I'm going to have to refresh this to get the better like count right now. How many likes do we have? 1.1K right now, not enough. Over 10,000 of you watching. Hit that like button. If you do, your stocks may or may not go in favor. So we'll hit that button, hit the like. Thank you so much for everything that you guys provide in the chat and all of that. But there goes Tesla, kaboom, right there. $1.80 now in the money on Tesla, dollar on SMR as we wait to see what winds up happening with GameStop. But oh boy, Obi, right now, both you and I into Tesla right now. I know
the VWAP a little bit, but I'm just trying. I'm trying again. I said I'm looking for it to step up, but again, we've seen some VWAP sellers off the open, so just giving it a little bit of a try here as it consolidates on top of VWAP. But again, market's kind of strong to the downside as well. So looking for a little bit of selling to step in. But again, if it's going to prove me wrong, that's even better. I like the long for the step up anyways here. But a little bit of that initial push into VWAP, I do want to.
I'm trying Apple down here.
There. What are you trying on Apple?
I'm trying Apple. Apple's at $2.
Okay, yeah.
So Apple's at $2. It does break lower. It gives us this low of $199.90. Could be way off on this one. So let's give this a second here. I mean, we've talked about being in SMR, and that's going to the downside. So that's all nice and groovy as well. But we don't need this Nasdaq. You made a good call on the Nasdaq, seeing some weakness right there. So buying Apple here may not be too advised. But I'm going to bid some $200 in low teens here. If we're able to get that, that's great. We can hold it against this 190. I'm just going to hold against the bottom here, 199.90. So that could be a good trade. But look at Tesla here fading out as well. So a good out, man. We got 362.50s right there, right? And so far so good. But there's that strong push back to the low side. I know you're short Tesla, so we'll see if that continues to work out. You've been long, short, in and around. TQs as well, Rich Tech Robotics coming into play. There goes SMR. We take another fill down there, so that's going to be a good one. GameStop looks like Obi, oh boy, does not want to get back through VWAP and take some out there at the 50-period moving average for roughly flat. We're up in GameStop because that's our only out, because we had a better average price than where we got out. So right now, our average price on GME is 34.11s. That fill was 34.40s. So we're going to have to wait to see, but it is fading back out now with the market. Cometh, downeth right now. So Apple waiting for $200. If we can get a low fill there, we'll take that. We're pretty low right now, but we just punched in at 27s. So let's wait to see if we get a teen fill here on Apple. It looks like it has some kind of strength upside. So we'll wait. $20.12. We'll put a bid, see if we can get that as Apple's coming back in. 199.79 or so for an out there on Apple. Let's see if the longs want to come in at some point here.
Yeah, I think
Amazon
again,
also is at a level.
A little bit of a chop here.
There goes Apple. There goes Apple.
Underneath that 21.5. So we kind of talked about that pre-market consolidation. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to do anything distinct with it? And we're trading a little bit lower here. So a little bit of a flush down here on a lot of these names. But Tesla, oh my God. That's some aggressive push right there. So yeah, VWAP coming right back in right here. So 362.16s I have, and a little bit of P-Pro VWAP at that 61.60s. We keep chopping around, so you can see that we're just trading and churning around this 360, 361, 362 area here as of right now.
I took some more
just
out
kind
there.
of letting it consolidate, see if it'll hold anything significant here. Oh boy, there it goes. Okay, all right.
Let's go.
Come again.
I know you're short. I hate
So
you.
no, I got stopped out. That was aggressive. I did not expect it to push that aggressively. Also, another thing that I'm noticing, Sean, is it's slipping me by at least 15, 20 pennies, and it's I don't know if it's on our end. It doesn't look like a crazy slip, but the order when it fills, it's coming in with a little bit of a lag. I don't know if you're feeling any of that.
Well, I haven't been stopped out of it. I haven't had to use any stop orders yet, but the market, it seems fine to me, Obi. So if you're asking about execution issues, I think we're okay so far. All right, so there goes Apple. I don't know, whatever. We just bought that near $200, man. We're in the money 40 cents. I don't know if it's going to go higher or not. We'll take it out there at 50, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening again. I'll take another one at 50 if we can get it up. So I thought I was at 50. Where am I at actually here on Apple? Oh, I'm at 53s. Okay. All right. So we missed that, Phil. Let's see if we want higher. I don't want to get out of this one. That is for sure. There goes. Now we are now $2 now in the money on Tesla. Hopefully that goes. We did cash out of some more SMRs right here. It doesn't look like it wants to get going at all. And then GameStop kind of just waiting to eat some pie. I was gonna make a joke about Joe there again, but we'll see if we get some GameStop pie down coming into the low side there. Could be our only losing trade, which would be fine. It's not. I mean, I never like to take losing trades, but we got to try, and we're there to try this play. I'm going to average back in near 33 again if we get something near that bottom, and then a 33 break, and we got to really start to look at this. A couple pennies under that, and we will stop ourselves out. So, yeah, I am trying to get that. Yo, what's up, Pitchbull? Pitchbull's hitting this right now. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat, man. You guys got some face slappers on board. That is for sure. What a great, oh my. We wrote down Palantir down there at 122. It gets as low as 123, so almost gets to that level. Nice play, Pitchbull, buying that dip there and then hitting it back up to the upside. Great little look there for you in the chat. I said Amazon was at some key levels right there, 205. Not quite down to 205 yet, but we bounced off of there right off the open, and now we'll wait to see what happens with a 205 play for Amazon, a name that I really like, man. We had Pershing Square back into this name. Bill Ackman, I believe it was last week, took a position in Amazon, and but he just announced their position from down here, so it's not like a new position for them, but was buying it during some of those tariff dumps. So don't know the price exactly that they're in over there, but they're definitely in. Okay, so I'm going to hold out on Tesla. My next offer on this, just to talk about it, is 363. So we almost got up to there, and oh my gosh, we basically did get up there. I'm at 363 even. Let's go to 362.80s. And if we can get that, then that'd be good enough for me. And then we'll work off of that. So here it comes right back upside. See if we can get a play on Tesla. The net's not at the highest spot all day. There it goes. Not at the highest spot all day because of GameStop, but we've done pretty well here. Going Tesla, my number one stock. SMR is right there as well. So that's 2 for 2. GameStop, that idea definitely not working. I apologize for that, but you guys are GameStop guys anyways in the chat. And then there's Apple. A couple outs. We just got a 50 out like we told you. So a couple outs there for Apple looking to reload down near 2 bills. So that's coming in right now as well. It looks like your short there on the TQs still wants to keep on working.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm a little bit more, I guess, more convinced on the Tesla short. But yeah, the TQs coming in beautifully here as we're still kind of chopping around to some of those prior day levels on top of that 71 mark here. So yeah, a little bit of selling coming in. What time is it? It's 10:12 right now. So just about a few more minutes until this 15-minute candle closes here. So again, just watching this Tesla like a hawk. There goes the market with a little bit of a push to the downside, but let's see if Tesla follows through. Again, it's consolidating on top of VWAP right here, so I do want to be a little wary of that, and just kind of be patient, see if the market tailwind really has the effect on Tesla here, or is Tesla going to do more or less of its own thing? I have no idea here, but definitely keeping it on watch. TQs though, oh boy, we're kind of looking a little bit weak here. So the question becomes, what was strong in the morning but now looks weak? Guess what? Google is about to break its day lows as of right now. Amazon's back near its day lows. Softy back near its day lows. So yeah, everything a little bit of a quadunk all the way down into their lows. There goes Tesla once again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Getting stopped out multiple times. So definitely got to flip long on this one as it continues to step up a little bit. That grinding bid, man. It's what it is. Like this grinding bid has been killing me for the past few weeks right here. Just trying to revert a grinding bid or a grinding sell.
Thank you, Randy.
Probably my worst nightmare as of recent, but that's something I'm trying to work on, get a little bit better at avoiding. But yeah, there goes the rip.
Let's effing go, Obi. Nice trade. Yeah, man. And we're in a new one with Amazon. That's an OB favorite as well right there. So we're going to slap up Amazon right now. We're slapping up Apple right now. But we are getting slapped as GameStop goes into the gates of GameStop hell right now. So we'll wait to see where that can go. I'm getting some more out of Tesla right now. Honestly, man, we wrote down here on our note. And again, we're just trying to stick with it, right? Hold on, that's Grok. We don't need to show you guys Grok right now. Although that's funny because Neil always says once you're into a system, you kind of just use it. I'm starting to use Grok a little bit more to look up different things about stocks and whatnot. But there's Tesla 360 long, breaking coil on the daily. We talked about that. Now trying to play dip buys. That's exactly what happened today. For that, there's the SMR 36 short as well, and then the GameStop long, which is not. That's longing for attention right now because that is a problemo. If we didn't have this trade, well, whatever, we have to talk about them because we do have it, but there we go. I was gonna say we're almost stopped out, and there it goes right now. A big time fail and a flush to that downside. We're making more on Tesla than we're losing on GameStop, but that's not good. There's a huge move pretty huge, actually, to the downside, down now 6%. Don't sleep on that. All right, so we did get a decent out there. We did get a decent out there on Amazon. We were long there at, well, I'm only long right here, 60s, and we just taken out at 80 right there on Amazon. So yeah, not, that's 20 quick cents on that one. You did mention earlier about having potential slippage, and if you do have slippage, then it may be due to the lack of your computer. Andre, we are ready to go. If you've ever entered an order to buy or to sell and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expect, as Obi had mentioned there, that's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. That's why our friends at EZ Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guy shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid, wow, Tesla's at 364, avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan that QR code and click the link in the description box to get your free copy. That is EZ Trading Computers. We want to thank them. That is for sure. Thank you, EZ Trading Computers. Make sure you do scan that, get all the information you need. Abouty. Okay, man, here it is. Tesla. Now, Obi, it's not $1 in the money. It's not $2 in the money. It's not $3 in the money. It's your $4 mark right there. A nice $4 winner right there for us on Tesla right there as we ride that one into the upside. It just touched the 200 period moving average. I'm at 365. We should have adjusted that to 364.50 where it did touch out at. So right now, so far so good there on Tesla as that's screaming northbound. Apple, good little highs here again. GameStop can go directly to the gates of hell. So that would be our one losing stock there today. Not overly proud of it, but proud to have talk about it and be on that trade. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. If you're having fun with these winners, what's up to Chef Joe? What's up to everybody that's been with us here today that's rid some of these stocks to these high sides and downsides? You got a great trade there on the Qs, which is the Nasdaq, of course. And there it is right there, 1.5K. We're almost at that goal of 2K, 10,000 watching. Everybody, hit that like, hit that subscribe, and thank you for being here with us one more time. We do it here every single day, as long as the North American markets are open, primarily the U.S. market. So shout out for Memorial Day. I hope everybody had a great day. And I know I did, and I know you did, Obi. We talked about this the other day. So thanks for everyone for being here and enjoying the stream with us as we work on getting a big time renovation into the studio.
Lots of construction.
Lots of renos.
You'll probably see people
Apple
walking around, some noises and everything, and that is the Studio 8.
Yes.
So that's coming in soon. There's 71's not really holding too well here. A little bit of consolidation near the lows on the Nasdaq here. So we're just watching this Tesla again. We talked about Tesla kind of stepping up, and it's doing exactly that as of right now. So stepping up, continuing to kind of hold a little bit higher and higher. We broke past prior days, or we're trying to push past prior days highs. But again, don't forget in the after hour session, we traded all the way up to 367.58. Going into the 8 p.m. close there. So definitely one to watch out for. But yeah, Tesla kind of consolidating now. It's attempting to break that prior day high, which again lies at 2 o'clock yesterday. The high was 363.78. Guess what we're trading at right now? We're trading at 363.40. So just in and around that prior day high area here. So let's see what happens in and around this area as the futures consolidate near their session lows as well, and the ES still kind of coming in alongside that as well. So let me know in the chat what you guys are watching right here. After Star saying, Obi, stick with the future short. Tesla is a meme doing its own thing. Yeah, I know. Tesla's always memeing around, so I definitely have to stay a little wary on that one. But it's very clear that the TQs were clean short after the fact, of course, on the market short. But yeah, let's see what's going on in the sectors with Tesla.
So right now, I do have IWM on watch right now, the small cap index here. It's not looking too great, honestly. It's looking pretty red. We are passing through the pre-market lows, excuse me. the pre-market lows here, and we are going to the downside. Some other ones that are looking a little bit more optimistic is VERU. It's currently at this VWAP level, looking like it's looking to hold that level. So this is something that I would be on the watch for. So this popped up on my scanner here, and then we also have HYLN. This is also looking really good as well. Higher highs here on the 3-minute, and so looking really good here. And then we also have AGAE also blasting up to the upside, strong volume candle here at 10:15, so looking very optimistic. And then we also have XNet blasting off through previous day highs here. We're currently at blasting off through $6.34, and then we're currently at the high of $6.42. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the only things I'm watching right now, Sean, are just TQs and Tesla, because I think even across the board when it comes to some of these earnings names, not really doing what I was looking for, other than the box, right? The box Inc. is the only one that's held strong, gap give and go, a little bit of a continuation there on BOX. So OKTA, nothing too crazy there. Abercrombie didn't really get anywhere. Macy's, I guess it did sell off a little bit. We're getting a bit of a reversion as of right now here on Macy's. Oh boy, there comes some selling here on Tesla. As soon as I look away, man, that's what it is. As soon as I look away,
keep looking.
Some aggressive moves happen, and things start to get cooking there on Tesla. So Tesla, kind of a break of back through VWAP right here, break of a little bit of that uptrend that we got from the day low 58.64s here. So let's be patient and wait and see. The market tailwind is definitely on our side. Oh boy, talk about being a point in the money on TQs, man. John, you got to teach me how to size a little bit better with some of these trades, man. I know. A little bit of a FOMO here, but I'm just gonna. I got a piece left on. I'm just gonna let that work. Oh boy, Tesla's coming in.
Yep.
361s. That's some aggressive selling here. So I'm gonna wait and see if we can print that 360. But this was a little bit of a prior consolidation area as well. So I want to be wary of that, and kind of cover along the way, as Sean likes to call it, planting some flowers, right? You got to plant some flowers along the way. So the journey, I guess you can look back at it and be like, all right, that was pretty. I don't know how to really.
That was a good one. All right, so just quickly on some recaps. Yeah, you're 100% right. Tesla did go for a little bit of a jog back into the 50-period moving average. It's just a little bit of a jog. It's okay. We only have 25% left of our position on Tesla, and I am looking to get something out. I thought I just offered 362.50 right there, but that's 20s. Let's go to 20s and just get a piece out there if we're able to. I just went to 22s for some reason. So hopefully that will come up and give us a fill there at VWAP, and then we'll absorb it from there. It's $2 in the money. I'm not about to panic here at all. Apple's been a good trade, man. We got the bottom of the day basically into the 200, into VWAP. Let's see if that one wants to continue to work. A name that's fallen in for us though is right here, right now, and that's going to be Amazon. So Amazon just came right in again. We do have Fed services at 10:30 from Dallas, so that could be something. We do have the FOMC, I believe, later on as well there today. So just waiting to see if there's anything going on. There's Amazon, a dip down into that level. We are still long at 40s, so we're just long right here, right now, giving it to 205. So yeah, Amazon falling in with this market as well. I feel like if the market picks up though, then we're groovy. So let's wait to see how groovy we are on this market move now, hopefully northbound for us. And there goes Amazon. A fill maybe there at 60s. If we can get that, we'll do a good job there of getting out. If we can get it, no idea. But there it goes, Amazon right now, a nice push a little bit higher. And we'll throw it back over to Obi, see what he's talking about.
Yeah, no, just watching this crazy selling coming in here on Tesla. That aggressive selling again. Like I said, I looked away right here. You can see that selling coming in off of a 360. So we basically false broke yesterday's high on that aggressive push. And that's kind of what I was looking for. I was like, all right, do we sustain? I might have gone a little too early there. I was like, all right, well, VWAP sellers might have tried a little too much there. The long was definitely not wrong from those lows. But as of right now, a little bit of a VWAP consolidation. So back down into VWAP right here as of right now. But so that's what kind of what I'm looking for here on Tesla. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. There's always so much opportunity in this market, it seems, and it's definitely something to watch. Keep eyes on. Some of the best day traders, and Tesla's definitely one of them for sure.
Okay.
But
all right. Yeah. No. Just bring. There we go. Are you doing this?
So we've been showing you the homepage for Trade the Pool for a while now, but today we want to highlight a section of the site you may have missed. And trust us, you'll want to check it out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library and so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips you can actually apply in your own trading. And there's more. The note feature allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from videos so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that mattered. It's like your own personal bookmark. The best part, it's completely free. If you haven't explored it yet, now's the time. Head to tradethepool.com and click on the VOD library tab.
Yeah, learn from other people's. I mean, that's basically why we started this stream, right? Was to try to give people, a live look in on traders and some of the trials and tribulations that obviously we have here as traders, and hopefully you're learning from that. And go check out Trade the Pool, scan that QR code, get involved with TPL, TTPL, Trade the TTP, Trade the Pool, yeah, TTP, Trade the Pool. All right, good fill there for Amazon. So let's go out to face slapper right there as well. A nice little win there for us, long at 205.40. We just put some out at 60s. We talked about that right before we left you, so we got that fill. SMR right back in now. Nice move down for SMR. Let's take advantage of that. I have to keep calling it up on my other screen here. Punch out, there we go. We get some outs there, and then it just cascades in. Normally when we punch the other way, it goes the other way, but this one's coming back in, so we like that one for sure. To not let this Tesla get too out of hand here. Great short on the futures, of course, with the Nasdaq there and the TQQs. But here comes Tesla screaming back as well. So again, we got that out right there. So now we have less than 20% left on this trade. You got to take money where there is money there, and we're able to take some out on TSLA as that gets bumped up. I do want to remind everybody to join me tonight, or not tonight. I'll be there about 1 to 1:30, and then about 1 to 2 o'clock, maybe a little bit later than that. We'll figure it out. But tonight, I'm very, very happy and pleased to be with these guys here. This is an epic all-day space with the lead lag report. Dan Niles will be here with me. Jim Bianco from Bianco Research will be here as well. This is not our thing that we're running. I've been invited to here. We also have Guy Adami is on here as well. He'll be joining. We'll talk all about stocks, different things. Brian Shannon, the great Brian Shannon's here. And then Sharif's favorite, where's Dan Ives? He's in here somewhere. There's Dan Niles, Dan Ives. I forget what his handle, there it is, Dan Ives Tech. So right there, he'll be with us tonight as well. So there it is. Also join Trader TV Sean. So we say, go follow Lead Lag Report. We'll see if we can get going a little bit there. It should be fun to talk trades with like-minded traders. So join us there. That's not, I'm just doing it just because, there's nothing, no association other than just trying to build the community up right there. So thank you to Michael and Lee Lag Report there. So we're excited for that. That should be a lot of fun, right? Like to be in the same conversations with Dan Ives and, Guy Adami. I've been watching these guys on CNBC for a while. Dan Niles as well. Jim Bianco is huge. Like if you ever watch, the Combine, all these guys have been on the Combine with Josh Allen.
That's a guy. This
is Josh Allen right here. Buffalo Bills fame. Josh Brown, of course, there as well. So, okay, should be a fun day there. I'm excited for that. We're still going to go to the gym. We'll get a nice little workout in about 30 minutes. Joe, people are already asking what's for lunch, but no, that's 20 minutes from now. We'll discuss what's. No, man, Joe, no. No. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. And so that is something that we'll wait for right there. I think the TQs are getting to a spot where maybe we want to buy them. I don't want to step on your toes here or anything like that. I am net long everything right here. The only short that we are in is $1 with SMR. Pardon me?
I covered over 95% on both Tesla and TQ. So
I think we're here at a level that we can start to go long. So I think we'll try a little bit of a long right now on the TQs. Again, you know, nothing. We don't have to set the world on fire. We'll punch some 87s there. Actually, we got 88s, so we'll get some 88s. Just trying to play maybe off of some of those lows, right? I mean, we'll see if the TQs want to bounce there. There's not really negative news in the market, so I feel like this move on the way down just gets us back to zeros. It's a dangerous game, and I do like the short for sure, right? But coming back into some of these levels there yesterday, we had sort of bounced off of here. I just want to talk about why. We're going to go to Adara, almost said that. Sataya, I'll get that right. Right here into some support levels from yesterday. So these were areas that I wanted to look at anyways on the Nasdaq, and we're kind of here right now on the TQs. So let's just sit here, wait for it, see if it gets back going again to that upside. A nice $2 winner, good hold for us on Tesla. Amazon's pumping, Apple's pumping. We're pumping right now, and let's go over to Sataya and see if crypto's doing anything today. I can see Bitcoin breaking through 108.
So we've had lots of positive headlines in regards to crypto. However, we're experiencing a little bit of a pullback here. So I drew this yesterday, and these were the zones that I was looking at. I was looking at this potential bounce zone in this green area here around 106, 107. So we're currently approaching that level here. And so we are in an uptrend, as you can see, but if we cannot hold this 106,000, 107,000 mark, then I'm looking for a potential, a little bit of a gap here to this $100,000 mark. So I wouldn't even trade between this gap. I would wait for it to retrace around that $102,000 to $100,000 level. Going into Ethereum didn't necessarily break all-time highs as its friend Bitcoin. However, we are in a consolidation range for Ethereum here. So I drew this consolidation range. We've had this consolidation since Friday of last week. And so I definitely think that this can become a breakout level. I'm looking at this around 2,756 mark. We have this downtrend since December of last year, and then we are breaking up strong. And so I do think that this is a little bit of consolidation. Just be patient, and I do think we are going to the upside here. And then if we look at our different cryptocurrencies here, we have Bitcoin down 1.8% within 24 hours, Ethereum down 0.5%, XRP down 2.1%, Solana down 3.3%. All right, back to you.
All right, thank you for all that. Yeah, you can see some of those names getting to the downside there. We talked about JD Vance going to be pumping Bitcoin. The guy owns 500,000 of it at least. So we'll see what happens right there. More outs on SMR. It just kept on coming back in. We have 5%, 10% left. A little more than that, 15% or so left of SMR. So we can take some more out on that downside. Still waiting for a top break over there. I'm getting a little frustrated with, I've been in Tesla. I'm now in the futures, or I'm in the Nasdaq, the TQs. We're in SMR. We've been in GameStop, Amazon, and Apple. That's 6 names. Normally that's like where we're at pretty much from time. So let's slow down a little bit, settle down, and get our bearings with us right now, which we do have them. I'm fully in control of all of these names. There goes Amazon right now. I'm just watching them all. That's going to be a good little rip there. I'm hoping that the Nasdaq does agree with me and start to go back up off of some past support. So hopefully that will start kicking in for us. Here's my Nasdaq trade right now. We're just long at these levels right here. I'm not going to let this 70 go. So actually, sorry. My offer is breaking through the 70. So if we lose 70, then we're going to get out of TQs. So here it comes, screaming back in, man. Great short over there. SMR's printing. Amazon's coming back. But watch out, this NASDAQ is once again testing near those lows. So we just got an average price. I'm into as many shares as I want right now. $70.77 is where we're long right now on the TQQs.
Yeah, the selling just keeps on stepping in here. So I'm like, all right, well, if we're gonna, yesterday we had a bit of a grinding bid there, and now maybe we're getting some grinding selling there as well. Again, it's showing up on the TQs for sure there. I'm just looking for a continuation below VWAP here on Tesla, if it'll have me right there. So we consolidate, we attempted to break through that VWAP. We come back in and maybe hold a little bit of that VWAP as of right now. So I'm just looking at some of these structure lows right there, that 360, 361, definitely interesting, and obviously day low coming in at 358.60s. Don't know if it's going to get all the way down there just yet, but again, a little bit of selling coming in, looking for that continuation to come in here. But the markets, again, we've been pretty much selling off of the open for the most part. So again, gotta be patient. The bigger frame trend, you can see a lot of these tickers. Some of the Mag 7s are even pushing all-time highs. Maybe not even the Mag 7s, but a lot of top constituents as well. We talk about I guess Netflix near highs as well. Meta, I don't know if Meta's around there, but I know Softy's definitely nearing up into its
Let's go futures
as well. So definitely one to watch out for. A bigger picture trend, a little bit to the upside as of right now, but got to stay patient.
Are you looking to buy into Tesla anymore?
What do you mean?
Like, I know you're short right here. Are you looking to cover, like, what is the, like, where's your bid, basically? Like, where are you looking to cover on Tesla?
I don't really have a target.
Okay, all right.
I don't have a target, but I do know where I'm wrong.
Okay, I was just going to say, and where's that level?
Just consolidation at VWAP we
Okay.
have right here, so just trying to keep it tight. If it's going to give it to me right away, it will. If not, then that's perfectly fine as well.
I only ask you because we're the opposite of each other on this one, and I'm starting to clear out some as well on Tesla. We've just been getting out a whole bunch right here on TSLA, so we're going to be very, very careful to see where it goes now. Like, I'm not even averaging in. Like, if this doesn't go, this does not go, and that's that. So we're going to wait for that. We were able to get out of some here. We got a nice fill at 86s on the TQs right there to take that 10 cents, and good fill there. But we're going to have to wait to see where this one goes as we just hover right now in this market. But what you could do is, if you're looking at charts, no better charting platform to look at than with eSignal. So listen up, man. The first month right now is completely free. We're waiving those fees. Get on that. What's up, Ozan? Scan that here. Here's for Ozan. Scan that QR code. There it is right there. Scan that QR code. Get that first month for free. Start to entitle, man, whatever markets you want. You want to trade the OTC markets? They got that. Futures markets, anything like that. NYMEX, the CME, whatever is your floats your boat. Over there in Hong Kong, you know, we've seen some moves there happening overnight in Blue Ocean and Moon ATS and things like that. Get entitled with eSignal. Back testing, reliable charts, for 50 plus brokers, everything all in one, wrapped in a nice bow there for you. It's eSignal. It's completely free. All the first month free. All of the scanners ticking off for me every single day. I really trust it, and I enjoy trading with eSignal. It's been 24 years as my to-go charting software, even when I was on the road traveling around to many different offices worldwide, Singapore, all over Europe, things like that, you know, definitely took eSignal with me, and an absolutely great experience there with eSignal. So yeah, good little level there. Okay, 1040 right now. The market's just hovering. We already talked about the levels that I like here on the Nasdaq. We're just coming in to some levels from yesterday afternoon. So it looks like I don't want to hold it to 70.50 because it's definitely the pressure right now is to the short side. The Nasdaq was up today 0.6, right? Now we fade back into those lows. I'm nervous about breaking these lows, so I'm not going to average in. I already have a position on right now. It's about a 2-unit position, so it's not maximum or anything. We're not running up into any key support levels or anything like that. There it goes. So we'll flush that one down there to the downside. Yeah, good movement now happening for the short. So yeah, I mean, we've been taking advantage of these plays. That Nasdaq, we said we'd try it, does not work. It's probably the flip short there, Obi, now against 71. I mean, the 50-period moving average. Once you don't hold these levels, you start to get a little weary. So we get stopped out at 65. I hope we didn't tick the bottom there, but we did get stopped out there. And it's a good thing we're able to get something out on the top side to absorb some of that. But there goes the S&P futures, finally starting to fall down a little bit right now with the Nasdaq. S&P, I think, is down worse than the Nasdaq today. Yeah, down 0.24. Our friend Nvidia with the report tonight joined me and Sharif as we will be going over everything that we see Nvidia related to tonight, 4:05 or so. Make sure you join us. Let's set records on that call. So Nvidia right now coming out tonight should be really exciting. I'm debating flipping short on the Nasdaq, Obi.
Yeah, I mean, I like the short on the Nasdaq off of. I like the 71 as well. That's definitely a trade within itself. But that 72 stall was great as well. Again, I did not add to this trade. Definitely had places to add on this one. If I was a little bit more, I guess if I was a little bit more nimble there. Again, just watching, observing. The idea was to get long. And then I saw things that were convincing enough to be like, all right, well, this is a very strong reason to sell. I should definitely attempt to push into that there, and that happened to work out pretty well. I got a little lucky on that one there. Not every day you get into TQ's position or any position and it goes instantly for in your favor there. But again, we talk about some of the best trades doing exactly that. And yeah, markets to the downside. You can, if you look at a lot of these tickers as well, in terms of the Mag 7, a lot of them trending or trading near their day lows, except for obviously some of these sideways consolidations like we're seeing on Tesla or something like Apple, right? So yeah, but those are the Mag 7s. But let's see what the rest of the sectors are doing with Satay.
Yeah.
The market not looking too hot right now. We're seeing pretty red in most of the sectors. Notably, I'm looking at the utility sectors, looking pretty red here. The biggest one that I see is EIX down 1.53% here. And then we also have real estate sector also not doing too well. I see as well SPCE down 0.9%, so not looking too good here. But a sector that I am looking at is the pharmaceutical and biotechnology sector. I have ears out for that just because there is talks of a new COVID variant that is prevalent in China as well as New York. So I would be looking for headlines regarding that that might move stocks like Pfizer or Moderna. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I did. Go ahead. Yeah, I was thinking about some Pfizer in the long-term account as well.
Finally punched out of that the Ridgetech robotics position there.
I
was like, yeah, I know it's supposed to stop out a little bit earlier, but I'm like, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes there to see if it does anything interesting.
Oh boy, Obi.
And it did absolutely nothing. It just did more of the same. Continued to sell off a little bit there. So gonna be a little bit patient with that one. Definitely lost on that one there, but going to be patient with this Tesla trade as well as we're consolidating near in and around this VWAP area as of right now. But yeah, the market catching a little bit of a bid as we close into the last 20 minutes of this hour here as of right now. But yeah, this 360, this VWAP area on Tesla seems like it's a little interesting as we rip right back up towards that VWAP at 362.20s.
So I punched the bottom in the Nasdaq. So hey, it's me.
Heyo.
Sorry, Joe, but it was a fail. You never want to punch the bottom of something. And that's exactly what we did right there. We got exited out right there of the TQ trade. Not a great trade there, but we bought it back up once we started to see some little bit of strength in there. So it's fine. We're in the money now. But you know what? If we had still had that position, we'd be back to days high for ourselves. But we're just going to make back a little bit of what we lost right there. I'm going to offer some 90s. There it is. We got some 89, sorry. We're out there. Now we do have a much bigger offer up near 98 right there. Yeah, I did hear that. Did you hear about how much this golden dome? It's not an iron dome. It's much bigger than iron. It's gold. But you know what
he said?
Yeah, he said that.
He said
that last week when he was talking about the golden. He's like, I could take Iron Dome, but it's already being used. What a bad impression. But no, so Canada right now to be part of the Golden Dome apparently would cost $61 billion or free. Yeah. And how we could be free is by becoming the greatest 51st state of all time. But that's not going to be happening. So we're going to go with the Platinum Dome. I think Canada is going to build our own platinum. Platinum is bigger than gold. You know, platinum's bigger than gold. And that way, if we build the Platinum Dome, then President Trump will be like, wait a second, platinum greater than gold. Maybe we should join the Platinum Dome, and then we could charge $61 billion, but we don't have any money whatsoever either. So we will wait on that one. That was an interesting story last night. I did see that one. So
come on.
More relationships being built, hopefully stronger with the United States. I think that's a great, on Donald Trump's behalf there, I think that's a great bargaining chip. I mean, you know, to build that kind of security would be great. And I think that's one of the biggest worries. I'm just going to talk about Canadian for myself, is the defense aspect. You know, we don't spend nearly as much like, I should ask Grok this. What is Canada's defense budget as opposed to the United States military and all of that? It's probably 1,000 to 1, and for good reason, right? The United States, they're kind of policing the world, whether or not people agree with that or not. But I just thought that was an interesting topic to go through. There was the fact that Canada and the United States there could be and will be once again the greatest trade partners of all time. We just need to get through some of these rough bumps there in the road. So I really like Carney and our new prime minister there. He seems to be holding fort on some of those talks. I thought he had a great relationship there with Trump when he was there, and he handles it really well. Like Trudeau gets called governor and just kind of eats it, or Carney on the other side of there, he's shaking his head and all that kind of stuff, and just sort of saying, what his plan of action is. So, anyways, enough talk about that. I just thought that was funny, where it was going to charge. And maybe 61 billion might be a deal. I have no idea how much that will cost. But there's another out for Tesla, man. We're still staying strong on our idea of going long at 360, but without averaging in, because we do not need to be wrong. We've already gotten so many outs. It's going to be my number one stock there today is Tesla. So as it comes right back to 362, we get another out right there, right now. Amazon tried to reload that. Look at that fill we just got. I didn't even realize that as the bulls are kicking right now on Amazon. We'll take it out there at 205.80 and see what that's doing. But yeah, Tesla so far so good. SMR, Amazon, Apple, so far so good. We picked up some good bottoms here on some of these levels. So we really do not, we really like that. So we'll figure that out as we go. But yeah, so far so good. Hit the like button, man. It's been over 2,000 likes. We'd like to get that number going with over 9,500 of you still watching. 1.7K, we're getting closer and closer. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. But yeah, so far so good. Oh, remember what name you liked?
Yeah.
ANF. So it had a huge move in, and right now it's a great look, man. We talked about that right off the open, gapping through $100. Great call. If you went long $100, man, you went up to 105, sorry. Now the fall in, look for this break right there. Day's low break, 95 coming in on ANF. That could be a doozy too if this falls back in. So watch out. I think I'm going to take a short 95 break on ANF.
Yeah, I think ANF again was on watch this morning. Didn't really do what I was really looking for, so I did step away from it. But yeah, definitely can present with opportunities later on in the day. And yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on as it breaks that day low, Sean. So good look on that one there. Box, another one we talk about there. That's trending to the upside. Macy's actually making its way all the way back up here towards its opening price there as well. So Macy's looking pretty decent. Nvidia is still kind of chopping around its day lows there. So nothing really too crazy. And another name that I know a lot of people were trading on the day yesterday, if I can just pull up my chart here, is PDD. Again, yesterday was day one earnings. Looking for that day two today. Again, I was looking for a little bit of a hold of this range for a continuation. But guess what? We kind of get that continuation to the downside as we hold below the range. So holding underneath both 100 and below prior day's end of day range as well. So that's kind of coming in. A little bit of sideways action, nothing too crazy on PDD. But yeah, not really watching anything else. But let's take a quick look at our volume gainers on the day here. So I'm just going to refresh the page here, and let's see what's been doing volume this morning session here across the board. So let's take a quick look here. A lot of these small caps, man. A lot of these small caps definitely, like I said earlier, it might be small cap season. Look at that. 3 million market cap on this SGN, but definitely doing a move and giving you lots of opportunities. SPRO, Spiro Therapeutics as well, NVTS. I know a lot of people were talking about this one as well yesterday. Again, yeah, look at that relative volume yesterday. Nice, strong move to the upside here. Get that continuation in the pre-market, but no real follow-through coming in as of yet. Tesla's doing a little bit of a rip city.
It's doing a dance, baby.
There. So Nvidia, of course, we've been watching that. Joby right here, Joby Aviation with that partnership with Toyota in the morning, coming in and consolidating near its day highs. BBAI, there's the bear. It finally came in today off of the open there, so a nice little flush coming in on BBAI, and of course Tesla. We're all over this one here today. Tesla definitely one to keep an eye out for. But yeah, a lot of chop and churn on this one. A lot of strong wipes, but bigger picture seems like it is holding a little bit higher as well as of right now. So I'm going to keep that one on watch. I don't really have anything else on watch, but we do have a super chat here.
Okay.
Let's see. U.S. anthem was About the War of 1812 between the U.S. and Canada. Oh, say can you see Canada's the only country the U.S. Has ever lost land to in a war. I don't know. I'm not really. I have no idea. I'm not too.
All right, you can have Alaska, whatever. Yeah, no. You know.
Hey, Alaska's a pretty strong asset.
I have nothing.
It's a very strong asset.
Yeah, man. We the North, man. The North, very, very strong. I just want to talk Joby first of all at the highs. You know, right here, we got into Apple based on, and I just tweeted this out. Like we waited for this to support us at 200, right? These are the trades that we're trying to do, right? Like I would love to have gotten more down there. It just didn't fall in for us. Since we took the long, we basically never had a lower price come in. So that was $200.28, and there it goes, a nice 80 cents to the upside right now. We're gonna close the day near the highs for ourselves here, net-wise, as there goes Tesla. I think our best net-wise was when we were all the way up here and then faded out, because since then we've covered and not reloaded. But there's another out for us at 362.50 for Tesla, so that's working out nicely. SMR, we're able to get some out there. You know, nothing else. We are very, very light on this trade. If we take out 37, then we'll get out of that one. Amazon's the one that's like kind of trying to figure this one out right here. I'm going to bid some more at 205.15, so it's coming in into the low of the day. I guess we basically have this fill again for us on Amazon. So let me take another one right here, punch long. Well, you saw me, I tried to punch long at 25s there, missed, and then the thing gaps 10 cents on me, so it should probably come back in and fill. So there we go. You get a live order coming into the market and it spikes it. Futures didn't do anything. Amazon just spiked there on some liquidity coming through as well. The one thing you can do though is sign up for Profit X. Just try to do this, man. If you are an online gambler at all and you want the best odds, make sure you do switch over to Profit X's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. It's alive. Experience total control at every step. Profit X, playing sports, playing reimagined. Make sure you use code TRADERTV to grab 2% cash back up to 300. So again, a good level there on Amazon, and we've already checked those odds on Profit X. I wouldn't be saying like I can call it up right now. The best thing to do is sign up. Become a member or an account and check the odds out for yourself. All right, you know, it's 352 right now. Yep. The TQs continue to make moves lower, man. It does not break that 50-period moving average. No more averaging in and are out, breaking through 50. That will happen, and we will be stopped out of that trade. Lighter on Tesla, lighter on Apple, lighter on Amazon. But right now, the one thing that we're never light on around here, and that is reviewing what's happening for lunch.
Yes, let's go.
All right, what's for lunch right over here?
I didn't get some yesterday, so I'm you know.
You did not get any yesterday.
No, I didn't get the meat.
That's right.
Done. It was must have been amazing.
It was bolognese.
Bolognese.
Yeah, so it was some pasta there. Okay, so here we go. Let's call this up right now. All right, today is Wednesday, May the 28th. We haven't hit this in a minute. So for lunch, you know, people already putting in the chat. This is a new aspect.
What is it, baby? Come on, tell me, Katina, man. Tell me. Can't wait.
Is everything all right, Joe?
You okay? He's already started eating. What you got there on the plate?
Joe, you good? Please reduce Joe's buying power. Right now, no, he's excited, as are many, man, as are many. People are already putting in the chat what they're thinking. Fava beans? Dumplings? Dumplings is a great guess. Nah, today it is chicken fajitas. So it's chicken fajitas. We like chicken fajitas around here, that is for sure, which just means we'll have cold chicken on top of the salad. That's fine. Chicken fajitas with Mexican rice.
Okay.
All right. The toppings include today diced tomatoes.
Okay. All right.
A little bit of sour cream action on there. You got to put a little dollop on there, spread it around. You got the chicken fajitas going on. The green onions we've got going on here, and we've got shredded cheese amongst others. So right there, nice little action going there. Maybe some jalapenos getting thrown in there. I like that. Some banana peppers.
Ooh.
Joe is just about hitting every.
He's all over the.
This man is excited, boy. Farty party? Yeah, maybe. You might be right about that one. Along with Chef's Choice salad, everybody. That is what is.
Vegemite chicken. Oh boy.
For lunch.
Remember that Vegemite?
Not bad. I mean, what do you mean? Remember that Vegemite?
Somebody just mentioned it in the chat. Vegemite chicken.
Yeah.
I was like, oh boy.
Chicken fajitas today. No Vegemite.
You trying to eat some Vegemite, Sharif? No? Are you sure? It's actually
Sharif
not
is
that
on
bad.
strict diet, bro. You want to
really not that
calm down on Sharif, man. Okay, this guy. If it doesn't have the word egg in it, it's not going down there today. Okay, so all right, we want to thank everybody for watching again today. As we've had some, I think, some good bangers on as well. The market's just trying to do nothing. I'm really. Is this the Nvidia trade or what? Like right now, the market is trying to get lower. It's not breaking higher. It keeps fading off the 50-period moving average. The reason why I'm saying this about Nvidia, are we just waiting? Are we waiting very patiently and, to wait for something to pop through tonight? Join Sharif and I. We'll be having Salesforce, HPQ, everything involved with Nvidia later on tonight. There goes Joby near the day's high and breaking higher right now through $8.80, through $9 goes Joby. Again, some investments today in the name. Looking at $9. We've been up here many times before, and we actually spent about a month or so up here before fading back and breaking through 7 and then getting lower. So Joby, nice move to the upside there today as well. Let's go back. I have one red name today on board. We've traded 6, one red, and thank God we got out where we did. Down now 11% is GameStop. So yeah, that one I will definitely slap a fail on that one and a flush going downside and money leaving the wheelbarrow on the GameStop trade there today because that flush was pretty epic there all day. We got excited on the Bitcoin news. Again, I had some traders messaging me earlier, so not FOMO about that, but just knew that there was some action here on the retail side. And now today, GameStop all the way back down. So we'll let it sleep for a minute and see if we can get back into GameStop here this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, it was running for pretty aggressively, and sometimes, when you're running real hot, sometimes you got to pause the game, right? And that's maybe that's what's happening there on GME. We've had a past couple of days of some solid strength and some solid opportunities on GME, and now we're taking a little bit of a breather alongside again with the market, right? We talk about having market tailwind on your side can add strong confluence to your trade. And market tailwind for the shorts is definitely coming in. You can see the ES printing fresh lows as we speak as well. The Nasdaq not quite there yet, but again, still pretty much just as weak right there, continuing to print back-to-back red candles on the 15-minute chart here right off of open. We had one maybe little green doji there, but nothing too crazy. The ES, the selling is a little bit more clear there, as you can see back-to-back jacks on those.
Back-to-back jack, back-to-back.
Yeah.
Obi.
Yo.
Do you know what that is a reference to?
It's like a poker thing, right?
I don't know that for poker, but maybe.
Yeah.
Like that means when you open your hand and you get one jack and then you get another jack.
Yeah, back-to-back jacks.
No, man, it's a basebal reference, man. I'm very proud of you.
Oh, see, I go to one game.
You went to your one game and then incorrectly, you used the reference properly, but did not reference it properly, but we'll give you a lot of credit for that one. Back-to-back jacks is when you hit a home run, then I come up next
Hit a home run.
So we back-to-back jacks right there. Right. So a big shout out to everybody. The more you know, Andre, the more you know.
Thank you.
All right, so there you go, Obi. You're welcome. So thank you.
A little bit better every day.
That's an absolutely fantastic reference, Obi. So we say thank you for that one. Okay, so we're trying to get longer on Amazon. We missed that price. Is there anything else you guys want me to check out? Let's check out what Google's been doing. Google's been absolutely hot fire since I sold this thing around 161 or something like that. Nice move up to 172 and change there goes my friend and yours, Google. A nice move higher there, 173. I'm still in the name, but just not in it as much, as I lost a little bit of faith for sure in Google and gave a little bit too much sort of
something's coming in.
Something's coming in. I guess maybe the futures.
Nvidia just broke day low.
Yes, yeah.
Nvidia cracked its consolidation.
Yeah, we better be careful with these futures, man.
Yeah.
Coming into some lows there. But no, I was talking, I don't even remember what I was talking about there, but.
Sorry, I saw the action.
No, that's okay. It was
sometimes
Google.
I sing when I get too excited.
Yeah, man, I love
Oh
that.
my
That
God.
singing is hot fire, Obi.
But yeah, no, that's selling coming in real hot. But yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's wrap it up, man. We only have 30
I
seconds.
caught you a little offside there with the back-to-back jacks. Eh?
Yeah, the back-to-back jacks was very impressive. And then offside.
I mean, offside is definitely I know
that
what I
one
was
is,
saying.
that one's not.
That one's definitely a trading term because I'm always trying to look for the offside. Like, who's offside?
Yeah.
I want to take
I would say
advantage
it's
of who's
more of a
offside.
sports term, but I would say it's definitely used in
trading, for sure, yeah.
Right, like
I've
when I'm long the futures, I'm offside right now. It seems like
as of right now, yeah.
as of right now, but I'm starting to clear out some more of these positions. But anyways, Obi, great show today, man.
So,
but we want to make sure that we remind everybody to make sure to join us at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Get on Twitter there. I'll be posting when I'm up on that space. I'm going to say what's up to Dan Ives from my guy Sharif over here.
Yes.
And then, tell them that we watch, and I hope you guys enjoy that space. It's 11 o'clock, Obi.
Oh boy.
This is what we're doing right now. So thank you so much to everybody for watching. Have a great afternoon. It's going to be a great midday show. There's a couple names moving around there for sure. They'll be talking about Bitcoin 107.5. Get some of those low runners in. Sharif's always all about that news as well. Get that news stories going if you want to brighten up and brushing up on some of that as well. So shout out to the team. And then Satya doing the best job over there filling in for Adara, who's back in the building tomorrow, I believe. So that should be fun. We always enjoy having Adara with us, but thank you to Satya. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thanks, Obi, Andre, and everybody, and all the guys behind us as well as we. Oh, well, thank you very much, Obi. That is very nice of you to say that. But here we go, man. We're excited. It's going to be a big day, and it's just getting started right now with the midday. So go get them, boys, and we'll see you back at 2 p.m. Join me on the space.
Oh. Boom! One day that camera's gonna go flying. Welcome. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's your boy Joey Options, and I am Sharif. And we're gonna wait for everyone to come on over. We already have a lot of people here. Shout out to YouTube for acting a little bit quicker this time. The main man, ADL. Shout out to Adam from the mean streets of London. Shout out to you, my man. We got Eski, we got Cristobal, we got Skull, we got Gorev, Fiddlebeck, Kevin Stott, Charlie, Pelosi's Insider. I love that name. Tell me more. Markin, we got Miggy Magmo and Andrew Minch, Los Polos, Hermanos, Evan, TV. We got Michael Mulvey, Gamble, Ethos, and Juggy. Shout out to Bailey Buttons and Juggy Katina, man. I ain't making it up, baby. Andrew Chow, we got Nomo, Blue Arrow, Mike D-Rider. He be D-riding these profits all the way to the top. It's Lo-Fi Soul and Pug Life. 7-7. Shout out to P.O. Parole officer? Okay. Hey, Kenya Flowers. We got Kirk D. We got Sloth Runner. Alton, Yar, Yummy, Thai Foods, Todd.
Ooh,
boom.
bang.
You got a bang for that one, bro.
Mango salad, bang.
There it is. Roberto Louise, Rusty Dutch, and we got Cephal, Bart Simpson, Prom Eats. It wouldn't be a day without Day Trader Cut. Shout out to Misha. Shout out to Carlos. Matt. We got Zimbabwe. I like that. That's a good one. It's not actually spelled Zimbabwe, but yeah. Christmas. Redo Stocks. James Jimopoulos. Oh, you're definitely Greek. We got Edmund, Richard Cabaza, and last one here. Cutie me.
Ooh,
okay.
So cute.
A little conceited.
Cutie
but
me.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Cutie me.
Sorry,
Hi, I'm cute.
Yeah,
Yeah, everything's fine.
man, we're credited.
What's going on over there, Joseph?
Oh, a whole lot of nothing. My brother, yeah, it's been an absolute, not the best start here for your boy. And yeah, we might get stopped out here for the 4th time. Yeah, we can go over some of these trades, but I'm sitting in this Tesla trade right now. I don't know what these guys are giggling up over there. I missed it out. So now I feel a little bit of FOMO on what they're giggling about, but that's okay. We'll find some other things that we can laugh
You're
about.
good. You're
yeah,
good.
Yeah, we're all right. We'll figure it out there.
baby.
Have Nvidia 3 mins. Okay, yeah, I see that. I'm done. I'm struck out on NVDA. I had a game plan on it earlier today. 0 for 3. We pushed heavy on it too, and I'm like, okay, from a daily standpoint, it looked like we were going to break out. It said no, AC Slater. We're not breaking out today there, Joseph. So you can see where we open up, and then we just head right back into.
He doesn't even watch Saved by the Bell. That's what's tripping me out of the whole thing.
It's just what we used for it, because we'd always be like, me and my boys used to be like, see you later.
AC Slater.
Yeah, and then see you later, right?
Why don't you
and then
explain that?
Yeah, sorry, well, there we go. Now we're getting it. And then it then morphed into see you later, which then morphed into Slater, which then morphed into AC Slater.
Fair.
All right.
That's fair.
Yeah. So there we go.
I think that's fair.
Salutations from Brazil.
Oh, is it greetings and salutations though? I mean, I just don't want regular salutations. They gotta be greetings and salutations. You know where I got that from, right?
Don't forget the greetings part.
Tell me you know where I got that from.
Where'd you get it from?
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. I don't even know who that is.
Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I know. You really like the Rocky
Sly.
series,
Yeah, Sly. If we could pull up my screen here, that would be absolutely fantastic. But here we go. NVDO. Ooh, punching heavy. Reject these pre-market highs, and then we get stopped out for a nice little loss right there. Try one more time, really small size, stopped out, and then we try again, pop, and try to double it up there. Just didn't work out for your boy. And then, we got stopped out 0 for 3 there on NVDL. Happens. We didn't get that breakout that we were looking for, guys, but now we are in some TSLL. And the longer that we consolidate, so I'm 0 for 1 on that one, so going 0 for 4 to start the game, but we got a lot of risk left, and here you go. I'm starting to get aggressive here on this, but I'm holding on to dear life, guys. If we break this level, I have to get out of this trade and start being a little bit more patient and waiting for other opportunities to arise. I think around 2 o'clock there will be something, maybe we'll get some orderly PA in the likes of NVDA, but as of right now, it's just we're hanging out. We'll take this loss that's coming momentarily. I mean, it's holding up strong. That's the one thing that I'm noting, is that if the market really catches somewhat of a bounce here, a nice consistent bounce, then I believe that Tesla can start participating, and then maybe we can get in the money and add a little bit more shares here. But right now, it's looking tough for your boy Sharif, so I got to be patient, may get stopped out, and that would put me 0 for 5 on the day there. So.
But
actually, I had a little green trade on IonQ, but that's small potatoes.
I've seen this story before, as I've mentioned to you many times.
Yeah.
We've seen this story before with Joseph. He ends up working out of him, so I don't think that that's the end of the story. All right, guys, here's what I'm looking at right now. I'm personally involved already in FFAI. Faraday Futures, an electric vehicle name. It's not strictly a small cap gapper. I'm in it because of the VWAP retracement. Full disclosure, went long at the high of the day, perceived a bull flag breakout, perceived also that we were kind of creating a bull flag range here with about $1.36 to the downside to $1.40 to $1.41 to the high side. We broke down that range. I'm at the volume weighted average price. $1.29 gets me out of this trade. So we're risking about 9 pennies from current price, or from my entry. So Faraday Futures up 9% above that dollar. Let's see if it can kind of try to make highs or hold the volume weighted average price about 3 pennies out of the money. We've got 2 candles right now that wick into actually below VWAP, but have both closed at or above the volume weighted average price. That's important for me. As you know, I care more about the closing prints than the wicks. I'm charting on the 5. I'm charting and executing on the 5. All right. So these are the different small cap gappers that I have on today. You'll notice a lot of repeat offenders. Case in point, Faraday Futures. How about Workhorse? What is this, 2020?
What is
2021 again, Workhorse? They were an electric vehicle company, and then they pushed the car down the hill.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Damn,
it wasn't. It was fantastic there, Joseph. Yeah, that's why I put it on there. EYPT, just missing a G. All good there. It's got a fantastic looking chart pattern right now. EYPT only up 17 some odd percent. But look at this, guys. It doesn't even touch the 10 exponential. This one is playing hard to get over here. Anyway, 707 HOD, below 7 right now, 697. We're going to keep tabs on this one. Holo. Another repeat offender, HOLO, having a fantastic day. A little bit less than 20%, trading above $7. Also well above the 10 exponential. This one has also been very respectful of the 10 EMA. The last time it touched it or even glanced at it was 1040. It held really well. Again, near that 1010 time slot. It came close to it, rocketed off that level. JOBY, Katina Man brought you this one when it was at 870. I perceive this one to be an 8 3/4 flat top break. We get that bull flag, boom, boom off the open. We consolidate sideways. Assassino, we take about 8.5 to the downside, 870 to the top side. So we got a bull flag consolidation with very, very, kind of minuscule higher lows, but you get that flat top break, and now we're knocking the door of 895 HOD for JOBY. Again, not your prototypical small cap gapper like SBET that rockets up, but we'll keep an eye out on these ones. And then HYLN, fantastic look as well with this one. Big boom up. I perceive this one to be kind of bull flagging again. I could work my way into this. $1.56, $1.55, dollar cost averaging all the way into that volume weighted average price. And when I love when this happens, when VWAP overlaps with that psychological area of support at that $1.50. I use the $0.50 and the whole dollar as psychological areas of support and resistance. So HYLN also in focus. So there's some good ones. PLRZ is coming back from the depths of hell from which it came. Yeah, I know, right? $1.62. You think this one's going to hold $1, Joseph? It gives you a gesture that we can't do on YouTube over here. And down into 89 pennies. This one's a halt fest, guys. It's probably going to lose its spot on the side chart there really quickly, Joseph, because hot garbage right now. So
Slater.
AC Slater, see ya. See you later, AC Slater. I like that. It would have been a lot nicer though if you had actually watched the show. You know what I mean?
Maybe I'll watch maybe I'll watch an episode.
It's actually quite good. It's very like retro 80s. They don't touch like sensitive issues like we talk about. What? Breakfast Club?
Yeah, what's it called?
Saved by the Bell, bro. What?
Same thing.
I don't want to have to get up. We just started the show. We're only 10 minutes deep, bro.
This guy's killing me. Channeling my inner Obi here, I guess.
This guy knows 80. Well, I don't blame you, obviously, because it was like before your time. But Obi doesn't really have an excuse. I mean, the sports are going on right now, but we still love him. He's very much focused. Look at him over there. He has no idea we're even talking about him.
Yeah,
he has no idea. He literally has no idea. No, he doesn't even know he's on camera. We love you, Ob. We love you, Ob. There he is. Now he's noticing.
Who is this guy?
Get it?
Who are you?
All right, so that's what I've got on right now, guys. We're trying to deal with this FFAI situation, but I think I'm going to work into EYPT as well as HYLN. HYLN is coming into my area. Where's my, there it is. Okay, so we're going to punch long now on HYLN. This is going to have to be, what's it called? A VWAP hold. So we're going to get in. We're going to front run it over here. Yeah, we're going to front run it at 53s, and I'll put another order at 51s, and then I'll give it to 45. So let's go ahead and do that right now. We're going to work our way down to 51. We're using full size on this one because cheap, so we can do that. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'm also looking at getting into Holo. Holo, though, is really not giving you a pronounced pullback. The best pullback was the clearance of 7, and then the hammer candle, that red one, on your chart there, it dips below. Probably stopped a lot of people out who had tight stops and then rockets back into that high day. Again, Joseph, 736. We're at 736 right now. Looks like we're going to take out the high. Holo is a bamboozler. Okay? It is a repeat offender, not in the sense that it shows up as a small cap gapper, but it has a way of reverting back the whole move. You need to keep that in mind. It's around for a good time, not a long time. Take profits quickly, guys. They don't, Joseph says all the time, these things don't care about your feelings, and these small cap gappers even worse. So keeping an eye on that one, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic stuff there. Ooh, IonQ kind of breaking out here, guys.
Okay.
That was my little scalp here on the day, and that's exactly why I just get out of my trades. And I think that's a skill that I've definitely honed in on as of recently, just to kind of get back and slowly turn things around, is that I'm not holding any type of feelings towards these positions. Even though I'm like, it's like, yeah, it sucks being wrong, but I just get out. When I know my trading system, I know my style, and I know when I'm going to be wrong most of the time, right? So I just get out of the trade. Yeah, I'm 0 for 5 on the session, and I'm just down a little bit more than half my shutdown. That's just because I've been sticking to my stops and to my rules, right? So now I still have some bullets left in the magazine there, so yeah, we're gonna wait to use them. IonQ is breaking out. That's unfortunate that we didn't take advantage of this one. I got a little scalp on it, but I'm like, we're not breaking out how I wanted to over here. As you can see, I added into the position, but there we go. Now you're starting to catch a little bit of steam there in the overall market. And the thing is with Tesla, I was just like looking at this chart, and if you If you zoom out and take a look at the 5-minute, for me, there's no long to be had here right now. Right? Things can most definitely change, but this is not any form of a bullish pattern in my opinion, right? Could I be wrong? Could this thing absolutely decide to go parabolic? Absolutely. But right now, I think the market is extremely choppy, and I'm not going to just try to be grabbing little shares here and there. I want to find a precise entry. Did we miss out on IonQ? Yes, absolutely, but we'll always find another opportunity. So there it is. You've seen that this was so small, this first entry right here, but we still took a small loss. I'm looking for that bounce and the continuation in yesterday's strength. We didn't get that just yet. So then, okay, we get that liquidity grab, we get that dip buy, and then we head back towards the volume weighted average price, and that's a signal for me to start to add into these positions. As we climb higher and higher, the market was tanking, but the reason why I continued adding into this position is because the market was moving lower and continuously moving lower, and Tesla was trading in the opposite direction. And my thought process being that if the market got any form of bounce, it's going to also drag Tesla up with the overall market as well too. Even though it's not lagging what the Qs are doing or anything along those lines, but it didn't work out, and now we're heading back in towards these range. It's unfortunate that we didn't get the continuation that we liked, but I believe it's going to give us another opportunity there, because this may be a 3-bar play. If we stay inside this candle, have a nice consolidation phase, we don't just tank and give back the majority of the move, and then it all depends where we open up tomorrow. And I think if NVDA comes out with a stellar report, which I think they will, then who knows what can happen. A rising tide can lift all boats.
Oh, okay. Guys, I want to mention, shout out to Yannick in the chat. Oklo, one that we were looking at yesterday, fantastic look for Oklo today in a market where at least my observation in the morning with the market at large is that it didn't really have a direction. It was zigging, it was zagging, a little green, a little red. We're down right now on all 4 major averages with the NQ essentially flat, down 0.07. Oklo is kind of a fresh of breath air if you're a trend trader or momentum trader. Look at this beautiful upward channel right now, higher highs, higher lows. We just printed the high of the day at 57.24. Shout out to the OG Yannick in the chat. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Obviously a bit more expensive of a name, $57 and change at this level, but it's up a respectable 5.75%. So if you're interested in this one, it looks like a banger so far with a very no, that's not the word I'm looking for. The upward channel is being respected, okay? So that's what I'm trying to say very ineloquently over here. The money fills seem to be at the edges, maybe a little bit below, a little bit above the upward channel that we've got right now. We've already taken out the implied balance high. That was the 930 spike there, and that candle went all the way up to 56.79. The high of the day now 57.24. So I'm going to be keeping my eye out on that one. I'm not involved in it, obviously, at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm involved in Humana, and we're taking prints here, Joseph.
Bang, bang,
all right, we've got 4. We're waiting on the 5th now, waiting at 66s. It's showing me 66 on the level 2 on the ask side, but it's got to cross for me to get printed. I've layered my orders on this one. Let's throw one at 68. 68 feels lonely over there, Joseph. There's literally an out at every penny except 68. Let's put some dang respect on that one's name. So
boys in the chat.
Who? He's back. He's Big Smile now, but he's got many different names.
He's got many.
He's got Big Kyle.
Ooh.
He's got Big Smile.
Big Smile.
And based on the blue shirt that he loves, he's also Big Style, Burdett.
Big Style, but
Big Style.
What blue shirt?
He wears a blue shirt.
He likes it.
I think it's for his work shirt, but it's a sick electric blue. You know my affinity for blue, obviously.
You know, we both on the blue team there. Ooh. You know, blue, my favorite color.
Absolutely. It is, eh?
Yeah.
I like it so much more now.
Yeah,
there you
respect,
go, bro.
brother.
Okay.
Oh.
Nvidia, sell the news, question mark. 150 buyers continuing to cry. Look, Big Smile.
Look, buddy.
Look, bro. I know how you feel about these markets, all right? You like hitting the sell button. You like hitting the short sale button. I know ya. Obi says, you're his kind of guy. You're my kind of guy, too. I just like going long. But look, Big Smile, we're gonna keep an eye out on Nvidia today. Make sure to catch that with the Katina Man and I. We're going to be doing it on the market recap today. We're going to have an earnings party. Obviously, we're going to have crazy amount of views as everybody and their mother's third cousin's dog is involved in Nvidia. So keep your eye out on that, Big Spal. I'll go through the expected earnings and what to expect and some of the issues that we've been having with Nvidia, obviously having to deal with the China export restrictions. We'll be getting into that quick as you like. All right, I feel really bad here about myself for not punching into Holo. It gave me yet another 7 attempt here. Joseph, look at this thing come all the way down to 7. Now it's back at 730. Yeah, right. It's a beautiful look and a beautiful hold, number 1, of the whole dollar at 7. Number 2, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Which I love. So that is a mistake by me there, not punching into HOLO at 7. It's just I can't shake the bad memories from Holo. I haven't been caught on this one personally, but I've watched it mean revert multiple times after having big days. So that is weighing a little bit on the memory there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. How are we doing here with our HYLN friend? The volume-weighted average price here, a breach of that gets me out of the trade. We've got one beak wetter here. The only reason I'm in this, it's up 35%. It's above VWAP. It's retracing into the volume-weighted average price, which I like for an entry. So a loss of VWAP, and the trade is done. HUMA, we continue to wait for prints, and FFAI. This one could be the first L of the day. So we'll have to wait and see how this cookie ends up crumbling. I have a lot of shares in this one, as I've added 3 times with full position. So if it ends up losing $1.30, we're going to go negatory. Simple as that. What do you got?
Simple as that, man. Jag, my guy in the chat, check this out.
Lauscher?
This is how...
Ming something.
Look at this. This is my out. This is say, okay, I can't hold on to this position any longer. Look at this out, and then you get that balance right there. So just talking about getting wicked, being that liquidity grab before you take that move higher, then that's a prime example. I literally couldn't be more of a liquidity grab. If you want to speak about being a victim, there we go right here, Sharif. That is being a victim of the overall market right there, guys. As you get that pop, the one that you're looking for, and it's looking like we want to continue to climb here. So you got a nice big engulfing. It essentially engulfs this whole range right here, guys. Gotta straighten up here, guys.
Hey, okay.
Shake here. But I feel no ways about it. I told you guys, I'm going to find a trade. Even if I don't find a trade, guess what? Tomorrow there's going to be another opportunity. So yeah, I'm ready to go guns ablaze. Actually, I shouldn't say that, but I'm obviously going to try to stick to my system. I'm not going to get carried away. I'm not going to try to get into my emotions or anything along those lines and just start punching keys to the point where you're frustrated. No. That means the market is winning if you're doing that, right? And I don't want the market to win. If I take my trades and I stick to my system, I stick to my rules, and my trades happen to not work out for me, I'm still a winner in my opinion, right? Because I followed the rules, I followed my execution, and I did everything else. And I'm not going to succumb to the fact that the market is going to allow me to tilt out and get frustrated at it when I have essentially no control of what's going on. So don't let the market win against your emotions. You got to be the winner there, guys. But NVDA, so it's unfortunate. What is that? Who's hitting the dong on me there, man?
Who do you think it is, bro?
Chilean?
No, it's Assassino.
Oh, I thought that was a Chilean. I think that was a Chilean there.
No, Chilean Nightmare is on
He's on something else there.
He's
all right,
not,
I think. All right, bang, don't. He's
agreeing. He's agreeing. He's hitting the Undertaker thing.
Oh, okay. I was in the Undertaker thing.
Don't question Assassino.
I'm sorry, man. Hey, man, I'm sorry.
Dangerous proposition.
I'm sorry. You know what I mean? But yeah. Let's go. This is what I'm looking at here on NVDA, right? I'm looking for this breakout. I mentioned this yesterday, and it's in the likes of Tesla, how we had the open above the range. And this is exactly the same thesis, right? You get that open at the top end of this range, and then you just look for that breakout trade. And we're not getting that right now, but who's not to say there isn't going to be an opportunity for us to take advantage of that? It's unfortunate what's going on with Tesla. A couple minutes too early, I just was like, yeah, I can't hold on to this position any longer. I want to leave myself some risk, but that's also going to give me the opportunity to hop in a potential NVDA trade. It has earnings, a big-time catalyst in front of it. Who knows if there's a buy program just waiting, just accumulating shares here at the lows. So you can see this could be a possible accumulation phase here. And then now we just going to start to distribute. So wait for that retest, and then maybe we get a continuation of this topside move here, Sharif.
All right, there's a new small cap gapper that's made its way on to my side chart there. It goes by the ticker IMCC. Thanks to the chat for pointing this one out. I've removed PLRZ because hot garbage. So it's going to be replaced with IMCC. Let's have a look at this one. I haven't obviously executed anything on it, excuse me. It looks crazy though. It looks like it's moving crazy here. So just by looking at the chart action, it looks like the spread is wide. I haven't opened up the level 2 to take a gander at the level 2, but look at that beautiful flat top break. I'll submit to you guys 265. 270 area resistance, boom, on a huge candle there with about 500,000 shares, maybe a little bit less, 420,000. We take out that level, we get to 3. You know, completely expected. You come into that whole dollar area, you're met with resistance, down we go. It is moving a little wild, okay, and the volume is kind of light on it, but it's up a respectable 50%. Let's see if we can extract more details on this one. IMCC, we've got a float of 1.73 million shares. Juxtapose that to mine. My platform is saying 8.6. Trade Idea says 1.73. You gotta love when they do that. In either event, they're both smaller-ish floats. The short float kind of negligible, 1.11%. So probably not looking for that short squeeze like SBET. In any event, not a bad look here. I like that 270 bounce. If it clears 3, we can use 3 as that area support. Obviously, currently resistance being the high of the day. But that volume weighted average price hanging around 2 low 70s, 271, 272, acting like money right now. But again, just by watching how it's trading on the chart, it looks spready. Spready tickers are excellent if you're a Daryl LePage and trading $500 names. They're not that good when you're trading these $1, $2 names because you're sizing it substantially and trying to take smaller moves. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. If it sets up well, we'll execute on it. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And we'll take, we won't participate. We're doing it live right now on HUMA. It's a beautiful bounce off the volume weighted average price, and we're taking prints. I took out 67s. I'm waiting at 68s, 69s. Let's throw there at 70 as well. We'll see what we get and won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil, who's having his, doing his thing out in Budapest there. Did he send any more pictures to antagonize us with today?
Doing it live, man.
Oh, okay. Well, we gotta see what's going on over there. Trader TV Live. Any pictures from Neil? No. One's from yesterday only. So that's the one I'm involved in. HYLN. I just took another print there as it moved up into 56s. I'm waiting at 57s, 8s, 9s. You guys see the orders there. It's FFAI that I don't know how to feel about. Okay, we're above VWAP. Check. Okay, we're putting in higher lows, check. But we seem to have a seller here that we can't shake at $1.35 or $1.36. Now, look at what's posted there on the level 2. There's a dollar name. There's maybe 500, 600, 700 lots at the most. That's nothing, right, for a dollar name. So it's what we can't see here. That's the problem. That's what I'll submit to you. So the iceberg orders, the hidden orders are a bit, are keeping FFAI down. Now, if my memory serves me right, FFAI is heavily shorted. How come it's, okay, we don't even have the short float on that. That's crazy. All right, 79 million shares. It's not showing me the short float anymore. That's kind of crazy. It should. I remember this one being more heavily shorted. I'll see if I can find the short float on a different platform. So that's what I'm looking at right now. We're involved in those 3 names. Let's see how they do. IMCC just broke the 10 exponential. Let's load this up on a trading screen, Joseph. Let's see how the spread is acting here on IMCC. All right, it's on the Nasdaq. Yes, it is. Okay, so yeah, as I suspected, it's about 6 penny spread, tightening up now to 3. But yeah, this is for a $2 name that's wide. So let's see if we can get something on this, man. I don't know. These ones, they tend to mean revert pretty aggressively. So I'll stay away from this one. I don't have to be in all of them at the same time. So that's what I'm looking at. Now let's look at Workhorse as well, WKHS. It seems to kind of have a very similar pattern here to FFAI, and they're in the same group. Let's not forget that. These are both kind of EVs, or maybe not EVs, or newer energy vehicles. Let's call them that, because I think Workhorse is hydrogen. But the point is, look at that big spike up. You get topping tails into a key level, 110, 140, and now we're straddling VWAP, but we're holding a VWAP. Workhorse and Faraday futures have very similar looking charts. Okay, I don't know if it's the same catalyst off which they're running, just making an observation here in real time. So we'll keep an eye out on these ones here. Joby continues to hold the 10 as well, Joseph. So we'll keep tabs on that. My man, Bovin, I already know about Holo Bovin. Keeping it right here, baby. It's bouncing off 7 to no end. It's right back at the high of the day. HOL Bovin, I'm sure you know this already, my man, because you're always trading these small cap gappers. Watch out for this monster. Let me show you what I mean on the daily. This is the kind of stuff we've gotten used to here with HOLO. Big outsized days like this one here on, on New Year's Eve. Pops into, this is pre-split, obviously. I don't know what it is now. It's $368. It was obviously a reverse split, and then down we go. So we've had these outsized days with HOLO, only to mean revert every single time. So be careful with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Jay, can only get better from here. I will be a cheerleader for all you traders today.
That's really nice.
Hey, man. It is like, listen, welcome to the world of trading, Jay. Like, this is what I was just talking to you with in the chat. You're going to have good days. You're going to have great days. And then you're going to have days that you hit your max loss and you're stopped out. Welcome to the world of trading. Like, not every day is going to be the same. And I think that's the one thing that people need to understand if you're new is that you got to lower those expectations and realize that no matter how good you think your system is, unfortunately, it's not going to work all the time. Because if it did, please, you can DM me, and then I'm going to get into some talks with you because I want some of what you're drinking. But unfortunately, it's just not the case in trading, guys. And a lot of it has to do with refining your system as well, too. My good buddy Ryan, I'm talking with him on X. He's like, Joe, I got this system. I've collected some data. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's great. But let's collect more to see how well it operates down the line. And when you have 100 trades, 200 trades in the bag, to see how you can continue to refine this and try to make it as efficient and as better as possible. So, yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, Gaurav, what's going on, brother? What's so funny? What did I say? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, let's go. Like, I mean, I do like NVDA here. Ooh, I really like it. So maybe we're going to get involved here, guys, on NVDL. We're going to start really small. We're just going to punch it. Maybe I could have got a little bit of a better fill, but I like being right at the volume-weighted average price. I will suspect that we're going to get somewhat of a VWAP and test the top end of this range right here, guys, and then that can give us another opportunity to add into the position. I mean, if it's going to break out, I do like where it's sitting on a daily from a daily standpoint, and if it wants to get going, then that's it. I went 0 for 3 to start on NVDL. I'm going to take one more stab at it, and best believe it's going to be if it starts to work out, it's going to be my heaviest position I'm going to put on throughout the session. So got to be patient, let it cook up, let it start working, and then we can start to build into these winners and put on some shares. So Jay, I think you made me laugh with the winning to drink what I mean, yeah, exactly. So it's true though, man. Like if you have that secret juice, then or the secret sauce as they would like to call it, then I feel free to message me and send over the ingredients because unfortunately that's just not how this cookie crumbles or how this world works in the world of trading. So yeah, let's see what we got going on with NVDL. We head back into the middle of the range. I'm just gonna hop out of the position and reassess. I got a lot of ammo left here to trade with, Sharif. So a little stab here, a little stab there. Could my long thesis be wrong on the day? Absolutely. We have to flip the bias for sure because the way this 5-minute print is coming out right now, don't love it. So yeah, going to be patient. If this market wants to take another leg lower or we get this inverted hammer fill just above the volume weighted average price here on the 5-minute, adios, muchachos. Yeah, exactly. We'll find something else because there's plenty of time left in the day. And I think around 2 o'clock, 2:30, if NVDA hasn't got the ball rolling yet, I bet there will be some steam picking up.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a lot of people positioning into that. Your friend Kathy. Unreal, huh? Yeah. Kathy Wood is out of Nvidia. Hold on, Joseph, since 2023.
Yeah.
She punches back in day before earnings.
Yeah.
What does she know?
I don't know, but I don't understand. I'm not going to try to question her method.
I'm not trying to question her method. I'm saying she must know something.
She must know. So obviously her and Nancy were on the phone last night, and Nancy's like, hey, listen, I got these call options. All right, okay, you can be Kathy Wood, I'm Nancy. All right, Kathy, I have these call options. All right, They're out of the money. Okay. So you gotta pick it up. See, there you go. I'm calling you right now.
Joe's talking smack about you. Yeah, he says you and Nancy are boys, and I know you guys don't. I know you guys don't vibe, but yeah, he doesn't mean it.
Yeah, it's a front. It's a front. They tell you that they don't vibe. But on the low key, they talk about what they're trading.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll tell him.
Yeah.
All right, yo, she's pissed.
She's pissed. Well, I would be pissed too if I sold NVDA at like.
She doesn't want to be associated with Nancy, brother.
Oh, okay.
She got really upset about that comment there.
Did she get it? Oh.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. All right, sorry, guys. We're having fun here. Shout out to Sebastian Velasco. Sorry, can you please look into Bull? I'm convinced that this stock is going to be at 20 soon. I don't think you're far off with that, man. Let's start with the daily. With Bull, obviously, Webull was an IPO. It's an Israeli, I think, brokerage. It was a SPAC for a long time. You can see that by the consolidation of the price at $10. That's usually the giveaway that it was a special purpose acquisition company. And then it de-SPACs, it pops up into $80. And we've seen this story before. It's tanking all the way back down. So the deal is, let's zoom in a little bit more. What I see here, Sebastian, is a plethora of lower highs and lower lows. I need to see something above that 1920 to get convinced that we're done putting in lower lows and lower highs. I see that we've had, a little bit of a bottom there. It looks like at around maybe 11, 12 bucks. And now we've got a couple of good days on our belt here, taking out 14 again. But Webull, not a bad name. I just don't think they're Robinhood quite yet. We've seen a lot of what Robinhood is trying to do. They're trying to, kind of get that Gen Z, young millennial kind of market where they're trying to cater to them in the way that, Goldman and Morgan cater to millionaires and billionaires, but just from a different method using AI and this kind of thing.
Read your boys' super chat there.
Big Spile?
Yeah.
What a liability.
Yeah, obviously don't read it out loud.
Oh,
but,
God,
yeah.
Oh my God. How does Streamlabs not even block that? Like, what are you doing, Streamlabs? You block the most random stuff and then Big Spile out here with the super chat. Oh my God. Oh my God, Big Spile. He's a liability, bro.
Yeah.
We love him though. So yeah, guys, I weaseled into Joby, J-O-B-Y. Where are we long here, Joseph? We're long at 82s, just to wet the beak there at 84s. I'm layering my orders here. Looks like it's quite respectful of the 10 exponential on the 5. I put my stop through the break of the local area low. The break of 70 pennies gets me out of this trade. Now, I want to talk about Huma because I've got a substantial amount out of my Huma trade, and it came back into VWAP, which is good. It's holding up there. That's the good side. The bad side is we've been putting in lower highs on HUMA since we topping tailed right around 1045 and printed the high of the day at 272. And it's been basically breaking down ever since. And so it hasn't been breaking down, sorry, it's been putting in lower highs. So I am kind of concerned about this one. Let's see how this one ends up doing. Yeah, the ones that are pulling back are not really finding the kind of support that I thought that they would find. Like, for example, FFAI. I'm super close to getting stopped out here. This is going to be a big loss for me because I have substantially more shares in Faraday futures than I have in anything else. So we'll see. If this one ends up giving up the ghost at $1.30, the trade's over. It's bouncing off 131. It's below the volume weighted average price. So unless it gets back and clears that VWAP, then it's all over for me. And now, Faraday futures, we were talking about how FFAI and WKHS had very similar charts. Now they're obviously deviating because you have a break of the volume weighted average price by FFAI and not so on WKHS. So let's keep an eye out on that one. Holo, above it, I put a dip trade on HOLO that didn't fill. My bias here was that Holo was going to come back in and test that 10 exponential. This dip trade is no longer valid. I don't even know how to get into Holo here, man. It's just, I don't want to punch in at highs. It's just not my move to punch in at highs, so I'll keep an eye out on this one. Miami Dragon took a small loss on Faraday futures today. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be you and I both, brother, because this one does not look like it wants to head to the high side. HYLN, kind of singing the same tune. They're both above key levels. Well, not Faraday. HYLN it's above VWAP, but that could end any moment. A big seller could come in, take out all the levels, and push this one and stop me out. So we're going to keep an eye out here for HYLN and FFAI. those are the ones that I really haven't extracted profits on, and I'm holding the majority of the position, Joseph.
Yes, sir. All right, yeah. So we're still sitting in this NVDL trade, and will be until we get stopped out. The market looks like it wants to take another leg to the downside, guys. So I mean, I'm trading these mags, so I'm keeping an eye on all of them. And Amazon seems relatively weak here, running into some key support levels at around that 205 that here, guys. So there you go. I'm dragging the market down with it. And to be honest with you, after I seen this gap up yesterday, right, like this is insane, and I don't know if this is justifiable, but I mean, a pause with the EU, it is what it is. But I was suspecting this to be more filled, and even in the overall market with the likes of Nvidia, etc. So it's like, okay, yeah, maybe it just wanted to grab some more liquidity, and then it'll make that move. But potential short here on Amazon as it's heading into some key support levels there, guys. If it breaks and that volume really starts to step in, there might be some continuation on that front. And that's the thing. So I'm starting really small in this NVDL trade to see if it can get working. I'm not going to hold on to things too long here today because my like the tolerance for the long is starting to kind of just decay away, which is fine. And there's going to be an opportunity to get a good solid trade in. We just have to be patient. Microsoft is really starting to tank as well too, Sharif. So there you go. The Mag not leading the way, and then look at the market, right? So if the Mag aren't doing what Mag things do, then here, this is what we see here in the market, in my opinion. Anyways, let's pull out and zoom from a daily standpoint. And I mean, like this is what I'm talking about as well, is that we can't always go up, and like some of these pullbacks are extremely shallow, but here, look at from this current low, right? This is Liberation Day lows over here, guys. And then now we're trading at a 32% return from those lows to where we're trading at right now. I mean, you can't complain too much about that. If you get a 2.5 to 4% pullback, I'm not going to be crying home about it or anything. For me, that's a buying opportunity, and that's how exactly I'm looking at the likes of NVDA. I'm going to start grabbing some more of those as well too, and the same with the likes of Bitcoin. Sorry to go from apples to oranges here, but let's take a look at what Bitcoin's up to. And I mean, when you go on a monster move like this, suspect a pullback. I mentioned heading into this support level here. We might even head back into the hundreds in the middle of this range, right? Because we did just go on a really, really strong run here, guys, from where 44%, right? From this low to where we're currently trading at, and even higher from these lows if you go to this new all-time high, right? Up north of 50%. So we can't complain about that stuff here, guys. I want to see a pullback because it's just going to give me more buying opportunities.
All right, let's see how we're doing over here on our friend Joby, taking a couple of prints there to the high side. This one continuing to stair step up, higher highs, higher lows. On JOBY up 29%. Let's see if we can clear some of these prints that I've got on here. Let's see how this cookie ends up crumbling. HUMA continuing to hold up above my level. Where's my HUMA trade? Excuse me. Above the volume weighted average price, is still putting in lower highs though. Now, I worked my way into holo above, and so here we go. I've already taken one print, but I think my stop is a little bit too tight. I put it prior a current bar low. That's like 739. I don't think that is the right stop. I'm just going to be quite honest with you. Let's see if this one rockets up and takes out some levels. It's already showing me its intention to break down. I tried to give it, I gave it 10 pennies worth of spread, but we know how holo can be at times. It's a bit of a bamboozler. So showing me 744, 743s now on the level 2. Let's just see how this one ends up doing. I think I get stopped out of here, but that's okay. JOBY continuing up. All right, HYLN. Now getting a bit of a pump up there into 56s. We're still waiting at 57s and 58s. So that one continuing to go, and HUMA as well, continuing to move up to the high side here. But yeah, not rocketing up that volume weighted average price. So we'll keep tabs on that one as well. Here's HOLO, keeping my eye on this one because I've got shares on this one as well. I think I'm going to put my, I'm going to adjust my stop here on HOLO into the 10 exponential. So let's go ahead and change that quickly here on HOLO, and I'll give this one to the 10 exponential, which takes me down into here. Okay, so that's what we're going to do, and we're going to give it plenty of room so that it doesn't stop us out with a big liquidity grab there. So HOLO, adjusted stop. I see Joby's continuing to go up here, right back into 90s. What do we got on Joby? We got Joby, we got 82, so into 90s we go. We're showing 90s now on the ask side of the level 2. No prints though at 90s. Got a cross. Here we go. Any buying? Not not quite enough. Not quite enough to get that print to the high side there. Yeah, man, looks like Softy is really tanking here, Joseph. Did you see this headline?
Yeah, this on the Softy? No.
No, interesting here. We haven't heard, I personally haven't heard too much about this. Apparently, OpenAI, I don't think this is bad for Softy, so I don't mean to kind of insinuate that, but interesting, huh?
Yeah,
OpenAI, IPO, finally, maybe getting them off the private market. Says that the new structure for the company, kind of half charity and half for profit, much to the chagrin of our friend Elon. Looks like they're restructuring. So here's what the article, I'll read it super quick. OpenAI's restructuring plans position it for a potential future IPO, but any such decision would depend on the mood in the public markets, as well as the readiness for the company. Chief Financial Officer Sarah Fryer said on Wednesday. Interesting. Sure. OpenAI, in which Microsoft has invested more than $13 billion, outlined plans in December to convert its for-profit arm into a public benefit corporation, PBC, a structure designated to balance shareholder returns with social goals, unlike nonprofits, which are solely focused on the public good. I'm not going to read that right now, but that's interesting for me anyway.
That's very interesting because I know our guy, Danny Ives over there at
What'd he
Wedbush, he says that Palantir is probably one of the purest AI plays in the market.
Oh, yeah. In practical sense, absolutely.
If OpenAI IPOs, is that not now your purest AI play?
Yeah, okay, I'm not going to argue with it, but I think they're a little bit different, though. No,
absolutely. Yeah, I see what you're getting at, but it's still like it's pretty a pure play, and I like that.
Bro, so, I mean, like these things, these going to be autonomous drones going around and shooting people.
Well, but by all means, like bring me another meme, like a cult crazy meme stock, and I don't know if OpenAI can do that, but they definitely fall into that realm, I think. So yeah, that's interesting. I would be more than happy for those IPOs. I'm waiting for that Discord. There you go, boom. Softy is tanking, Sharif.
Okay.
Let's pull up this chart here to see what we got going on. So the big names is dragging the market, continuing to break through some of these lows, and then it doesn't look there's any form of momentum going to stop this here, guys. So yeah, Microsoft really, really weak on the day, dragging the overall market down with it, Sharif.
Joe, we're doing it live right now with my friend Holo. We're taking out all the prints to the high side there. Let's zoom in a little bit on that one. So that was the original print. Let's see how much I'm out of. On HOLO, we're out of a substantial amount of the position. I've set up now at 69s, but I think that I'm gonna set up in the intermediate or God, I don't know, bro. I'm wrong today, sorry. So we'll wait around 65s over here to see if we can get something there. Holo continuing to give you higher highs and higher lows right now. It's up 25%, just shy of 25%. Keep your eye out on this one. It looks like it may be squeeze bound today. What do I have on Holo? 46s. So here's the deal. Now that we're out of substantially a lot of the position, let's go ahead and move up the stop, okay? We're going to look to move up the stop here and lock in profit. So that previous area stop is canceled, and now we're going to move it up just a skosh. And where we're moving it up is to prior bar low. Prior bar low, that candle that closed at 1140 has a low of 731. So we go 729er, 729, and then we'll go all the way down to 719 because this thing's psycho. And it could absolutely blow through my stops right there. So that's what we're doing on Holo. We'll see if we can continue to move up here. HYLN, I've tried to convince myself multiple times, Sharif, get out of this trade. It's only bouncing superficially off VWAP. The trend is to the downside. I just can't help but want to see this through to see if we do get a bounce off the volume weighted average price. HYLN up 35%, a dollar name. We'll see what this one does. I don't know how I feel about this one. Joby, we continue to take some prints to the high side there, but right back into my entry. We did wick below the 10 exponential quite quickly, but we regained it as quickly as we lost it. Bovin, ASPB, broke high day. I don't even know what that one is, Bovin. Let's have a look right now. Shout out to the OG Bovin, BP, like as in British Petroleum. Ooh. Oh my goodness, that's why I don't have eyes on this, Bovin. It's south of 85 pennies, but a respectable trend nonetheless. You know what, Bovin, this is not a bad one. I'm going to steer clear of these. I'm in 5 positions at the moment, and I don't want to add a sub $1 name, right? ASBP. We're going to cover it though for everybody who wants to trade this. And the beautiful thing about these ones is they're 71 pennies. You know, they're up substantially. So if you size in big, you could make some good money on the day, okay? 73 pennies high a day. It's got a tendency here, Bovin, I'm sure you can agree with this, of reverting when it makes highs. Case in point, implied balance, or the 815 spike there, goes into that 60 penny area, drops all the way back down to 33. It then makes a new high at 68.5 pennies, drops all the way back to 42. Then it makes yet another high at 73. Hasn't dropped back yet. Something tells me it might. So maybe the money fills here are at or a little bit below the volume weighted average price. Currently on ASBP, the volume weighted average price is 50 pennies. So maybe the money fills are at or a little bit below that 50 penny area. I'm going to steer clear of this one. Let me know how it goes, though, Bovin. If it ends up being a big winner for you, let me know so I can feel bad about myself. All right, boom on Holo Joseph. We took out 16.9s, and now we're done our trade on Holo there. All right, so we did decent on it. We could definitely do a little bit better. HOLO, guys, great one to the high side right now. It's still giving you highs, 773 high. I have an out at 770. I took out them basically at every 2 pennies. This one's continuing to give you more opportunities. I could be a buyer again on Holo for some more shareage here at 7 1/3, maybe 7 low 40s, just to front run that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I think I'm gonna just take the L here on Faraday Futures. I hate this name.
Yeah, then
I hate this thing.
See you later. Yeah, then don't even look at it. AC Slater, that one.
Yeah. It's just like I'm telling myself, Sharif, wait for that. You're at 7. You're at 131. Let it break 130. Should I let it? Yeah, let's just do it, Joseph.
All right, just do it then.
Okay. I love this guy. All right, here we're doing it live, $1.29, and that's all I'm gonna give it. So let's go. Wow, I have that many shares. Crazy, bro. All right, so yeah, we've moved up the stop to $1.29. If this thing doesn't hold $1.30, it's all over for me on HOLO, and we'll take our first L, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Joseph, what do you got?
It's all over but the crying, as my parents like to say. All right, guys. Yeah. Come on, please. We don't ask for much. I don't even know I say that all the time. I've been asking for quite a bit. I mean, I do. I'm the quite demanding individual, that is for sure, guys. Come on. No, just get those likes up, please. We don't. Yeah, I almost said it again one more time. We don't ask for much.
What are we at?
We're only at 300
crazy.
right there. So that's a 5%er right there. Let's see if we can get that up to 10% at least there, guys. If you don't mind, just hit that like and hit that subscribe. Subscribe is only chat. And so in order for you to engage in the chat, you got to hit that subscribe. But then also your boy over here as well too, @Trader TV Joseph. You know that we're constantly posting the options chain. I mentioned this before. This is this week's earnings report. All right. So this is the open interest on NVDA with this week's expiration cycle. You can see that we have high concentrations at 140 and 145. So go give your boy a like and a subscribe there at Trader TV Joseph. You can see it right there as well too. Fantastic stuff, and thank you all for hitting the like and subscribing on both platforms as well. Make sure you follow Adair because she's doing Trader TV research, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was just posting stuff at home. She just built up a nice little archive, and she's like, yeah, all right, we got this planned for Monday.
She tells me all the time, she's like, I'm always thinking about these markets.
Always. Yeah. When do you ever stop?
That's just what
we don't have any right to, we have no, we don't have the ability to stop thinking about it, even on your days off. You're still plotting, and you're like, okay, well, what is that? What is this next big potential trade?
Right.
Where can I swing heavy? What opportunities are going to arise? And I think that's a trader mindset too, is that even though sometimes you do want to tune it off, you just don't have the ability to. No. So, Eski, thank you very much for that one. What's up with NVDL today, man? I know Tyler Verse, it's been a tough go on NVDL. This is going to be my last attempt on this one. So then we'll be 0 for on that one there. And we don't want to go 0 for 4 there. So 0 for on that one. So yeah, it is what it is, guys. Part of the trading game. But I mean, 1 or 2 solid trades and we're right back in it. Sharif said earlier today, it's like it's nothing to climb back. I mean, yesterday I stayed back.
I've seen it before.
Yeah, exactly, right? So yesterday I grinded back too. I was down, put in a little small green day yesterday. But yeah, but for me, it's just like between 9:30 and 11 is when I know the system is its most efficient. Anything outside of that, I'm not usually the best at trading, but we work around those types of things and we just try to continuously get better. And we just happen to grind out some good trades yesterday there. What do you got going on?
All right, Joseph, we got to remind everybody.
Yeah, there we go.
We got to remind everybody, guys, in exactly 8 minutes, the Bitcoin 2025 conference starts. It is being broadcast on YouTube by Bitcoin Magazine. Thanks, guys. I didn't want to show too much so we don't get dinged there. But Bitcoin Magazine, that is the name of the account. They are
Look at all those Mara things there.
right. I know. I wonder if they sponsored that.
I wonder.
So to me, it's important, obviously. We got JD Vance there, the VP. He's going to be doing the keynote. I want to hear what he has to say, obviously, for more of a regulatory, legislative kind of perspective. Chris Pavulski, founder and chairman of Rumble, apparently going to be there as well. Shout out to Canada. Rumble's a Canadian company. So look, guys. If you're in BTC, oh my God,
Who's that?
There's a bunch of names that are going to be at this conference as well. So Russell Brand, and then you got Don Jr. there.
Ooh, Donnie J's.
Donnie J's there, I guess. I don't know if he's going to be there today, but these are the people being introed right now in the this introduction video. Anyway, guys, I want to hear what he has to say. Satea's at the big desk. She's going to be obviously covering this for us, but yeah. Get ready. We could get some crypto volatility, whether it's in Bitcoin or some others. Who knows? So I'm all ears. Being obviously a Bitcoin investor now through iBit, you definitely have to make sure that you're crossing your T's and dotting your I's.
We got some good questions in here, Sharif, and we got a super chat that we're going to cover as well, too.
Love it, man.
Hey, guys, how long did it take you to find consistency, and what do you think a beginner should expect for himself to find consistency? Thanks. Just be prepared to put in a lot of work in your first couple of years. Find yourself a platform where you can do replay and collect as much data and refine your system. Don't expect anything. This is what I was just referring to earlier, is lower those expectations and be prepared to put in a couple years of solid work, 2-3 years. In my opinion, some people claim to have found consistency before that, and by all means, congratulations to you, but I'm just an average human, and it took me some time, and I'm still on the journey of trying to find that ultimate consistency where I can just start to grab.
Absolutely, I would have to echo that sentiment exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And then we got David Clark there, so yeah, there you go, 2-3 years at least there, my friend. Hi. Big coffee. Oh boy, I want to keep my eyes open for Nvidia earnings, GDP, PCR. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there we go. We like that one. There's a lot of macro data coming up this week as well.
I don't understand this big coffee. Is there?
I don't quite get it anyways, but we're just going to go along with it like we do understand what he's referring to. But so, yeah, I mean, appreciate that
big
one.
Coffee, man.
Yeah, exactly. I personally, Sharif likes that. I personally don't drink coffee. I don't know. I don't see Obi drinking too much coffee over there either. You're more of a tea guy.
He smashes one in the morning. Half a cup in the morning and then half a cup later.
Half guy over there. So there
you go.
Obi.
Still have a quarter, eh?
Quarter one there.
It's situationally based. Okay.
It depends on the situation.
Guys, Holo's breaking out. Sorry, Joseph. I just got to cover this. Holo's going to hit 8, guys. Here we go. Holo, the tape is starting to move a little bit right now. We're getting into that key area of psychological resistance. I'm talking about that $8 level, 794 high. Every time I look at it, we're breaking a little bit more. The money dips here, Buvin. I don't know how you feel about this, Buvin, but I see absolute respect by HOLO for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. There is nary a breach here. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is the 10, right? And look at all the prints. They're all off there. Now, if you're basing your orders off the 10 EMA, the 10 EMA is constantly changing. So you got to be constantly moving your order unless your platform allows you to peg your order to the 10 EMA. Mine does not. So I'd have to be constantly changing. But Holo, guys, looks like the best in the business right now in small cap gapper world, continuing to put in highs, taking out levels, coming into that whole dollar level right now. So Holo, I'm looking at figuring another way into this. So we entered this trade. We did well on it. Let's see if we can do a little bit better, guys. HOLO 796 high and looking for more. So yeah, there's the actual level 2 on it. A respectable spread. I mean, 3 pennies on a $7 name. I can hang with that. Here we go. $7.99 now, Joseph. HOD. This was knocking on the door at 10. Can we get a gander here at the level, at the size, excuse me, that's expecting us or that's waiting for us at that $8 level? About 300 lots at 98 from what we can see on the NSB and the NDQ. Here we go. Nothing at 99s from what I can see, but there does seem to be some size, some lottage posted here at 8. Again, we need to get closer to 8 for me to see the full picture. 799 high on HOLO, looking to take out that level. a great look and a great move up there. So going to keep my eye on that one, Joseph. This one could be one of those ones that could be running all day.
Yeah, for sure. I seen somebody in the chat asking for books. I was looking for a picture of just this stack of books. I seen Mike DeRider in the chat say something along the lines like, yeah, I studied for multiple years and then I was simulated. I was in sim trading for another span of months. I can't find it right now, but yeah, I 1,000% agree with that process. Like, I was still working for Bell at the time, and I was studying, running simulator on my days off, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it's stacked. I'll take a picture of it one day, just a stack of books of just reading and just trying to gain as much knowledge in the markets that I could. And then just, again, before I even opened up my live account, I was trading in simulator to just get the process down. But then again, within that 6 months period, you're still so green that when you go live, it's literally like starting all over again, right? So it's a different beast. This is no joke of a profession. It takes a lot of time, and you better have that mental strength too, because it will beat you down, and you just need to keep getting back up. So don't let those losses weigh on you too much. Speaking from experience, because then once you really get the gist of it, you realize that it's just a part of the career path that you decided to take. All right, so with that being said, we are still sitting in this NVDL trade. If we crack VWAP and sit on the backside of this trend, then I'll just hop out of that trade. I'm going to go by this volume weighted average price because this is the correct data. It goes from when the market opens right away. So this will be my out there. So if we continue to hold this and decide to take another leg to the top side, then I'm going to be positioned relatively well. I did add to that NVDL position, so we're starting to slowly size in right now. But again, we get that break and we don't have that hold of this specific area, then we're going to get out of this trade because it looks like the market wants to take another leg to the south side. Obi's short, so there you go. He's shorting something, maybe Tesla.
What are you yelling about, Ob?
On the backside of this trend right here. So you can see that we had the inability to crack it and now just sticking with that trend. So if you decided to sell this into this resistance zone, then you're doing pretty good, all right? So that's that. NVDL starting to pull back in a little bit too. Not exactly what I want to see. Going to stop me out here momentarily, but it is what it is. If the market wants to be bearish today, then we got to stop fighting this trend and look to participate with it. Let's see what Satea's up to.
Get it, Satea.
So I have 5 new stories coming in here. The first is General Motors. This headline is regards to General Motors. Rather than investing $300 million in electric vehicles, the upstate New York plant will invest $808 million for an engine plant to make the latest V8 engines. And then the second story that I have is a partnership between Grok and Telegram. On March 28th, Elon Musk AI company xAI partnered with Telegram to integrate its AI chatbot Grok into the messaging app. The deal is valued at $300 million. That's the bell for food. $300 million in cash and equity, and it allows Telegram to earn 50% of subscription revenue generated through the platform. This move aims to generate Grok's reach over 1 billion users, enhancing Telegram's advanced AI capabilities. And then we also have some crypto news. The Trump administration wants to get rid of Biden-era's plan for crypto and 401k. He pretty much just says that there's concerns over volatility. So he says that it's too much of a volatile asset to be in someone's retirement plan. And then we also have Stellantis. They're appointing a new chief operating officer, Antonio Filosa. He's the new chief executive. He's replacing Carlos Tavares, who is unexpectedly resigned in December after a sharp drop in profit. And then this is really big news, and I didn't see too much movement, but it may have a ripple effect. Reddit is being added into the Russell 3000, and that is set to close on June 27th after the bell. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Here we go. The crypto thing has started. There you go. It started. If you guys want to watch, it is being broadcast live on Bitcoin Magazine. Got a panel of dudes here that I have no idea who they are, but it's obviously sponsored by Marathon, MARA, tattooed all over that desk that they're broadcasting from there. So on the bottom right, or on the bottom of your screen, you should be able to see, I wonder if it's actually doing it, or no, it's not, okay. I thought this one, no, okay, it's not for a long time. No, it's not, okay. I thought this was closed captioning the event there. So we'll keep an eye out on that one for you guys. So the crypto conference has started now. Keep your eye on that. We could get some definite volatility in BTC. What's BTC at right now, man? 107.3, 107.295. Also, Coinbase, MicroStrategies, Mara, Riot, CleanSpark, Cut. You guys know the list of usual suspects there in crypto world. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on that. JD Vance, supposedly he's going to be the keynote. Nobody's on yet. In fact, the White House also has his keynote on their website. So if you go to the White House YouTube page, there it is. We will begin shortly. Vice President, JD Vance remarks at Bitcoin conference. So the White House YouTube account covering that as well. So there you go. Just some information for you there. Guys, while Sateo was giving us the news, I punched into Holo. We did a good trade here, but I got stopped out for the remaining amount. I took the majority of the position out there as it broke through 8. I like the look of this one right now as it tries to work right back into that 8 level. Current bar low on Holo, 776. So it's about 20 pennies from where we're at. That's a little too much for me. I want to see a clearing, a decisive clearing of 8. And then we can start using 8 as that level of support. So 775, an obvious level of support. I say that for 2 reasons. It's the low of 2 5-minute candles, the one that closed at 11.55 and the one that we're currently on right now that's going to close in a minute. 775, the current low on both those 2 5-minute candles. So how do we do this? Let me think about this one. No, I'm gonna continue to wait. I put a dip trade at the 10 exponential. In fact, I even front ran it and it didn't print. So it's still not well extended. It's still well above though the 10 EMA. So if it wants to hang out here and clear 8 and put another 5-minute candle to make a new high above the current one, that's a different story. But if it sells off, I want to wait for my level at around 760, maybe 7 high 50s. We'll see what this one gives us. So keeping my eye out on that one. HOLO, fantastic look on the day. I flattened out my trade on Joby, break even, and I'm kind of happy I did that because it's selling off aggressively. Now, I'm a buyer again of Joby at 8.5, and we may not have to wait long. It's showing me 8 2/3. Yeah, 8 2/3 right now. The volume weighted average price, 853. Where is the psychological support at, my TA people? $0.50. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to front run the level, Joseph, and I'm going to front run it at 55. So let's go ahead.
Sharif. Oh, we're doing it live.
You're doing it live. Okay, okay.
You know
tell them about it, baby.
Yeah,
they're sick of hearing about my small cap gappers, bro. They want to hear about some big boy trades there.
No, they love hearing that. I love hearing it personally because one thing for me, being a momentum style trader, you don't even understand. It just gives me the itch to want to, when I see one of your stocks just going berserk and just like continuing to climb higher, I'm like, I would love to get involved in this here. But there we go. Add to this position here, guys.
Styles, baby.
Yeah. I mean, we're calculated though. You know what I mean? We got to stay calculated.
What's going on with the
Smooth
chat?
operator.
Yeah, my chat's messed up there. Okay, so I
hit
gotta close that.
Hit a little refresh.
Yeah.
And then but yeah, there we go, guys. Tripled it up from our initial position there, guys. And let's see if we can get this breakout here in NVDA. Heading towards the opening price is going to be the primary target there. So that's going to put us on the underlying itself right around that 136 target there. So we're trading 136.29 to be exact is what we opened up. No, I'm wrong. I don't even know what I'm talking about there. Okay, we're already past opening price. No, we're right there, guys. Get it together, Joseph. 136.06. We're right at OP there, guys. Let's see if we reject it or we decide to head into some of these pre-market zones. And that's going to be my target here in this NVDL trade. I mean, I talked about the high levels of open interest. Also, go check out that on X. I posted the chain as well. So what we can do is we can maybe get a move into 140. That's where we're going to see 98,000, getting closer to 100,000 current open contracts. And then we have to lift 5 points higher is where we're going to see that next high level. And that's around 90,000 as well, too, there, guys. So, I mean, there is room to run on the top side and into the report. If these start to grow leading into that report, then watch out for the rejection of those key key levels, and that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. I'm excited to see what's going on. If we either continue to climb lower, I also have some offers out for some contracts at lower prices that I specifically want on some contracts that are now intrinsically and extrinsically valuable, but I only want to own the time value on that for all my options traders. For the individual who was asking in the chat, what is a good options book? Here's two right now. Options Trading for Dummies, one of my favorite. I love the For Dummies series. They're textbooks essentially, and you gain a lot of information. And then it's also Options Trading for Beginners, a 3-in-1 platform where you'll learn about condors, credit spreads, and the wheel. Those are some of my favorite books to read, and they're actually interesting reads, unlike some of Thinking in Bets, horrible book. But yeah, there we go. Let's see what Sateo's up to.
So Meta just came out with a report that they're looking to open up physical stores to push their Meta glasses. So it looks like the market is reacting pretty well to that. We're seeing some green candles on the 3-minute chart. Back to you.
Kills me, bro. He kills me. I had something to mention there.
Cristobal, For Dummies series is book. Sorry. Calling it Cristobal For Dummies series is actual like book. Like I've read it. Day Trading for Canadians for Dummies, Stock Investing for Dummies.
Day Trading for Canadians, eh?
Yeah, there's a series on.
There's like a TSX one.
No, I just tells kind of like it's more about like tax and kind of how it differs. From,
makes sense.
Yeah.
Because we get royally rinsed.
Yeah, we get royally rinsed, but. On a positive note, we don't have PDT. But on a positive note, no PDT, Sharif.
Yeah,
so
I'm willing to look past the PDT, Joseph, to hold on and get a little bit of my money, bro.
They can take a little bit of all of your little bits of money there. So yeah, and I'm reading macroeconomics right now for Dummies as well.
No, you get the clap for that, bro. That's big boy right there, man. That's big boy. Yeah, man. No, you're gonna love that. You're gonna love it, man, because it's like real life. Yeah, supply, demand.
All that stuff, man.
Oh, yes. Macroeconomics is sick. I think macro is the real deal, in my opinion. But, what do I know? All right, guys. I worked into EYPT. Shout out to Egypt. It's just missing the G here, guys. So we're working into the high on this one. I mean, what I see here is respect for $7, respect for the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. It's up 19.33%. So I'm giving it to $7. Okay, so we're gonna give this one the old college try at that $7 area, and we'll see what we get. Okay. I'm not going to dollar cost average into this. It's going to have to continue to stair step up. I tried to get back into holo there, man. It's just not having me. And here comes $8 again. And we got a couple of hammer candles now, which show that there's umpteen amount of support at that 775. And here we go again with HOLO. I'm going long. Whatever, man. Come what may. Where are we long at? We're long at 04, so we'll layer into these levels here, see if we can get something to the high side. We're already doing it live here. There we go. Boom! To the high side. So we'll take out some prints above 8. It's stair-stepping up nicely, man. I have no complaints about this one. Let's put some at 16s here. We'll throw some other orders. Oh, crap. I did it again, Joseph. Oh, man, I really need to get these hotkeys. I end up trying to, I go like this for the size, right?
Yeah.
And then it doesn't register, and then it's taking in the entire thing, and there it goes. So here we go. HOLO coming into the high of the day, 826, 820. Feel awfully stupid about this one. That was a mistake by me, but it's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better. Here comes that high again. This is the area where rejected last time, 826 high. Let's see if it holds 8 this time. Prior bar low, just to give you some idea, 775 on the dot. This current candle, which just opened up a minute ago, the low is literally at $8. Okay, so let's see if we can finally use 8 as support. I'm gonna wait at 805. Okay, I'm going to take half the size, but I'm going to wait at 805 because this one has a propensity to retrace. That way, if it gives up the ghost, well, I'm at a better price and I've got lesser size. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. 805 is where I'm waiting at to get some in. Let's see if this one gives me the entry. Not currently giving me the entry. So we'll pack our patience on that one. Goss stopped out of Humana, but still positive on that one. That one lost, or Huma, excuse me. That one lost the volume weighted average price. So out of that one, Joby, we're still waiting for a dip trade on. I'm waiting at the $0.50. I don't know if this is the right area. I think I'm going to go along here again, and then we'll wait for this one at the $0.50 because it's putting in a candle of indecision. Now this current candle is making a higher low and possibly a higher high. Not quite yet the higher high, but that looks like it is coming on JOBY. There goes Holo again into the high of the day. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's just a mistake there, Joseph. Yeah. How's it going, Fabian? Hey, how are you?
Yeah.
All right, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Joseph, what do you got?
Same stuff here, man. Just slowly, just in the slow cooker. Okay, that's not what we want to see. But you can see 3 adds here into this move higher. We need the market to start participating. I would like to head into that opening price. Did we tap into it on NVDL or NVDA? Sorry, almost. But we did take this nice big move higher. This thing is a grind, there's no questioning that, but this was a hot mess for me looking for these longs. It took some time to get the ball rolling. The better positioning is without any form of questioning right here is at the lower end of this range. I know my boy Gorav was trading it down there too. You have the correct entry, significantly better than what I'm cooking on here, but there we go. We're getting aggressive. I'm gonna have to keep this stop really, really tight here, guys, but let's take this next leg lower. Overall market, let's start participating. Let's go, man. You got big time earnings report tonight, Jensen, and you know that Kathy's starting to buy it up here as well. So big players and a big time earnings report that I'm more than excited to hear about and see what kind of numbers they're going to be printing up. So yeah, I think patience is going to be the name of this game. If I can hold on, I'm not positioned that well, but if I can hold on to this position for things to start to get rolling, then I think we'll be okay and we'll be able to take out a big chunk of our losses earlier today. I mean, what we're currently sitting on right now, I can't really complain, especially at the higher end of this range. I was thinking, do I just take what the market is giving me right now, or do we more? We want more, but we also have to be calculated and follow our trade plan, right? So if we crack the volume weighted average price, I have no other option other than to get out of this trade now because I have now added more to this position. So I gotta stick to those rules, right? We want to have enough ammunition, enough fuel in the tank for us to take another opportunity. We don't want to kind of be what's the word that I'm looking for? Stubborn and just hold on to things that we know that the thesis may be wrong or our timing just slightly off. Realize those small losses and then look to get back in. But with the market not wanting to climb higher, this is not a positive sign for my NVDA trade. But with earnings report, a nice consolidation phase, holding on to some key levels, there is a glimmer of hope. We don't want to be on that hopium whatsoever. We want to stay technical, and that's what we're trying to do. We cracked VWAP. We're out of this trade. Let's go. Continue to break up. The quantum space is starting to climb a little bit as well. And one thing that I'll note is that I like that NVDA necessarily isn't continuously selling off with SPY and the Qs, sorry. So if the market does decide to turn things around and where we're currently sitting at, that could be a positive signal for the buy program that can step in here on NVDA heading into this earnings report this evening. So yeah, just be patient. My guy, Luis Martinez, I don't see him in the chat right now, but he says, Joe, be patient. I think that's going to be one of these instances, Sharif, where we just got to hold on to this position and hope for the best and prepare for the worst.
All right, it started, guys. JD Vance live right now at the Crypto Conference 2025. Giving the keynote today. Sorry, don't have any closed captioning on my system, but I'm sure you guys can find it if you really look. JD Vance giving the keynote speech at Crypto Conference 2025 out in Vegas. So obviously that's a big deal for you crypto bulls, and even if you're short crypto, you should probably know what he's saying because it may affect your position. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We got Sate at the big desk, like I've mentioned. So look for some price action volatility right now on any of these crypto adjacent names. I'll submit to you, though, they're getting shellacked on the day. You got, for example, MicroStrategies down 3, Coinbase almost down 4%, Mara almost down 8%, Riot down 7 1/3, CleanSpark down 6 1/5, HUD 8 7 1/5. So yeah, there's a lot of blood right now. Or a lot of red, I should say, in the overall crypto world. So we'll keep tabs on that. We'll let you know what's happening there. All right, HYLN, beautiful bounce off the volume weighted average price. We're taking some prints to the high side here on this one finally after really waiting. Now I'm at 58s. It's at 58s as well. It's going to have to cross for me to get printed, so we'll keep tabs on that. I got into Joby as well, taking prints to the high side over here, layering the orders. I still have my dip trade active on JOBY at the volume weighted weighted average price in case this is just, you know, a perfunctory bounce and the real level is still coming from lower. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on here. But it looks like I'm taking out prints on Joby. 70s again now showing up on the level 2. The crypto conference started, Katina Man, so we'll see if that one ends up doing anything over here. Katina Man's back from the swim sesh. We're going to shout him out. He's all pumped up and amped up to go. It's time to get back into trading mode, baby. Keeping an eye on Holo as well. I'm break even on it. I'm 1 penny in the money right now. Looking for that decisive breakthrough, that 820. I've layered my orders on this one. It seems to be holding 8. You can never really know. It's got higher lows. That's what's keeping me optimistic about this one, but hard to tell, though, guys, whether this one will lose 8 or break above 8. I was looking for the prints to be mostly above 8. We're getting that, but anything can happen here, okay? Keeping my eye, boom, on HYLN. We'll take out 58s. Now we're waiting at 59, 60, 61s. Let's layer into 62 as well. So we'll see what we get there. Maybe we'll get some nice prints to the high side, take out some levels. Likewise with Joby. I know that the chart looks convoluted there because I chart on the 5, so everything kind of condensed in together. But we took a couple of more prints on JOBY at that level as well. So that's what we're involved in right now. We've also got EYPT. This one really not doing a whole lot, though. Where's my EYPT? Okay, so we took a couple of prints there to the high side on EYPT. This is going to have to hold the 10. I'm in EYPT here for the 10 hold. We're 1 penny out of the money as it shows me 11s. So we'll pack our patience on that one and see what we get. I see Joby's giving me more prints to the high side there. Boom, as it takes out 71 and 72. Bang on Joby. Shout out to the Katina Man for pointing that one out earlier. So we'll see if this one can continue to go here, but it's really Holo that I'm fixated on. I have more shares on Holo than I have on anything else. Second is HYLN. Third is Joby. Fourth is EYPT. That's the order of the size of the shares that we have. I am concerned about this $8 level on HOLO. We've gotten 3 out of the last 5 candles have been candles of indecision. That concerns me, okay? So we'll pack our patience there. Joby's taking out all my levels there, man. Here comes 8 again on Joby, or 880, excuse me. So let's layer some more orders now. The next one we've got here, I think, is at 77s. It just got taken out. Okay, good. So now we're going to set up more. On JOBY, I just don't want to exhaust all the shares. So 78s, and then we're going to wait at 79s and 80s. So we'll see if we can get all those levels printed and what the situation is on JOBY. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
What's happening over here? The OG Darwin. Guess who was swinging Joby warrants? I'll take one guess.
On the warrants.
When you say warrants,
Who's that guy, my guy?
it's the OG Darwin. So,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes like the warrants on something will be like 150% up, and like the equity will be like 75 or 80. So sometimes you get big boy moves there on that. Boom! Tell him about it, Joe.
NVDA.
Tell him about it, Joe.
Man, I told you guys with the start I was off to, and then this is why you have to make your trades, your winning trades as big as possible.
Boom.
Be patient. If I were to just close it right now, that would wipe away 33% of my losses on one trade and starting 0 for 5. So, so I'm going to hold on to this, continue to hold on to it. Come on, Kathy. Come on, Kathy. Keep buying up a storm over here. I mean, we don't want to get too excited just yet because we also haven't locked in anything whatsoever. But we want to head back into this range. I think this is going to be one of the primary targets right there. And you can see we're almost rejecting it relatively aggressively there, guys. As the market can't even breach the volume-weighted average price, it just gets a little pop and then just rejects it relatively quick and fierce. So, yeah, not too good of a look. That's definitely bear sentiment in my opinion, but things can most definitely change and turn on a dime. But yeah, I got to get into this. Okay, that may not be a good signal for me. Oh, okay, yeah, we don't like this right here, guys, on the 5-minute time frame. So this is NVDA on the 1 minute, sorry. this is not a good sign. We got a big engulfing volume candle and then a massive indecision print at some highs. I would want to see this breach to the top side in order for me to feel a little bit more safe. If we crack to the downside, then we can get a hefty pullback into the lower end of this range. And I personally don't want to sit through that there, guys. So yeah, let's go. Hopefully we can maintain this move. If the market gets a bounce, then I think we'll be positioned relatively well. But yeah, that indecision right there on the 1 minute, not a good signal as we struggle to crack through some of these highs. If it cracks it to the low side, then we might have to take a little bit off and then look for another opportunity to add more into this position. So yeah, we'll just keep everything calm, cool, and collective right now, and then we won't get too giddy until it's time to do so, even if it does arise. So yeah, Kathy, we don't want these wicks. Yeah, tell him, Michael DCA, we don't want the wicks either. So start buying more cleanly and maybe a little bit more than 2-point-something million, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is, right? But shout out to Nancy and Team Nancy and Team Kathy there, guys. All right, let's go. Oh, come on. Break up for us. Don't pull back now like the overall market. Don't be like everybody. You can be an outlier and move in your own direction. You can think for yourself, NVDA, and I think that is up. The trajectory is up. This is me whispering sweet nothings to NVDL, hoping that it will continue to climb higher. So now we're smoking on that hopium, and we don't necessarily want to, because that is not how you go about trading correctly. So yeah, I mean, IonQ trading relatively well here. It did break out eventually. You can see it here. But again, more of a grind there, guys. And that's tough for me to sit through personally as a momentum trader. Like I'm currently just sitting in a grind here on NVDA. Isn't the most fun. And that's the thing, right? So you can see how the tape is and how we're not reacting to the top side when we get those continuous aggressive sells above and at the ask. So you'll see the darker shade right there is above the ask. The lighter shade is right at the ask. And then you see those flushes, but the underlying isn't moving. But then when we get those flushes on the bid side, you see us take those legs lower. So yeah, we're going to continue to monitor this, see what we got going on. It's going to be a grind, but one thing to note is that when we get one of these deeper pullbacks, it's not going to be fun to sit through. So going to be patient and see what Nvidia has in store for us. I mentioned 140 with the highest level of open interest, but if the market doesn't want to participate, it's definitely going to be a tough ride higher.
All right, Joseph. We've been showing you the homepage of Trade the Pool for a while now, but today we really want to highlight a section of the site that you may have missed. And trust us, you'll want to check it out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library, and it's so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips so you can actually apply it in your own trading. And there's more. The note feature allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from the videos so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that mattered. It's like your own personal bookmark. I like that. What's the best part? It's completely free, guys. So if you haven't explored it yet, now is the time. Head to tradethepool.com and click on the VOD library. Shout out to the Catman there and Mitch Hoke. Hell, guys, both there. Obviously, Katz is the CEO, and Mitch always comes on Tuesdays and gives us his real ideas.
They're American. Do you know where they're from in the States? Right?
That's a good question. I'm sure Brendo knows, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you there. So, all right, guys. So here, I think actually Mitch is from Miami. Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, Miami, dude.
Yeah. Brendo, he's from Miami, right? Yeah, he is from Miami.
Well, that's where the Pit Vipers came from the other day.
Say less.
Good old Miami dude.
Or say more.
Say more. Good old Pit Vipers. All right, guys, a nice big bounce here back in NVDL. IonQ just continuing to move here. The strength in the tape, this is exactly what we want to see displayed. So yeah, and then see, as you can see, we flush on the bid side, and we're not overly reactive just yet. So we want to see that strength step right back in and get another clean flush to see if we can break through this key pivot level. I think that's going to be a key. A really important level, I should say, and if we do, then maybe I'll look to take some off around 53.35s. If we do crack that, just to lock some in and be safe. But we got to break through some of these levels first, guys, and the market is going to have to participate in order for us to do so.
Well said, Joseph. All right, we're doing it live here on EYPT. We're taking more prints to the high side. What I got on EYPT there? I got 12s or 11s. Just took out some there at 19 or 18s, excuse me, layered into 20, 21. Let's go ahead and set up some more at 22 and then 24 as well. EYPT, it's not, sexy or anything like that. It's not rocketing up in a way that we've seen some others do, but it is a very steady state, higher high, higher low, respect for the 10 exponential on the 5, kind of a stock. How's my friend Joby doing? Boom! We take out the prints to the high side there. Shout out to my man Joby. I happen to like this company, Joseph, you know that, because I have a death wish, brother, and it's to ride in one of these eVTOLs. Come hell or high water, I'm good with it, bro. I mean, if I gotta go, I gotta go one way. I could go to Mars.
So you'd be happy
I could go to
going,
space. My least favorite would be to die in an eVTOL. I would not mind dying in low Earth orbit, so I can get a final view of the world before it all ends.
Okay.
I would be okay with that.
You'll be all right with that?
I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
If Joseph, if they asked me, Sharif, you want to go to Mars?
Yeah.
I don't even have to think about it.
Okay, let me ask you right here.
I probably wouldn't make it because Starship blew up yesterday again.
Ooh.
But he's getting better.
All right.
Ask me.
All right, Sharif, if you had the chance to go to Mars today, would you?
In a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
I'd like to see the plans, but if they're
no plans, nothing. It's just like, buddy, it's either you're riding with us or no go.
Get me into space.
Okay, yeah, just
get me into low Earth orbit. We can have a conversation.
You want to hop on the old Blue Origin there with Katy Perry and Lauren Sanchez?
Fabian asks the most important of questions. Joseph, how are they gonna get my eggs up there? Can they do? Is there such thing as like dried eggs? Like you know what I mean?
Powdered eggs.
Then I'm okay, Fabian. I can hang with that.
I could see Sharif pulling a Matt Damon in Interstellar and doing the false.
What was that? Something planet?
Yeah,
what was his?
I forget what the planet is.
He duped everyone to come in to save him, and he screwed everybody.
And then it's like Sharif, but Sharif like sends the message, "Oh, make sure you bring eggs," and then psychs everyone out and says, "Yeah,
bring eggs. It's a hospitable planet. Everything's good to go. Just come on over."
Eggs.
I totally do that, Joseph. Who are we kidding, bro? Hold on. You would not want to be saved. Like you would not be deceitful to be saved.
No, you can't put the other risk of other people.
You're lying through your teeth.
You think I would do that?
Hold on. To save your own life, you would not be deceitful.
I would put everybody else's life at risk? No.
No, huh? No. Okay, you're just making me look like an asshole now,
I'm not that guy. I'm not that Matt Damon character.
Or Matt Damon, oh my goodness.
It would be probably the most difficult thing to ever do is just know that you're gonna die alone on that planet and no one's coming to see you.
Well,
but I wouldn't put like, come on, you're gonna look at Matthew McConaughey and say, hey man.
So you're probably thinking, they can probably get me out of here. Maybe we can like whatever that ship that they had, it was supposed to be able to launch again, but they couldn't because the waves were so high, right?
That was a different planet.
That was a different planet. That was a different planet.
It's like every 30 seconds is like 5 years or something like that.
I think weren't they all like? I don't remember, bro. It's been a hot minute since I've watched the movie.
He's like, how long has it been? They get back on the ship. He's like, it's been 23 years.
Yo, you put up the heat, didn't you?
I didn't touch the heat,
100% you put up the heat.
It's my guy.
Man. Katina, man.
No wonder I'm so happy.
What's going on
why
in
I'm
here,
so happy and content is that it's warm.
100%. Joe put it up.
I didn't touch it.
Yo, Joey shivers, bro. How many times?
Don't mess with the thermi. It's perfect temperature in here right now. There's no way. I didn't touch it, man. It was Ramin. That obviously.
Jesus.
Was it you though who actually did it? I don't know. Maybe it was. So.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
That it's on 23 there. You can't come into my apartment and find the AC anything above 21.
I'm a no AC guy. That's the thing. Like I'm cool. Here, listen. Try this, Sharif.
Too much.
You ready? You ready? Try this. Okay. So this is what you're gonna do. All right. So you're not when it's like in the middle of summer, it's like 25, 28 at nighttime. No AC, nothing. But don't sleep with any blankets. Just whatever you go to bed in. Just sleep on top of the blankets, and then when you fall asleep, you'll wake up cool, and then that's when you just put the sheet over you.
I get that. I get
body
that.
Temperature cools down.
All right, Joseph, I got to interrupt. Sorry.
Yeah,
We're absolutely killing it on Holo. Here's the breakout, guys. We've got 805s, and I had shares on this one. Here we go. So let's see. Decent shares. 830 right now. I've taken out every single print except the top one right now on HOLO. So we got 832s left. This one just broke out. 830 high day. day. Here's 30 again. It's up 35%, stair-stepping up. Higher highs, higher lows. Have a look at that 5-minute chart, people. There is no breach of the 10 exponential, not once. Even when it double touched there at 11:10 and 11:15, it still respected it. Here comes the high. Boom! We take out the high, my boy. We're throwing more orders. We still got shares on this one, so let's see if we can take out some more. We're layering in the high 30s and low 40s. Let's go holo, man. Beautiful breakout, 837 HOD. Joseph is showing me 33s now on the level 2. A beautiful hold of that $8 area by HOLO. And what kept me optimistic about this one was the umpteen of higher lows, Joseph. You didn't necessarily get the higher highs, but you definitely got the higher lows there. Boom to the side.
Yeah, nice trade there, man.
I appreciate you, my boy. We just got stopped out, so we're going to talk about the good ones, and we're also going to talk about the bad ones. So EYPT, we took a few outs over here, but I was still holding the majority of the position. Now we got stopped out on the break of 7. So EYPT headed down. I'm a buyer again, though, of EYPT at that 675, let's say 680. That is the volume weighted average price. Let's see if it even actually breaks that 20 exponential moving average. It's at it right now. If it reclaims 7 quickly, I'll get right back in. So EYPT has been awfully respectful of the 10. It's the first breach for EYPT of the 10 on the day. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one. Let's see exactly what we get there, guys. Let's see if this one wants to move right back up. EYPT in focus. We are also taking HYLN for some prints to the high side. We got 58s and 57s and 58s. Now I'm waiting at 59s. This one is curling, though. HYLN had me worried for a little bit because it was a ridiculous lower low, lower high setup since 10:30 all the way to 12 o'clock. So for an hour and a half, we were doing these lower highs. I only added twice into the position. So let's see if this one wants to work right back up or what the situation is with that one. Joby, we're going to have to likely cut this one. I only have a baby amount of shares left on Joby anyway. What I'm looking at here on Joby is a bit of a downward channel now. So I got back into Joby because it held the volume weighted average price, but it's having trouble clearing 880. And you might be like, well, Sharif, that's kind of a random area to have resistance 880. It's not psychological resistance or support or yada, yada, yada. But let me show you what it did earlier. It had trouble with 880, with 870. Look at this. This was kind of like the bull flag top. So once we get right back into that top, we're having trouble clearing it again. So if I keep watching this and we start putting in lower lows and lower highs, I'm going to flatten out on this one. Holo just took out all my orders again. Boom, we're still holding decent shares on this one, bro. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to layer more, man. We're going to layer at 49s as well because we know that 50 can be a bit of a level there. And then we're going to layer in the mid to high 50s. So let's see what we can get here. 847 HOD on Joby. Here it is again. Here's the $0.50. It's taking out prints. Can we get prints above 50? Let's go, Mr. Holo. Let's go. Let's clear that 50 penny level. Boom! We take out that 50 penny level, Joseph. 853 high a day. HOL dang oh, it's on the way up. It's breaking out, guys. Yeah, I added a bunch into this too.
Ooh, a bunch.
Yeah. I'll tell you how many shares I have after.
All right, tell me.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on this one. 855. Can we take out? Boom, Joseph.
Shares in there?
I still have shares, bro. Yeah.
Man.
So let's throw. Well, the Katina man, he was talking to me about that the other day. He's like, you got to put on some shares there, bro.
Look at that.
Boom! We take it out again on Holo.
Look at that generous fill you got there.
Now we're done the shares, Joseph.
Oh, that's all right. That's a nice trade, though. Bang.
All right, it's okay. We have a good time here, guys. HOLO is breaking out now, guys. The best looking small cap gapper, I would submit to you guys in the entire market. 877 high day. It looks like we're destined for 9. Keep your eye out on HOLO. I remember this one having a bigger short float, but trade ideas for whatever reason is not giving me the goods anymore. Let's double check it. HOLO. Okay, so it is giving it to me now. I don't know why it wasn't giving it to me earlier. 13.6% of the 3.82 million shares float is board for short. So it's not a bad amount of percentage of the float to be short. Keep your eye on this one. We could certainly see a squeeze here. HOLO invoke.
Oh, I see you back on the old 1 minute there as well, too, Sharif.
Yeah, I was doing the 1 minute to show the execution, but you know.
Yeah,
because look how it just becomes
different. Yeah, congested. Okay, so yeah, let's break this down. What I think is about to happen here in NVDA. Let's get rid of some of these lines here to start. That's a great place to start. Clean up the old chart skis and see what we got going on. So starting to form somewhat of a shelf. Don't love it, but we're just slowly grinding above the volume-weighted average price is a positive sign. So we'll just draw this trend line. It has been cracked, but one thing to note is that we have this shelf here now, guys, and I don't like seeing this. I would like to see more of like a doo-doo and then a move higher. So we'll just kind of gauge what I think can potentially happen is that we get this move back towards VWAP, and then if it wants to continue to move on the trajectory that it currently is, then we can get that a secondary move and then go higher. But one thing that I will note is that I'm looking, considering that we're grinding, I'm looking for one more of these strong engulfing prints right here. Within this kind of ABCD pattern, stair-step pattern that we're being displayed right now, and take us into these pre-market zones, which I guess we already have. You can see it's been rejected to a T on multiple occasions. So yeah, not too good of a look. I think this pullback is going to be a lot deeper than what I would like. It's weird because the market's climbing higher, like the SPY is heading back in towards the volume-weighted average price, and then NVDA is selling. You would think the complete opposite would be happening with the likes of the market climbing back into VWAP. This would be climbing higher with it, but it says we're going to move in opposite correlation of what the market's doing right now, and we're just going to kind of just grind Joe's gears in the meantime, because that's exactly what they're doing, specifically going after me, right? So that's it's definitely not the case. I'm being sarcastic if you couldn't tell. So yeah, there it is there, guys. Yeah, off of those pre-market zones, you get that rejection. One thing that we can note is just focus on the volume by time profile to see what we have going on with that. If it continues to dwindle and cool off, then maybe we can get some buy program to step in and climb higher and higher. So yeah, that's my game plan here. I can't really stick to it for too long, right? Considering how we've added in to the position. So if I'm wrong at some point, I mean, up at the top end of this range, we had some nice unrealized, but I wasn't locking it any. I wanted to climb higher and higher in this market just because it is earnings. And you can see we're getting a bounce in some of the larger names as well, too. So it's weird that I mentioned it just earlier, is that the Qs are climbing higher and SPY is climbing higher, but NVDA decides that it wants to pull back. So let's see if we can get buyers to re-engage here and start to lift price through some of these key resistance zones there, Sharif.
Joseph, you want to see a bad trade? Look at that. Look at it go, bro. Look at that. Oh. See, that's what happens when you get the squeeze. Like, I think that's one thing I definitely need to improve on.
Yeah.
Detecting the squeeze. Because if you're going to be able to see the squeeze coming, like, you're likely going to get 50 pennies, $1. It's going to squeeze a lot of people out, and it had a harder short flow. So it's something I definitely need to improve on.
It's still a good trade, right? Like, if you just left a couple for a runner, then you'd be.
That's the thing, yeah.
Just
I need to be more present.
Yeah, just like 10%. That's it. I was talking about it, but even that's what I started with. Just leave 10%, even if it's a handful of shares. Just leave 10% for a runner. Either you get stopped out, break even, or you get to go on the old ride there.
Yeah, 100% accurate, guys. Shout out to Buvin. Buvin, I know you were talking about VVPR, and it wasn't just you, Buvin. There was others as well. VVPR. What the hell is this? That's all I want to ask. What is this? 710 low, 849 high in one candle. Does this have news? Oh yeah, it did come in. Okay, 1235. So this came in. Here it is, guys. Okay, so that's why I went nuts like that. Here, let me just load this up in a way that we can all read it. Vivo Power raises $121 million in private offering led by Saudi royalty and XRP industry leaders at $6.05 a share. Trading at 713, so here we go. Capital to fund XRP-focused digital asset treasury and DeFi strategy, debt reduction, and working capital. So that headline came in on my blotter at exactly 1235. Let's look at the price action reaction. Let's flip to the 1 so we can see exactly when it spiked. You guessed it, 1235. So this is a headline. This is a midday headline right now on Vivo Power, ticker VVPR. I just read it to you guys. You can rewind if you'd like. It's breaking down now, though. Okay, so it had an uptrend before. We're decidedly breaking through that uptrend. If you were to draw kind of a perfunctory trend line there, it does breach it here. Let's see if it's able to settle down and work back up. But the price there of 6 something a share, doesn't really please me. Given the current price action, we're above $7. So $6.05 a share is what the deal was made at. So here it comes to the downside. It is going to halt at $6.88 right now. It looks like it will halt at $6.88, which is well below the volume weighted average price. It still leaves it positive on the day as it had closed out at $6.03 yesterday. So VVPR halting to the downside now. We're going to have to see if this one can kind of get its footing under it or what the hell is going on over there. So we'll keep tabs on that. And while we'll keep tabs on that, we'll keep tabs on HOLO as it's zigging and zagging with $9 right now. Let's see if it's able to use 9 as support in the way that it used 8 as support. Also keeping my eye here on HYLN. I don't want to be quick to take this out. I like the VWAP bounce. I'm very cognizant of the seller that we've had here at 58s and 57s. So we're showing 57s now. I did get the print there at 58. So it technically breached that lower high, lower low downward channel that it had been putting in a VWAP. It breached it, but we're not at the high of the day, nor are we able to shake some of these sellers here. So I'm keeping my eye on that, and we'll see how that ends up being. Joby is coming into my area again, and I'm not letting any of this go against me. And here it is, right at my level. We'll flatten out, break even on the remaining amount there on JOBY. Again, I was waiting at the volume weighted average price for Joby, but it gave me an earlier bounce. So I was waiting at that 8.5, as I mentioned, and then it made an area low of 861. So I punched long there, and then we were only able to really take 20 pennies at the best there. So it's not the best trade to be had, but we'll look to do a little bit better. People are saying there is a different ticker there. What is this ASBP thing? Let me have a look. ASBP. Oh, yeah, look, Bovin showed me this one earlier. Again, it's a sub $1 name, and there's just way too much running on the day for, me to be trying to focus on these sub $1 names. I don't like them, okay? Again, I've made my point clear, but I'll say it again in case you're a newer viewer. These sub $1 names. We have a great small cap trader at the Barcelona office of Real Trading. His name is Luis Barbado. He comes on Thursdays, usually every other Thursday, and he gives us his look for small cap gappers. And one week, he was telling us a piece of information I didn't know, and he trains his traders on small caps, by the way, that there are certain algorithms, small cap algorithms, that won't trade these names south of $1. So all of a sudden, I'm not saying there's going to be liquidity issues, but you're really not going to get that parabolic nature anyway that you may get if these big boy algos were trading them. So that's number one. Number two, you have 4 decimal places south of $1. So there's more areas to post sell orders at. So it seems like a thickly traded stock, and it's hard to really breach levels. That's been my observation. So that's why I try to stay the hell away from these, okay? Now, if they're great and, we can make exceptions for them, otherwise, I don't know. Anyway, Joseph, I think Holo is not done. Holo doesn't look like it's done, bro. Oh, wow. It's defending 9, man. So it did dip in there with a bit of a bottoming tail candle, 8 2/3. And here we go again, above 9, 937 high. Trade this carefully, guys. I really want to tell you that because I've seen Holo before. It's a triple-digit winner from prior days, but it's also a huge bamboozler, and it'll take back everything you took from it. Randy got really upset with me yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
He got really upset.
Measured what we got to fix.
Yeah. So I don't know if we can see it over here. See, they can see it. Yeah. So this is it was a little hole in the wood there. Yeah. And it was very small when I started about 3 years ago. Ooh. In August, it'll be 3 years. No, that's not on me. I swear to you, that's not on. I admitted this one, but that's not on me. I promise you.
What's that there?
I don't even know what that is. That ain't on me,
bro. That's erosion, brother.
Yeah.
That ain't nothing.
So the small hole here, Randy, grew. It's a tough job. Sometimes we're anxious, we're in bad positions, we're losing money, and the desk paid the price. I apologize. But once Brendel told me that we were rebuilding the desk, I felt less bad.
Small price to pay. Small price.
This guy.
Small price. Okay, we are ready.
All right, guys.
I'm ready. All right.
What do we got?
NVDA not cooperating, bouncing off of VWAP. Let's go. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, guys, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you have expected? That's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. All right? The guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan that QR code and check the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. There it is. Go check it out there, free copy. Especially if you're looking to get your own setup at home. I talk about it all the time, and I stand by it, and I will stand by it for the rest of my days. The 3 pillars of trading is playbook, psychology, and technology.
I thought you were going to say practice there.
Practice.
You're talking about practice?
Talking about practice? Yeah, that comes in with the playbook, right? So you can.
So you were given your options books there, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of your bread and butter. I'd like to just mention some TA books that I like.
Absolutely.
John J. Murphy. Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. I think that's kind of like one of the Bibles.
I did the TA for Dummies.
There you go. Yeah, I did that one as well, which is not bad.
Yeah, it's good.
I have a digital copy.
Okay.
So John J. Murphy, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, and then you got to go with the GOAT. What's his name again? Obe, the psychology guy. The guy.
Trading in the Zone.
Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas.
Mark Douglas.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Mark Douglas.
Too, yeah.
So that one, obviously, there's no TA there, but look, I read Trading in the Zone before, but I read it when I was a really novice trader. I think that I would benefit a lot more from it now. A lot of people read that bad boy like once a year, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Obi echoing that as well. I mean, okay, so Obe coming in with actually really good suggestions. So if you're a newer trader, maybe don't look or get into the psychology aspect of things until you're more developed, until you've really you felt the losses, you felt the wins, you kind of know what it's all about. Because there was a lot of stuff that I was reading in that book that I could relate to in theory, but not in practice. And so, yeah, that's just my suggestion to you guys. Those are the 2 books that everyone seems to recommend, and they're available digitally. You can also on Spotify. They're on Spotify as well. But I think with John J. Murphy's book, there's so many charts and stuff like that. You're going to want the actual digital book or a physical book or whatever.
For sure, there's a lot of good books there. A lot of good trading books. I know. Trading Psychology by Andrew Aziz is good, and then
Andrew Aziz
by
is
Mike
a sick small cap trader, bro.
Yeah. And no, he doesn't trade small. He trades like large cap.
Hold on, there's another. Oh, who's that guy that was trading small caps? You were telling me about? Was it Andrew Aziz? You were telling me about a small cap trade. Oh, the 27-year-old. That's who you were telling me about.
Oh, the short bit.
From SMB. Yeah. You were telling me about him. That's right. My bad. The playbook is small caps. That's what.
And then mastering trading. Yeah, there's a lot of good books. But I think what's really important to note there, Sharif, is that like you just said, you can read all this stuff, you can do everything. It does give you the good fundamentals, but until you step into the war zone, that essentially does nothing. Because when you're in the battlefield, guys, all that practice, everything, until you start putting on actual shares and real money, and when you start off and it's your own real money, regardless if you're trading sim, boom, you're officially in the jungle now. So be prepared because things will drastically change on you, and you have to work your way around it. You got to stay in the game and just stay positive and just accept the fact that you're going against people who've been doing this for years and years and years. Like how Obi mentions, this is the ultimate player versus player game. Like think about it for all my gamers out there. Day one of you gaming live or going online, you're getting smoked. And that's going to be no different here in the market. You're going to get smoked. People are going to light you up, but it's just part of the process.
Here it is. Guys, Holo is not giving up the ghost here. Joseph, man, on the candles, look, you're not getting a huge break above 9, but we didn't get that huge break above 8 until we got that flat top break. And what's really keeping me focused on HOLO, again, and I always say this, and I hate sounding like a broken record, but it's something that really always catches my attention. The higher lows here on HOLO on every successive wick on the 5-minute candles is a higher low. You just feel this one is going to blow through 9.5. It's likely going to hit 10. It's got a larger short float, larger-ish short float from what we've seen lately, 13.5% give or take. So this one, I don't know, man. If you're looking for a money fill here, maybe just a little bit above the prior bar low, because it's holding that higher low, higher low, higher low. So if it's doing that, then the money fill will have to be, if it's going to continue, above the prior bar low. Don't place it below that. unless it changes trend. And I'll submit to you guys, it did not change trend. At $8, it consolidated at $8 from 11.55 to when we got that decisive break at 12.30. So 35 minutes, I was nursing this trade, holding it at $8. And every single candle there had a higher low. Not necessarily a higher high every time, but you did get higher lows every time. So HOLO, I don't think this one is done. It's just not. It's extended above the 10. It's near the high. It's putting in higher lows. So I've made my point very clear. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, looking to execute on it in whatever way I really can here. VVPR, I see you guys yelling about that one. Let me have a look. It did break down below VWAP. It was halted to the downside. This is not my kind of trade, and I think that the share price there that we talked about, VVPR, 605 a share, doesn't do this one any favors. It's trading well above that 605, it's 650 or whatever it's at right now. Let's throw that on the side chart, or the not the side chart, but the side watch list there so we can get live price updates. 668. So I don't touch this until it can get above 710. It's below the volume weighted average price. I don't want to touch this right now. It's awfully volatile. That's crazy that it could go not 849 and then 593 in like 10 minutes. No, thank you. That's not it for me. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. I think I paper-handed the Joby trade. I just didn't want this one to go against me, and it was coming down into my level, so I flattened it out, and now it's back up into the 8 high 7s. It still has, though, as you can see by drawing that trend line, that lower high situation. So it's not exactly rocketing into 9 like I had hoped, but it's not giving me a VWAP retracement either. I'm obsessing, for whatever reason, at placing my dip trade at VWAP, and it's not pulling into VWAP. So maybe I just need to sing a different tune here with JOBY, but that one is certainly in focus for me. HYLN, I'll be holding this one until it takes out that $1.62. It's curling. It's getting into VWAP, and it's putting that rounded shape, whether it ends up being a U or a V or whatever the hell it ends up doing. It looks like it is curling. EYPT as well. We were forced out of that one. That was another possible mistake on my part here. Punching in. I didn't punch in at the lows. I punched in at 7 and it went to 690, so I don't feel too bad. But now it's got a 4 candle, higher low, higher high setup, looking possibly to take out 720. So here's a deal. Why is the spread 7 pennies on this name, bro?
Why?
No, I'm not. No, we're gonna wait at the lower end. All right, so we're gonna look for a dip trade here around 7. If I can get something around there, fantastic. If I can't, then we'll consider something else here. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Shout out to my man Ozan. He's returned there. Shout out to Pug Life, Sharif, One Good Trade, Mike Bellafor, Mastering the Trade by John Carter. All right, I'm taking pictures of those, man, because I might want to get into those myself there.
Okay, guys.
What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm gonna briefly get stopped out, or momentarily, I'm gonna get stopped out here on NVDL. Doesn't want to. Here you can display what I thought was gonna go on. We did get that pullback. We're just not holding these key levels that I was expecting us to here. We're now south of the volume weighted average price, so that's going to be a signal for me to accept my losses and kind of just move on there. As you can see, we're just not wanting to grind higher. The market is just extremely weak here. We're not getting that bounce just yet, and if I do punch out, then that's going to be my last attempt on there. I'll go 0 for 4 on that trade. Not my best trading session, but it is what it is, and we move on. All right, guys, we're out of that. See you later. That one's not working out as we continue to move to the downside. So, yeah, it took a loss that I calculated there. So, Softy is tanking. Yeah, Microsoft. Yeah, I see that there. It's done. That trade's done there. Gaurav, nice trade, nice short there on Microsoft as well too. So yeah, I'm going to be patient. You're not going to see too many like gunslinging entries from me here. Personally, I'm going to wait till the latter half in the day. Maybe we can get some moves on NVDA. But again, I've already wasted all my ammunition on this stock, and I was looking for that daily breakout, and we just didn't get it here. You can see it displayed. You open up at the top of that range, and we didn't get that continuation to the top side there. So it may take some more time. It may take another day or two. We come back into the middle of the range, and then maybe we get that pop up there. What do you got going on?
Oh, man, it's nuts. We went long again. Oh, Joseph, I did it again. No. I screwed up my keys. I'm not very good. All right, here we go.
Quantum's really breaking up.
Yeah, so someone was telling me QBTS there was really going here. So QBTS just went positive on the day, guys. Flat top break on QBTS. I see it around 1750. So keep your eye out on that. QBTS Obviously, one that we've quite well on the show over here. This is what I mean by flat top break. So you had this ascending higher low situation, but that basically yesterday's closing print, which was 1756, couldn't be shaken. It just got shaken and then some. So this one is headed to the high side here. And what are you looking at for Ionic?
No, yeah.
What were you looking at there for Quantum?
Quantum, I was trading on Q, but then I've seen someone in the chat mention QBTS, and then so that's when I just pulled up QBTS there.
Okay.
Momentarily, so yeah.
All right, Walter, aka Ivan. Hi, Sharif. Could you explain why a candle would shoot up, then shoot down hard on the same candle? Is that an algo or something else? Great question. Many different reasons why that can happen. One of the reasons is you trigger somebody's sell order there, so they take a lot of profits, or somebody shorts into that position. So somebody was waiting maybe for a previous day high or whatever level they were looking at there that they liked. So all of a sudden it goes to that area. It's a liquidity grab that shoots all the way down. So many different reasons. It really depends on the context. But yeah, those can be the worst. They happen more often, Ivan, on names like the small cap crappers that I trade over here. Like, you're not likely to see it that often on an Apple, on an Nvidia, on a Google, or a more thickly traded name that would require a lot of money to kind of get it going up or down. You can see it, you will see it way more often on these type of names, that a bigger account, a multi-million dollar, maybe $10, $15 million account, which is not big, relatively speaking, to some of these other accounts, can manipulate it, because the liquidity already is just kind of sparse. The float on something could be about 10 million shares, and by the end of the day, it's traded 100 million shares. So we've done 10 times float rotation. So it's scarce. So because it's scarce, it can move very volatile very quickly. So there's so many different reasons that can happen. I'm just articulating some of the reasons there. So keep your eye out on those. More likely to happen, though, Walter or Ivan, again, in these small cap gappers. Wow, Holo's really losing the bid right now. It's coming back into 9. I literally have the high of the day right now, 960. Let's see if this one holds above 9. If it defends 9 in the way that we just saw it defend 8, I'm going to get back in here. So we're seeing a lot of topping tail candles, candles of indecision on Holo, a little above 9, a little bit below 9. I'm good with that, bless you. But I want to see this hold up at that $9 area. If we get a decisive close, let's see if we can kind of weasel our way back into this one. EYPT did not let me in. I tried to dip trade this one at 704. It's not letting me in, and now it's like a couple of pennies off the high of the day, so that's kind of frustrating there. Pug Life says, usually it's because there are enough sell orders there to overpower the demand. It's all about supply and demand. I think we're saying the same thing, just from a different way. I agree with you 100%, Pug Life. Good comment there. Keeping my eye on Joby as well, guys, as this one works right back into that 880 area. What I'm keeping my eye on here for Joby, guys, is a break of this very obvious downtrend that it's been in since we topped out there at 11 o'clock. It looks like it might be taking out that trend now. Here it is, breaking into that 882. So this one is changing trend, and it's got a 5-candle green setup right now on the 5-minute chart. So not a bad look for Joby, 895 high a day. You just think it's definitely going to want to touch that $9 area. We'll have to see how this one does. VVPR is working its way back into that area. Oh my God, it's coming back from the depths of hell. This actually went negative for a moment, for a quick second there. Eh?
It went negatory on that.
Went negatory, man.
Yeah.
It was at 594. Now it's back up to 750. Right. Trade VVPR carefully, guys. You saw what it did here, as Ivan was asking there. 850, and then all of a sudden we're at 593, quick as you like. So be careful with VVPR, Joseph.
Yeah, good luck there. Come on, JD Vance. I'm looking at Bitcoin at the lows here, so I need my boy JD over there.
Let's go, JD.
To say something ridiculous to kind of get this rolling. But here we go. I mean, let's look at these NVDL trades, and there we go. I took an aggressive one. I didn't take any off there, and now we're right back up. So, Jag, it doesn't usually happen too often, but here we go, 2 times today. I am that low seller, so just getting rid of the shares, and then you see we get that nice little bump to the top side. So yeah, there we go. That happened to us twice today, so don't feel any no type of way. R.I.P.
Oh.
Yeah, rest in peace too to Rich Homie Kwan.
there. That's that on NVDL. And for me, it's just like, okay, I've taken my stabs at it. It doesn't work regardless of what the underlying is doing on the session. It has now lost my attention. And I think that's a big time skill to get. So I just literally changed all my charts here. I'll even change up this one. This is kind of what we had going on and what we were thinking about earlier. Okay, I'm going to punch this here on. Okay, I'm in some IBIT here, just small size to start off, guys. And this is what I was talking about. You get that pullback here, right? We drew this out, and then we can make that move higher, and it looks like it's being displayed right now. I just couldn't hold on to it any longer because I didn't want to take a bigger size loss because then it wouldn't allow me to get involved in this IBIT
get him,
trade
Joe.
here. Sharif, I mean,
when you get amped up, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. I mean, we just tripled up the size there on this IBIT, looking for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. I'm not expecting too much here, but if my boy JDE says anything, we're going to be positioned relatively well in this trade, Sharif.
All right, guys. So needless to say, the keynote by JD Vance is over. We got the four Bash brothers there on the set, sponsored by Mara. Nothing really, earth-shattering came from JD Vance. I went and spoke to Satya. He didn't say anything legislative, nothing regulatory. And you can kind of see that by the price. I mean, Bitcoin did bubkiss, Joseph. 107,655 right now. It's kind of curling up. Here comes 107.7. I see a nice little green candle breaking downtrend right now on your friend BTC. Let's have a look at it. So this is the 5-minute on BTC. Downtrend, 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 obviously, after losing that $109,000 area. And here we are. We could be at 108,000 quite soon. We did, looks like we did hold 107,000 if you ignore these wicks. And likely that is, those are not valid wicks. So possible move up here for BTC, still negative on the day, down 2%, but showing a nice green candle there. So we'll keep tabs on that. Let me just make sure that there's nothing BTC related coming in on the blotter that would be of importance here. No, nothing whatsoever. So we'll keep tabs on it.
IonQ is just steadily grinding here, Sharif, higher and higher.
Ionic. Everybody's yelling about these.
The quantum
names.
Yeah,
the quantum boys. I love it.
Yeah. They're climbing higher, and I mean, good look here. We were in it earlier, and I just caught out. I'm not good at sitting in these ebbs and flows, like the grinds. I have to be positioned really well and calm and cool, and just be like in a relaxed kind of format. And that's why I love, to be honest with you, trading on the show, is because I get to talk with you guys. But then I also let the trades cook up as well too. So yeah, it makes it a little bit easier. But there we go, guys. Our thesis on NVDL or NVDA really starting to play out. I do believe that now with this move higher, we are going to crack that resistance zone there. So it's unfortunate we couldn't partake in that one, but it is what it is. Now, our primary target, I got to take a page out of my guy's book here, and I'm going to post up some orders at 28 here on IBIT. Just because we'll take a little bit off, nothing crazy. I just want to lock in some profits here, give myself some more breathing room. And if I see the momentum really start to pick up, then I'll just remove that order and then also just lift it here too. So yeah, definitely a rough start, but good positioning here on IBIT. I like this little bounce that we're getting. The market is starting to recover here. Like seeing that QBTS big time topping signal here as well, guys. As you can see, we have that isolated volume signature with an indecision print at an extreme high. So there you go. Your risk profile is now defined. You can risk 30 cents, and then expect to come back into this range here. So, I mean, the RVR isn't completely there just yet. You would want to wait for a pullback mid-range. You get involved, and then you look for that move to the top of the range. And if you're lucky, you get back into the middle. And then if you're even more lucky, you get to head into the volume-weighted average price there in QBTS there, guys.
Oh, here we go.
Quantum space. Okay, you got going on?
Holos are going to break out again. Here comes Holo. I'm not going to go long again here, but because I want to do the news, but here it comes. Seller at 40, blew through that. Here comes the high, selling again into the 20s. That was the micro pullback. What you just saw there, that's a micro pullback. That's where I would have gotten in. Let's see if we can take out current bar high. Current bar high on this 5-minute candle, guys, is 944. We're at 34s. So we had a seller at 40. Here comes that 40 level again. Are we going to bid or ask creep down? No. So we flashed 40s there. 43s now. All right, so let's see if we can shake that level. So 44 was the level. That is the current bar high right now. So let's see if we can shake that level. It feels like it's about to break out. That's what it feels like to me. Got a hammer candle, all of which, so look at the candles on the 5, guys. Look at your 1240 candle all the way to your 1 o'clock candle. 20 minutes of bottoming tail candles, all of which breached 9, all of which closed above 9. So the money fills were just a skosh below 9. Whether or not we can take out that candle, the high of the candle at $12.55, which is $9.60. We'll have to wait and see. But this current candle right now has a low of $9.22 and a high, as I mentioned, of $9.44. So fantastic higher low situation. Holo is continuing to give you guys opportunities here for breakout trade. It is not giving up the ghost. And I was speaking badly about this one earlier because of my past experience with it. I had seen it kind of give you, a 30% day only to kind of go back flat or up 5%. So that's why I said it was a repeat offender, but today it may be singing a different tune. We're gonna have to keep an eye out on that. So that's what I wanted to mention that. Here comes, okay, let's see if it breaks 44 here, because back up to 42s. Yeah, it might not do it on my own time frame here. So I want to do the news, guys. Let's weasel on over.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
Let's do the playmaker quick before
sure.
before we hop into the old news there. Yeah, Slack. And I got all the data and everything.
All right.
What are we going? Are we going long here today?
I think Assassino sent it to me there. Let's have a look there. We'll see what he said. We are going long, 73.27, Joseph.
We're doing it live, too.
We're doing it live.
All right, guys, let's get this involved here. I still got to work on that equity curve. It's significantly better than what it's displayed right now. For some reason, when I was doing the cumulative P&L, it wasn't adding up anymore. So I got to figure out what's going on there. Number 95.
Wow, that's
give me a player who is 95.
And we missed a few, too.
We missed a couple of days, yeah. For sure, Sharif.
590.30.
590.30?
Yep.
590.
So we're taking profits
30?
at 592.30.
592.
And we're
30.
stopping out. Wow, there goes Holo. It broke it.
590.
589.30.
589ers. There. All right,
took
guys.
it out, man.
107. Okay, you got another fill there. Sharif on.
I got no fills. I'm not long, bro. This thing's going up. I don't want to enter it because I want to do the news. This thing is going. Here we go. 960 high a day now. HOLO, seller at 60, got taken out. 65 now high a day. Wait for the micro pullbacks. 70 high a day. This thing is going. I knew it was going to break out. Beautiful, fantastic moves today by Holo, man. Predictable and not bamboozling. It's giving you the money fills at predictable levels. H-O dang L-O, man. Here comes that 970. Let's see if we can break that level again. 58%. What's up?
Oh, no, I was just looking at the volume profile here on iBit.
On iBit, yeah.
This is not
curling a little bit, though.
It is curling over, but it's getting defended. Shreve, as you can see, we have this big engulfing candle right here, but look at the effort, right? Like, so the
Low
effort
volume,
and then result, right? So that's not positive.
Good point.
I mean, we can stair step higher, which it kind of looks like, the volume isn't, but we are climbing higher. But one thing to note is that you want to see this volume profile really start to pick up, especially when you start putting in prints like that.
Oh, well, that makes absolute sense. I mean, we always talk about that, too. You need inclining volume.
Exactly.
Sending volume to go up. All right, guys, let's do the news. See what's going on over here. There's it's kind of a light day. I don't want to say too light, but not bad. Let's zoom in a little bit there. Otherwise, Assassino gets upset. So obviously, Nvidia earnings after the bell today. Make sure to catch that with myself and the Katina Man on the Market Recap Show. And this is what we're expecting for the monster Nvidia. We are expecting, Joseph, 73 pennies in adjusted EPS on $43.34 billion in revenue. That's all for Q1. Just to have a comparator, guys, we had 61 pennies EPS last year on the quarter and 26 billion in revenue. So very close to a double there within a year. That's insane. For a company to be able to grow that quickly. Investors, though, are going to be laser focused on how much the impact of the H20, which is their China-specific chip, and the export ban that's now been placed upon that will have on the results. So make sure to catch that with us. We'll be trying to give you that information in real time. Speaking of those export bans, this is what kind of did it. In April 9th to be exact, the U.S. government basically told NVIDIA that they needed an export license to sell any of the H20s, whether or not they were selling it to China or anybody else, effectively having a practical effect here of halting all those sales. So they haven't been selling them, and as a result, they took a $5.5 billion charge to their as a result of the inventory that they're holding. Analysts expect, though, that they're not going to realize that full $5.5 billion in the Q1 results. Only about $1 billion of that 5.5 is going to be realized in Q1, with the 4 and change, 4.5, going to be realized in Q2, which is a July quarter. So, you know, whether or not that's already discounted in the price or whatever, just want to give you that information there. Some of the analyst consensus here, Morgan Stanley warns that the sell side estimate may be stale, not having fully priced in that H20 ban into the price. Analyst at Morgan, called Joseph Moore, sees the risk of earnings downside and believes consensus has not reflected the real sales impact quite yet. And we know what Nvidia stocks have been doing. It's been recovering quite well, back above $3 trillion. Some of the strategic and policy implications with Nvidia earnings are basically, is Nvidia lobbying enough here behind the scenes to get export licenses and to continue selling those H20s, whether to China or some other countries? We talked about yesterday, Nvidia making a brand new chip for export to China. That's the third iteration of that China-specific chip that they're making. They made, I think, one was called the A800 or the H800. That was a China-specific chip. Then we got the H20, and then we got an RTX model yesterday that we were talking about. And there's one, by the way, coming up in September, so that'll be the fourth iteration. There's concerns, though, the export restrictions could accelerate China's domestic chip development. And I've talked to you guys about a company that used to trade in North American markets called SMIC. It trades in Hong Kong. I don't have it on my SIM platform here because I'm in the SIM on my platform. Like anytime you see the black charts, that's SIM because it shows my account number. But we're trading live here on the white charts. So I don't have the ticker for it, but I can find it. Give me a second. Let me just do this for you guys here, because you can trade it in Hong Kong. You can show my screen. SMIC, here it is, guys. So SMIC, you can trade it. Where is it? It's supposed to be in Hong Kong. It's a numbered one. Okay, maybe I'll look at this after. But I found it yesterday. That's so weird. Anyway, whatever. I'll find it after, and I'll let you guys know. So going on, there's also concerns that you could get basically an advanced chip out of China, and we saw that with the Huawei Mate Pro, where they made a 5-nanometer chip last year. Joseph Moore guy from Morgan maintains his overweight rating on Nvidia with a price target of $160, suggesting, obviously long-term bullishness despite the near-term volatility. Oh my God, Holo is flying. Is everybody talking about it?
Yeah, everybody's talking about it.
Of course, man. Of course it is. Holo's rocketing up, guys. Fantastic look right now by Holo. 1050 high, Joseph. Ooh. This thing is squeezing. It looks like it's a short squeeze happening right now, like the one that we saw in SBET yesterday in the pre-market. Who saw that thing jump from 12 to 35 in one 5-minute candle?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Somebody got really squeezed there. They had a short position on. So Holo guy, keep your eyes on Holo, but for the love of God, trade it carefully. Yep. It is a bit of a bamboozler and has been on many occasions. Anything you want to throw in there before I go on?
Yeah. This IBIT trade here, we're still sitting in this here, guys. So the volume isn't picking up on the time frame that we want, right? Because in order for us to break through some of these key levels, we need that effort in there. And it's not being displayed. So I got to be extremely cautious on this one. I'll unfortunately if it comes back to my break even, I'll just stay flat on that trade and then just kind of reassess the situation and see what we got going on. But yeah, I really need that profile to really pick up and start to increase there. Otherwise, we may be not looking too good. But yeah, good look there on HOLO today, Sharif. That's definitely the trade of the day, in my opinion. There is Holo.
It's going nuts here, man.
Crazy.
Let's talk about Macy's, guys. Look, it wasn't such a bad report, but I think it is not so good moving forward for these department stores. I don't know if you guys heard about it south of the border there, but a company that has been in existence on this side of the border since the 1600s, guys, has filed for bankruptcy. We call it receivership in this country, and they're liquidating all their stores. They go by the name the Hudson's Bay Company. They're basically kind of like what you would say, Nordstrom. Would you compare them to Nordstrom a little bit? Maybe a little bit lower?
The thing is with Hudson's Bay, it's such an iconic thing in Canada, right?
But the client market, like what they were selling.
Same thing. Very similar to Nordstrom.
Yeah, so It's not a good look, obviously.
fifth type
Saks
stuff.
fifth,
Saks
yes,
fifth,
agree
Saks fifth.
with that. So kind of like that. Now, they were one of the last remaining kind of Canadian big box retailers, not big box retailers or, department stores, and they're gone, Zeno. Why am I telling you all this? Because it just feels like headwinds over and over for these department stores, Joseph, as people look to go online.
Did they put a bunch of their materials in like a Canadian Tire or something? And they
So Canadian Tire bought their IP. So like that
Okay,
red, green, that stripe thing that
Yeah,
they've
yeah,
got
yeah.
there.
Oh,
So they
okay.
bought that. They bought.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that, right? I think
Yeah.
that's really festive. It's Canadian,
It's
right?
very
With it,
Canadian,
very Canadian.
right? So I like that as well. And it's
that's
nice to
good.
see that they're going to be able to keep it around personally. So that's a look. So why am I telling you all this? Because we're going to talk about Macy's, which is a department store, obviously. So let's talk a little bit about it. So they cut their full year 2025 EPS guidance down to $1.60 to $2 from the previous range of 205 to 225. That's not a drop. That's not a small drop there. They're saying it's due to 3 reasons: tariff concerns, higher promotions. Why are they doing higher promotions? Because they're trying to weasel people in. And weaker discretionary spending. So the consumer not spending as much on discretionary items, opting to save their money for staples. The full year sales guidance, though, remains unchanged. That's a good side of the equation. They left that at basically 21 to 21.5 billion, 21.4 technically. That's still below what they printed last year. That'll be a full $1.5 billion lower, almost $2 billion lower. They printed 22.29 last year. So not a good look there as that sector continues to struggle. How they did on Q1, EPS 16 pennies versus 14. So bottom line beat, revenue 4.6 versus the 4.5. Top line beat. Net income, though, less money. Why? Because their EPS dropped. So $38 million in net income. They had printed $62 million, so almost half of what they had taken last year. Also, sales declined to $4.85 billion. Let's talk about how they did in their stores, because they have many different stores. They have Macy's, the namesake of the company, but they also have I don't even know what this one is. Go Forward. Who of the Americans knows what that is? I don't know what it is. They also have Bloomingdale's, Blue Mercury, and they have another one called First 50. So Macy's, the namesake, didn't actually do well. Sales down 2.1%. Go Forward, sales down 1.9%. But the more expensive of the stores seem to be okay. The Bloomingdale's up 3.8. Blue Mercury up 1.5. Why? Rich people ain't hurting, that's why.
That's why.
Revamped the first 50 stores. They were going to expand to about 125. That also outperformed, just down 0.8%, bless you. Turnaround strategy. Do they have a plan here? According to them, they do. They have a 3-year transformation plan in which they want to close 150 stores, all by 2027, and focus on the higher performing units. Shore up costs there. There's also economic uncertainty, and Trump's shifting tariff policy, they say, are complicating their recovery efforts. Joseph, anything you want to add?
No, we're just cooking up here in Bitcoin. I'm hyper-focused on this here, guys.
good.
LHA, yeah, I appreciated that. So we took some off. You can see I actually tripled up my size right here. So I entered small, and then once I got this engulfing candle on the volume, I'm like, okay, I really need to try to take advantage of this trade. So I just tripled up my size, and then we're slowly starting to piece it up here now. Just getting a W under the belt on today's session. So let's see if we can continue to grind. I mentioned the volume by time profile needs to also start to participate and really pick up. Otherwise, a party can really come in and start to dominate the session as it's been thoroughly displayed throughout the day. I mean, I think sellers are in control here. We have been below the volume-weighted average price the majority of the session, and we're struggling to breach and hold it. So that's just my game plan, thinking out loud. Glad I took a little bit off there, guys, but I'm still sitting on over 80% of my position, looking for the continuation, the break and hold of VWAP. But if it's not given to me, then I have to accept the trade's fate, that I have to lock in some gains, and then just accept that the market isn't going to give me what I'm looking for necessarily today. So
I respect that, man. I'm with those days. God.
yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. They're just,
all
another
about
day.
that.
Yeah. So
All right, I just think I lost my screen there. There we go. So let's put this one on all screens. All right, so I'll keep going here. Just let me know, Andre, and then I'll interrupt. Okay. We already talked about this one, which was the JD Vance crypto headline. It ended up being really a nothing burger, at least for now. I mean, maybe Bitcoin pops off this, but there was really no news headline here worth noting, at least that one that I haven't read yet. So we'll skip off that. Just wanted to let you know that JD Vance personally owns about 250 to 500,000 worth of Bitcoin. He's obviously got a vested interest in this, so keep that in mind, obviously. All right, guys. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. And at ProfitX, you can see the order book just like on a financial exchange. You pick your spot and you customize the odds to fit your risk. Why would you settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, their mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, guys, remember that name, where you call the shots anytime, anywhere. And users of Trader TV can use the code TraderTV to get their great sign-up offer and 2% cash back up to $300. Shout out to the great folks there at ProfitX. And you guys have already seen the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. They've been using this thing live and putting on bets anytime that there is a sporting event worth noting there. So let's, we'll shut them out there. All right, Joseph, let's go on here. Unless you have something, we're going to talk about Dick's Sporting Goods and how they did today on earnings. Let's see what DKS is at right now. I mean, in the morning they were down, but where are they at right now? They're up 2 1/3. Okay, not bad look. So Dick's reaffirmed its full-year EPS guide from $13.80 to $14.40. That's in line with expectations where they guided previously, $14.29. That also happens to be the analyst consensus. Revenue expected, so this is a full-year 2025 guide, guys. Revenue expected to come in at around $13.6 to $13.9 billion. Again, matching Wall Street's expectations of $13.9. To be fair, though, their range there only matches the expectations on the high end, not the low end. Maybe that's why they sold off in the pre-market. The guidance includes, though, this is the good news, the guidance for full year 2025 includes the impact of the current tariffs, showing confidence in what they think is their operational resiliency. With respect to the current quarter, the quarter they reported on, which was Q1, EPS came in at 337. The street was looking for 324, so that was a beat. Revenue also rose 5% and beat the expectations of the street. 3.17 billion beat the 3.13. Net income as well, slightly down from last year. $264 million in take-home money. Last year on the quarter, they printed about $275 million, mostly due, though, to that one-time acquisition charge, which takes me to my next topic. Foot Locker. We kind of forgot about this. Dick's is acquiring Foot Locker, and they announced that $2.4 billion acquisition, I think a few weeks ago, expanding. Their purpose for this acquisition was to weasel in international markets. There's no Dick's Sporting Goods, guys, in Canada, or I don't know if it's just the United States, but that's what they're getting into. They want to take over, or they want to get a footing in the international market. We have plenty of Foot Lockers over here. So while Foot Locker shares rose about 80% on that news, Dick's dropped about 15% over concerns that the brand overlap could hurt the strategic fit. The deal is expected to close in the second half of this year and is actually projected to be an EPS accretive in the first full year, adding about $100 to about $125 million in what they call our synergies there. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Anything you want to add? Oh my God. $11, Joseph.
Yeah, $11 on...
For your friend Holo there.
Yeah, it's continuing to climb, man. It's just absolutely going... It's ripping, brother.
BG
No question
Gaming.
about that, yeah.
You're killing me, bro. You're killing me, B Gaming. There it is, right there. Should I go on?
Yeah, you can go on. I mean, with the Dick's acquiring Foot Locker here, I don't know. I just think e-commerce is just so big. We know what it's like. If Dick's wants to kind of spread their brand, we know what Target's a stint over here north of the border was like as well too. So I'm just curious to see how that's gonna play out. I don't know if it's
100%. That is
going to be the best thing.
If you feel there's a little bit of overlap, but to be fair though, like when you go into a Foot Locker, it's just like shoes and clothes, right?
Shoes
And maybe
clothes,
some hats,
right?
right?
Like you get socks and stuff like that.
When you go into Dick's, it's like full of equipment. You know what I mean? Like it's like sports check. It's literally like sports check.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of an overlap, kind of a little bit different, but.
And I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I rarely go into a sports check anymore. And
No,
stuff like that. Yeah, I don't-
everything online.
Yeah,
now,
everything
huh?
online.
Well, that's the
right?
thing,
so
right?
That's the thing about.
Only time I ever
brick and
actually
mortar
go in there is
these
if you want to try the clothing on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And for me, it's just like, I don't even really care. I've been in my body for 32 years now. I know if it's going to fit or if it's not. So I'll more than gladly order it offline,
Well said,
online. So there.
All right. You guys are killing me with all the dicks thing in the
Yeah,
chat, man.
yeah,
Take it
yeah.
easy,
Chill
man.
out, man.
I love it. It's funny, but yeah, okay. All right. Okta, guys. So this one, this one got shellacked. All right, OKTA, the ticker there.
Throwback.
And it's down 13 and more than 0.5%. And let's talk about why that happened, Joseph. Well, their EPS beat. So the current quarter EPS came in at 86. The street wanted 77. Revenue also beat 688 million. The street was looking for 680. Revenue again rose a healthy 12% year over year, up from 617. Subscription revenue grew 12% up to 673. And they made a good amount of money, $62 million, a major improvement from the $40 million loss that they had last year on the quarter. So it was a negative EPS of 24 cents. This time, a positive EPS for net income of around 35 pennies. The guidance, though, is kind of what brought this one to the downside. A little uncertainty here in the guidance. So their full year 2025 revenue guide here, 2.85 to 2.86. Very conservative, analysts say, and their operating income guidance as well, slightly higher to 710 to 720 million. CEO cites the macro uncertainty and a more cautious customer sentiment as reasons for holding guidance steady. Where have we heard that? We just read that with, what's it called, with Macy's. Bit of a different, though, customer base here for Okta. Some external... Say that again in the chat. Nvidia earnings tonight, beat or miss. Go comment or I'll ban you. Ramin is choosing violence today. So go and comment, otherwise you're going to get the ban hammer from Ram back there, so be careful.
You're going to get the boot, man.
You're going to get the boot, bro. Yeah. I've been good with that lately. I haven't been banning too many people.
Yeah, I haven't banned somebody in a while. Hey, so watch out.
Yeah, you were threatening people constantly for like a week or two there. Yeah, I liked it. I was like, at least I don't have to do it.
Hey, man. Hey, listen. If you step on the toes, best believe you're gonna catch a little ban. And
that's
and
fair.
I told you, like, we haven't banned anybody in a while, so don't try us. Don't try us, because we'll start to clicking.
Defnesh, Sharif. Do you think it's going to be a sell the news situation after Nvidia earnings? It always feels like it is that way. Like, I don't remember the last time where Nvidia, maybe like 2 years ago, Nvidia rockets up after earnings. It's always like either flat or crap.
Yeah.
Right?
It usually stays within the expected move.
Yeah.
I mean, when it was going through that exponential growth cycle, when it was just going crazy, obviously on the reports you just seen that displayed. But the past couple of reports have most definitely been cool. They're not growing at the pace that they were 2 years ago.
No.
That, so.
Bro, they doubled revenue, but I think the street's wise to it now.
Yeah,
they're like, okay, well,
like
we've seen this story before, right?
This,
Yeah.
Right. It's like you get the beats, right? But they're more kind of, they're not like big beats like that they were when we were seeing that about 2 years ago. So.
Yeah, because again, the street's wise to it. All right, guys, let's talk about Amazon. A bit of a tougher look lately for not Amazon, but for Stellantis. I'll get to that in a second. But Amazon and Stellantis, in case you guys didn't know, actually had a joint venture where they were going to basically create this thing called Smart Cockpit, okay? It was supposed to be a major in-car software collaboration. It was announced back in 22. The companies called the decision mutual to call it off. They didn't really give a specific reason. They cited a desire, though, to refocus on evolving strategies, whatever the hell that means. I'll explain in a second. The smart cockpit vision fell short, so to speak. The project aimed to personalize that in-car experience, the auto-adjusting climate control, the navigation, and even they wanted to actually even include in the actual car smart home control, so you could control your home AC, maybe close like a shade or two, or whatever you do with your smart home, you'd be able to control it from the car. That's all kind of put on the back burner for now. It was intended to obviously rival Tesla's seamless software integration and serve as a template for Amazon's broader automotive ambitions. That's again all on burner now. So the unraveling highlights really here the broader struggles that your legacy automakers, your Fords, your GM, your Stellantis, that they're really having a tough time matching the tech firms in automotive software integration. They're not tech company guys. These guys are good at mass production, and they're not really overlapping that well with what they do. Complex vehicle lineups cited as some of the reason for the breakup. Legacy systems as well. Suppliers networks apparently made it harder for the car makers like Stellantis to execute what Tesla does natively. So another reason why Tesla is the GOAT right now. It's not all over for Stellantis. Apparently they could be weaseling on over to Google. So Stellantis could pivot to Google's Android Automotive OS for its next-gen infotainment stack. Amazon's in-car tech team has mostly been reassigned or disbanded, according to insiders. So it feels like Amazon may be putting the brakes on that internally here and not really something to do with Stellantis. Otherwise, you'd assume they would kind of re-innovate, keep the project going, and look for another car maker to team up with. But that's not what they're doing. They're disbanding the entire project, according to insiders. Okay. Nippon Steel and ex-US Steel, apparently the deal could close soon, maybe by the end of this week. So we know what Friday, our friend Donald there let the thing go through. So Nippon Steel will acquire US Steel, as we reported on Friday, at $55 per share, which was the original bid price, with the deal expected to close soon, according to CNBS sources. The offer was previously blocked in January by President Biden on national security grounds, but Trump reversed course and approved the deal, as I mentioned last Friday. Trump referred to the deal as an investment, not a takeover. He emphasized that the U.S. is going to maintain control. The U.S. is going to have a majority American board. There's also going to be something called the golden share mechanism. What the hell is that? It grants the U.S. government veto power over the board changes and ensures production levels are maintained so that they don't drop production levels and lay off people. You got to think that's probably what they were thinking there. Trump also announced that on May 30th, he's going to have a rally at U.S. Steel headquarters in Pittsburgh to highlight the agreement. So watch out for a rally there by the Donald, yet another one. And there's going to be a $14 billion investment commitment by Nippon, who's going to invest that $14 billion over 14 months. I like that. Including a $12.4 billion Mon Valley near Pittsburgh. The investment is expected to save about 10,000 steelworker jobs and create another 10,000 building trade jobs as the new arc furnace is built. There we go. Okay. And then there's a recall here for Ford, but it's an over-the-air update, so I think this is a nothing burger. But the rear view camera, Ford. Yeah, you know what I was thinking about? Have you ever experienced a delay in your rear view camera? Like, so say, for example, you put that bad boy in reverse, but the picture you're getting is a little delayed to reality. So all of a sudden, you're a little closer to the wall than what you actually thought.
I would need a rear view camera to start to feel the delay. Yeah.
Oh, he's that good, guys. Look, I mean, can I tell you, do you use your side view mirrors when parking?
Absolutely.
I like to keep the actual camera for the kind of alignment, so you're not twisted. But I like to keep my my side view mirrors go down when you hit reverse, so you can see the lines, which I love.
When I worked for Bell, the vehicles were larger. You drive your own truck, everything like that. So I didn't have what's this one up here called?
Oh, the rear view mirror.
Yeah, the rear view. Yeah, right. Yeah. So I didn't have access to that, so I would use my side mirrors.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah. No, but that's how I learned how to drive.
But some trucks you can't see because it's opaque out of the back.
Exactly, right. So that's how I got comfortable driving.
Fair.
It's just using my side mirrors there. So yeah, never really.
All right, Mike, the writer.
What do you say?
He's like, rear view. Yeah, we know. All right, guys. So that is the news. A bit of a lighter news day today. We kind of told you about the crypto headline. It seems to be a nothing burger for now, but I think it's the first day that we get, or it's the first day of the conference. So we'll see if maybe we get some better headlines tomorrow. Let's get back to some trading right now. About 25 minutes left on the show. I'm still holding one position over here. We're taking multiple prints on it, and I'm quite happy with this trade, but we're going on... we're going on the last half an hour here, and all these prints are still going unfilled. So I'm talking about HYLN. I got in here at the volume weighted average price. I like the trade. Let's see if it continues to move to the high side. $1.64 high day, which we printed over here. So we did take out previous day's highs. We're a lot closer to the high of the day than we are to VWAP at the moment, showing 161. My next profit taker at $1.64. But it's everybody and their mother's cousin wants to talk about HOLO. It just pulled into $10. $10 happens to be the 10 exponential moving average. Are we going to give this one the old college try, Joseph, or what are we going to do over here?
Try. Give it the old JUCO try there.
JUCO try. So what do we got? Prior bar low, Joseph, 985. All right, so this candle right here, the one that closed at 130, has a current bar low of 985. Here comes 10 again. All right, so what I'm going to be looking for here is a change in trend. What I mean by that is I want to see higher lows on the 5-minute candle that closes. I don't want to keep seeing lower lows. I don't want to buy a falling knife. Let's see if this one does it, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Good stuff there, guys. All right, let's talk about this IBIT trade. I didn't know. Are we doing eSig? I wasn't tapped in for
I can do it. I'm good to go. I'm good to go.
About this one here.
New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. You hear, Roseanne? Come on now. That's right, we're waiving fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience. You'll analyze, you'll strategize, and then you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can also predict better with their backtesting tool. You get reliable real-time data and global markets literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, guys, so do not miss out. Execute your best trades now. If you're ready to elevate your trading, scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or check the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. There it is. There's my man, Ozan.
Signal, where is he?
There he is in the chat.
Ozan.
Slap Holo, baby, with a 69.
Ooh.
Ozan, my man, look, I'm waiting for a few minutes here because I want to see if this current 5-minute candle prints a higher low.
Okay.
So that's what I'm waiting for there. Joseph, we got 3 minutes left on this candle.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So you can see I added on to this, just free rolling. I'm risking unrealized gains there. I left the majority of the position on for a runner, and we just didn't get it. Looking for a bounce here. And this is just when you have to listen to what the market is telling you. The volume profile said, no, Joe, we are not going to be continuing this breakout here today. We are going to go the opposite direction. So yeah, I'm heavy QBTS right now, guys. Let's see if we can get this short in. This is a make or break for me, to be honest with you, because yeah, I do believe that we can get this move down. If we break some of these indecision candles, then I'll have to take a loss on it, unfortunately, and that'll be the end of my trading session. But I just tried my executions, right? And that's exactly what we need to do. So there it is, extremely heavy there on QBTS. Let's see if we can get that move back down. What am I essentially trading off of? My risk profile's in a different dimension right now. It's not correlated to anything to do with kind of just the risk measures and specific support and resistance zones. But yeah, this is my short signal, especially after that breakout. You get a nice inverted hammer with an isolated volume signature. You can see that is the second largest print of the day, and we also have this at highs. So yeah, let's go. Let's see if we can get this start to cook up. This is actually my largest position of this session. So yeah, let's go. Breakdown. Let's get into that volume weighted average price. So I'm going to be prepared to see if we can get that move down there, and I'm going to hold on to the majority of my size as I possibly can. Def Nesh, this was not just for you, all right? I got to do it for myself too. I got to be a little selfish on this one there, brother. But I could see that you're short QBTS as well. So yeah, let's go. And a big pop just like that. I don't get it. How come we're not hitting the bid? But here's a nice down slope here, guys. I am heavy on this. Let's go. I need this support level to break, otherwise we will get stopped out. And that would be it for the end of the day for me. I mean, it is 140, so not too much to complain about. I will be watching, keeping an eye out on NVDA for its earnings report. I've took it completely off of my screen, right? I'm not paying attention to what it's doing. Why? Because I don't want to continuously pour salt in my wounds, right? I didn't trade it well today, so I don't want to continuously looking at it and be like and start playing out all these what if history scenarios in my head. That's not the case. We're living in reality right now, and we have to accept the fact that this trade's either going to work or it's not. And with NVDA, it did not work for me today, and I won't complain because I will be back tomorrow, and then tomorrow's going to be a brand new day. And that's the thing about trading is that every day is a new incomplete set of data, and you get to base trades off of that one. So no one single day, no one single trade is going to make or break you. Actually, one good trade can actually potentially make you, but a series of really good trades is most definitely going to put you in that realm there.
There we
so
go.
Yeah, that's my game plan. Let's go QBTS. I mean, it is a strong underlying. It was chopping around earlier in the session, but with the market starting to pull back and it being slightly extended or maybe even near-term overbought, maybe we can get that move. I do like this shelf here as well too there, guys. That is a positive signal. I hit J like I was on my other platform here. So this is the level that we need to break. If we sit on the other side of this trend, then I will have to unfortunately get out of this. But you can see we're forming those consistent lower highs with that base right here, that support level. But once it's cracked, I do believe we can start to make that move to that next level. But with the quantum space continuing to climb, IonQ not looking back here, not a good sign here for me. Filling this gap, I think this would be the next level you want to keep an eye out on, is the lower end of this, the lower end or the complete gap fill right here from yesterday's post market. And it looks like it wants to and is slightly attracted to those key levels. So let's see if it comes into play there. I'm going to be patient to wait and see. If we sit on the backside of this trend, I'll have to hop out of this trade, and that will be it for your boy today.
All right, I tried Holo here at 10.25. We got stopped out. I took baby shares because I don't give anything back. This one is kind of breaking down, okay? So it does look like on the 15, if you were to chart this on the 15, shout out to the individual, I forget your name, in the chat that said, Sharif, look at the 15 on Holo. It looks like it might be all over. Shout out to Obi, who's always using the 15 as well. So look, topping tail candle on the 15, up into 11.15. Look at that. So on the 15-minute chart, it moves into 11.15, and now it's got a candle here that's breaching 10, putting a lower high, putting a lower low. Looks like it might be destined for 9, where both the EMA and VWAP, the 10 EMA and VWAP, at least on the 15, are overlapping at that $9 area. So let's keep an eye out on this one. If it holds up there, fantastic. If it doesn't, oh, wow, it would have. No, it's still rejecting 1030. So 1030 was a level that we couldn't shake. I got long 1025 and couldn't shake that seller at 1030. Just attempted again, another move into 1030, and it couldn't shake him. So there's somebody here on Holo at 1030 keeping this bad boy down. So keep your eye on that 1030 level. See if we can shake that seller there. HYLN is headed up again. It behooves me to take some profits over here because we still have shares on this one. I've layered my orders that seem to be going unprinted into that 165 area. I also worked my way back into EYPT. I've given this to prior bar low, so we'll see if it holds up there. I already got a couple of prints on it. EYPT has been quite respectful of these moving averages, most notably the 10. It did have an outlying period, I want to say at around 1235, 1230, where it did breach the 10 and the 20. But all the prints actually ended up closing above that 20 exponential. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that, looking for prints to the high side, now showing me 25s. Where am I waiting here? I'm waiting at 28s on EYPT. So we're going to keep an eye out on that as we wind down the trading day. About 15 minutes left here on the show. So we'll see what we can get here from EYPT. Those are the only two trades I have on right now, HYLN and EYPT, both trading near highs. EYPT has a 744 high, while HYLN back into the high. So here's that $1.64. Now, what kind of size are we seeing? We're seeing bupkis here for a dollar name. And boom, we take out 164. Now, where am I waiting? 165. 66, 67, 68. How could I not have one at 69? That is blasphemous, Joseph. So we're going to throw an order there for 69 on that. So let's see if we can cross 165. So we just printed a new high a day on HYLN. Uh-oh. Holo's changing its tune here, man.
Is it?
Yeah, here it goes again. Holo to the high side right now. And here it comes. So took out that 1030 seller. Can we take out 1050? So we have kind of, this is an engulfing candle, the one that we're currently on right now. On the 5-minute, it has higher lows and higher highs and lower highs right now relative to the prior candle. The prior candle that closed at 135 is very much a doji candle, which is a candle of indecision. So let's see which way this cookie crumbles right now. I mean, if we head above 10.5 and we start curling, it's essentially a defend of 10, even though we just barely wicked below that level. So HOLO may not be done here, guys. Keep your eye out on HOLO. It could make a move back into 11 bucks, but you know, I'm just not going to give. I don't want to be involved with it because I don't give too much back. We've done well on it on the day, and I don't want to overstay my welcome. I've done that before with some of these small cap gappers. Sean Hodge. Sorry, Sean. Thank you for. So, Sean, you sent a super chat. I apologize, my friend. I didn't see it. You threw a comment in it, and here it is. What do you think about TEM here for a day trade? Looks like it's trying to form a bottom on the short report, down 17%. Let's have a look at Tempest AI. Here it is. Oh, goodness gracious. Why don't I see the short report on my blotter over here? Let me just have a look. AI slumps. What is this? Tempest AI slumps after Spruce Point says it's short on the company. Okay, so this is what you're talking about. Let's read this super quick and see what the veracity of this report is. Shares of the genetic testing firm Tempest AI slumped 16.5% to 55.19 after Spruce Point says everything good, Ope? That blotter came in on 11 or so, Obe. I'm seeing it from earlier. I'm seeing it from 8:30. So that's 8:30. Yeah, I saw it from 8:30. Pardon me? The chart's fantastic. Yeah, it's funny, Obe. Here's the deal too. That the headline. Let me just make sure I'm right about that headline. No, I'm wrong about that headline. 9:10, Obe. That's when it came in. The headline came in and then it tanked right at 9:10. Good call. That 9. On my 5, it's showing 9:05, 9:10, something like that. So here, let's read this. It says Spruce Point is short the company, citing issues including aggressive accounting, financial engineering, and earnings quality. Investment management firm says the company has not shown profits or net positive cash flow for 10 years, and founder has a history of leaving public shareholders with losses or lackluster returns. The company adds that the company's revenues as well as deals with AstraZeneca and Pathos AI should be carefully scrutinized. I'm seeing a lot of accusations here with very little substantive information. The company faces up to 50 to 60% potential downside risk, and shares are expected to underperform in both medical diagnostics industry and the broader equity market, according to Spruce Point. Tempest AI is backed by Masayoshi Son's SoftBank, which went public last June at a valuation of $6.6 billion. To let you know, 6 out of 12 analysts, which is it's being followed here by analysts. That's something in and of itself. 6 out of the 12 analysts that are following the stock have it as a buy and or higher, and 6 as a hold with a median price target of 65 bucks. Okay. So that's the information. Now, what's the technical say? Let's go to the daily chart here, Joseph. Let's get a better idea of where we're on the daily. So very, very sideways after we basically going IPO last June. So the low end of the range, for the most part, seems to be about that $35 to $40 area. It's a zigger and zagger. I hate these.
Yeah, see, for me,
it's so hard to read these,
but that's the thing, right, Sharif? Like, from a daily standpoint, I see that it's just AC to that. You know what I mean? It's just, I think, adios. I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah. So what Sean's saying, look, it's for a scalp. This is not a hold. So look, it looks like you've bottomed out, brother. Whether or not you pop back into VWAP maybe at 56 2/3, you're holding the low here. So 52.94. So say 53. Okay, that's a LOD. You're at 54.20, but you've been at this 54 since 12:20. Dude, we're almost on 2 hours of this level. So unless I see some increasing volume, if you go long here, my stop is at 53 bucks. I risk $1.20 from the current price action. I don't allow this to go against me to 53, and I'm taking profits likely a little bit below VWAP. Whether this or not it makes it back into VWAP, I have no idea. Okay, price action on the day, it's impossible to tell. But my stop, if you're going to go long here, Sean, my stop is at 53 with a profit taker maybe around 56, 55 and a half, something like that. I have a bias here that we don't break VWAP, but that's just me. Joseph.
Yeah, this is popping. The space is really, really strong, guys. It's just continuing to climb. It's not looking back. It's now just absolutely squeezing everybody out, I think, at this point here. So that's a big time liquidity grab on QBTS. And you can see when we head back low, the strength just absolutely steps right back into this. So don't want to hold on to this for much longer, guys, just in case it does want to break through some of these pivot highs, right? Then I don't want to take that big of a loss. So yeah, that's that. What pun? I don't know if I said any specific pun there, Tony, but yeah, there it is on QBTS, not looking too good, super strong underlying, and you can see that the strength in these pullbacks and when we're selling isn't relatively there compared to the beautiful strength here that we're seeing to the top side. So let's just monitor the tape so you get that flush to the downside. I do believe that this was stopping volume, and maybe that was just a liquidity grab, but let's continue to monitor. Let's focus on what the tape is telling us right now, and if we can get another flush to the downside, then maybe we can take that additional leg lower, but you can see on the ask boom, it just steps right back and bids it right back up. So there you go. Really, really strong underlying asset. I think looking at the tape is a key thing to obviously, and a skill that takes a long time to really hone in. Obviously, I'm working on it. There's only one dynamic that I specifically look at it, and that's just the flushes of the bid and the ask on either side, and that's going to help me to determine if there's relative strength or not. But RGTI is starting to pull back a good indecision print right there at the highs. That's a positive sign for me. But IonQ is just really strong there today, guys, and it doesn't look like it wants to sell as aggressively as some of these other names. So there it is. That is IonQ still holding up around these highs and running right into, okay, so I mentioned this not too long ago, running right into this 47.50 level here and then getting somewhat of a pullback. So yeah, be patient and see if this strength is going to be displayed. You see the stair step up in volume as we continue to appreciate in price, and then our pullback volume is just essentially not even there really. So yeah, tough.
Hold on,
yeah.
don't go to my screen. What do you call Jensen again?
The chosen one, the king of kings.
I love how you call him that.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit the screen.
Hit the screen.
Assassino. Oh, he's getting crowned there. Chapter 1 in the lives. Look at him taking it out of the oven like it's a damn cake.
Yeah, he took it out the oven.
He's unbelievable. China versus America. Get him, Donald. Shout out to Ramin for dropping this, man. It's getting the like. So that's the new short there, whether it's on. Oh, MBS. Come on, MBS, man. Give him a better present than that, man. He's giving you a GB200 there.
5 billion miss.
5 billion.
Whoa.
Oh.
Whoa.
I like this. I wanna actually listen to the video itself. But shout out to CUDA. CUDA is their software system, keeping everybody.
It's second to none. I heard it's the best.
It's ridiculous.
Of all best.
Yeah, people are talking really well about
best of all
that,
best. So go check out. That might be the hottest YouTube short there is right now.
Well, no, let's not get carried away. There's the VWAP
We
video
got the
that we
VWAP
need
video.
to let everybody know about.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, kings get dethroned, right? You know what I mean? So that's what happens.
Bang! I like that. Okay, Joe, I see you, sir.
Exactly. And there's
I see
nothing
you.
more entertaining than watching a king get dethroned. So
What a guy,
there it is
bro.
right there, Jensen himself.
All right, man, we're doing it live on HYLN, guys. We took out the high of the day. I got printed at 67s. That is the high of the day. We're back into 65s, though. I've layered my orders all the way up to 69, so let's see how this one ends up doing. It's a good look right now for HYLN. Up now 44.33% on the day. We've been involved in this one almost since the start of the show, 11:10 a.m., and now we're still holding on to some. So sometimes it takes that long to develop, guys. Every trade's a little bit different. It looks like I did get stopped out there, sadly, of EYPT. So we're 0 for 2 on this piece of crap. And, you know, I thought that it would be a lot better because of its closeness to my home country there. But, it was not to be. So we'll take an L there on EYPT. That's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better. Holo is, it's not for me at the moment. But Joby certainly is. And this is one trade we had success on. Alas, I should not have been taking it out there because right when I took it out, it started moving to the high side, and here we are. We're at the high of the day right now at Joby, on Joby, 895 HOD. Sorry, we're showing 94, so we're 1 penny off the high. It's up 30%. Keep your eye on this one. It keeps on giving right now, so that's what we're going to keep our eye on there. So I think I was forced out a little bit early here on my friend EYPT, so I'm getting right back into that like a psycho. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm about to cut this QBTS trade. I mean, look at this consolidation. I knew that I was in trouble when it didn't want to break this support level, and then now we're sitting on the backside of this trend here, guys. So this signal not coming into play. I was looking for a move back towards these, but it's just saying, nah, we're too strong. We're going to start our own buy program here after this lengthy consolidation phase. And I mean, the longer the consolidation, usually the larger the move as well, too, guys, right? So there it is. QBTS in the whole quantum space. IonQ is just like, yeah, see you later to everything else in the market. I don't care what the Nasdaq is doing. I don't care what anybody else is doing. I'm running my own train, and I'm going on my own path here. So there it is. IonQ, extremely strong. QBTS continuing to climb. Let's see if these highs hold. But yeah, it's not looking too good there for me. But only a couple minutes left. We'll hold on to this for as long as we can. If it cracks that high, then we most definitely have to get out of this trade, guys. There's no questioning that. So it is what it is. Sometimes things don't work, and sometimes they do. And when they work out, you look like a genius. And when they don't, you're like everybody's scratching your head and kind of questioning the methodology. But it doesn't matter, right? So you just got to go by your own system and see what's going on with that. Bitcoin starting to slowly recover, and I honestly haven't even looked at NVDA since I stopped trading it earlier. So we'll take a look at what it's up to right now to see if it's continuing to grind higher. Right? Is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Is it ever? No way. Look at this, guys. We drew this out. Yeah, we drew this out here. See, that's exactly why I didn't want to look at it. Again, bottom wicked right there. And then, sure enough, it just takes the leg higher into the levels that we want. All right, I'm out of QBTS. That's it. Took the L on it there, guys. So, yeah, really good look on NVDA as it continued to grind. Bottom wicked me. Let's pull it up here to see what we got going on. Just wasn't your boy's day. It is what it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna feel any type of way. So yeah, there it is. Bottom wicked me. This was my out. This was the final out before it just takes that additional leg higher. And I mentioned that I've already taken enough stabs at it that I can't continue to just kind of beat a dead horse. But it did eventually start working. I was that bottom tick there, Jag. And then sure enough, we get that monster move to the top side. So yeah, that would have been a really, really nice trade. But unfortunately, we didn't get to participate in that. There you go. QBTS starting to blow through some of those signals. That's where you get out when you're supposed to, and now cracking that high day. Really nice short signal right there. It's saying, see you later. We're going to continue to climb with the overall space. So there you go. NVDA, QBTS working out really well. Well, QBTS not working out for me at all, going the opposite, but then my longs working out for me on NVDL, and we just didn't get to take advantage of that. Otherwise, we would have been slowly piecing it out through here. So yeah, it is what it is there, Sharif. We took a loss on the day. And yeah, so we'll just document it, wait for tomorrow to come in and just reassess the whole situation, because it's a whole new one, right? We can't, we don't want to dwell on tomorrow, or I guess be talking about tomorrow. We don't want to dwell on yesterday, right? We want to be forward looking and continue to just slowly improve. So yeah, there it is. QBTS now putting in an additional signal. That's what it was, just a liquidity grab, I feel like. And then now inverted shooting star doji, whatever you like to call it, at the highs. Still hasn't cracked it there, putting that signal in, and I wouldn't be surprised if it came back and cracked through some of these support levels. Let's take a look at IBIT as well, too. We were trading this. We took the long at the breakout of this resistance zone. We take some out there at the volume weighted average price, look for that add, but then it stops us out, break even, and then we get that move back higher. So there we go. Yeah, day trader cut. Yeah, exactly. For what, right? Tomorrow I'll be back doing this a long time. Don't want to get too emotional or get too attached to these positions. You take the losses, you come back the next day, and you try to hit harder. But yeah, beautiful stuff there on NVDA.
Well said, Joseph. All right, we got into HYLN and to the high of the day again. So there's a double top now at 167 on HYLN. Let's see how this one ends up doing. I'm still holding shares here, so I'm trying to decide. The 2 minutes left on the show. Do I cancel the position, or do I flatten out the position, get out of there, or what the situation is? Because it's a double top at the level, but we're also still above the 10 exponential on the 5. So it's not like exactly like we've broken trend here. So decisions to be made. EYPT going against me again. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. I went negative on this one, eh? Yeah, not that bad, though. It's still manageable. Yeah, I just didn't read this one right. Even when I did well on this one initially, like I took out too much too quickly. Yeah, I didn't have a read on EYPT today. This one did bamboozle me, so take a bit of an L there on EYPT. I'm going to flatten out my position here on what's it called, HYLN, because we've got 1 minute left on the show. I wanted to mention quickly here that Holo is doing, it's kind of bamboozling right now. I haven't gotten into it, but the current candle has a higher low. Most of the candles that are after the high of the day candle. So the high of the day candle was 125. That was $11.15. All the candles subsequent to that have been lower highs and lower lows, except this candle that just showed up, a candle of indecision. It's got a higher low and a higher high. That's the good news. The bad news, is it can't shake that 50 seller. There's been a seller at $10.50 on Holo since we lost that level. I want to say it around maybe 135. And here we are again. We're putting another candle with a higher low. So the previous candle low, the one that closed at 155, has a low of 1009. This current candle, the 2 o'clock candle, now we're overtime, has a low of 1024. Where's Sean at? Oh, that's right. Are you starting on your own? Okay. Let us know if we should throw or what's the situation. Anyway, so HOLO, it's the current candle right now on the 5 has a higher low, but it's having trouble selling above 10.5 or printing anything above 10.5. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now on HOLO. This could be really interesting here. If we get above that 10.5, it's got a higher low, higher high situation. This could be one of those ones that defends 10 and then curls, takes out that 11, 11.15. The first thing I would be looking for, though, is that 10.5 seller, short seller, profit taker, whatever the hell they are, to get moved out of the way. Because I was watching when we got to 10.5 last time, there wasn't even that much size posted there. So certainly an iceberg order. Let's see what this one does. I'm going to be monitoring this one. I'm at the green screen. We're over time right now, but we'll hold on for a little bit longer over here. We can throw, eh? You good to go?
Yeah,
sure?
Obi can
All right, brother. All right, so we're going to throw to Obi. Sean will be joining him in a hot minute. It's basically, he's just on another segment doing the collaborations, as we say around here. So we're, Sean, doing big things. There it is. Holo took out 10.5. Here we go. So let's watch this now, Joseph. Sorry, Ob. Let's just watch this for a second. Can we now start making new higher? We're going long. Let's go. We're long. Let's see what we get over here. We're going to take some prints out at the top over here. Let's see. Is this going to halt or what? What the hell's going on over here? Boom. We'll take out some more prints there. What do we got on? What do we got on over here? Ob? All right. We got 70s on. Let's see if it zigs and zags. Anything below 50, I'm Gonzino. So let's go ahead and drop that right there. And then we'll go 1030 for that amount of shares. So let's see what we get here. HOLO took out the seller, but I'm not going to hold this one against me for too long. Looking for a hold of that $0.50. If that $0.50 held or was a tough level to shake, so maybe, just maybe, it gives us prints to the high side. Let's set up something over here so we have some prints to the high side in case this one does spike up. All right, so Sean is back. So keep your eye on Holo, guys. It took out that seller, but now it's got a seller at the 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if this one can zoom up, or are the shorts now in control? So we've got 70s on, basically break even at the moment. Let's see if this one starts curling back up. This one should be a really interesting trade into the afternoon. Here we go, 70s. Can we get a bit more of a squeeze? 75s. We're still at seller at 74. Nope. So there's aggressive selling into the 3/4 of a dollar. And now someone's setting up at 65s. Look at that. Someone just posted a big size there at 65. Can we shake them? About 400 lots. We can't shake that seller. So that is going to be a bit of a roadblock. Yeah, shake and bake, baby.
Shake and bake.
I'm giving this super tight size, super tight risk there. So we'll give back a little bit on that one, but it's all good. We'll keep an eye out on HOLO. It's losing that $0.50. So this one looks like it is going to be a false breakout for now. Look for the lower high though. So look for that print below that 1009. That is the prior bar low. It looks like it's zigging and zagging with a dollar. Maybe we didn't give it enough room. Either way, we got to go.
Yeah,
the Katina man is back.
Man. I've been documenting that 4 minutes, OT.
All right, guys. All right, we're 4 minutes overtime. The Katina man is back at the desk. OB's in. I'll see everybody quick as you like on the green screen.
Stay golden.
Hey.
Yo, 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 what's happening, everybody?
Oh, boy.
How was your lunch? I'll tell you something that's happening right now.
We go from one Twitter space to another over here, you know what I'm saying?
You've been a busy...
It's been a fun day.
Busy person.
And I just sit back here and I'm starting to hit some keys again, so let's get going. Right now, we're still in Tesla.
You're back-to-back Jackson with the shows.
We're still in Apple. We're still in Amazon.
Oh, boy.
We're still in the TQs. Let's go.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, back-to-back Jack with the shows. I want to thank, I was just saying to Obi, it's amazing to be on a pod or on a space there with Dan Ives. Like, I hear him all the time talking on CNBC and doing this and doing that. And then to be able to, you know, hear him and interject and everything like that, it was a hell of a lot of fun.
Awesome.
So thank you to Granite Shares for sponsoring that. And thank you to Lead Lag Report for having me on there. It was a great experience. But I got to get in the chat. Like, I literally just sat down. I want to thank the guys over there for holding fort just a little bit as I ran back here. I actually tweeted something out. Nah, it's nothing that special. Just kind of a fun little thing here.
Okay.
All right. People have wanted it. We're back in the podcast room, baby. There it is right there. But we just did a quick little talk there in the podcast room. Okay, so many people have wondered why I called this guy Mini-Me.
I don't know. He just works here.
You know, yeah, well, don't we all? But at the end of the day, like, I used to bombard Sharif's show there with my sunglasses, acting a fool like that. So shout out to Joe, man. We love the energy. Energy is great.
Hey, he's back.
Oh, shit.
He's back. Oh, no. Gotta love Joe.
No, we do. We love it. I mean, that's why. I'm playing around. We love everything around here. But yeah, anyway, shout out. Thanks for everybody for coming back here. We are going to work on the rundown. We'll get that going in a couple seconds here. But you just mentioned Tesla, and I'm saying, oh boy, to that one. As Tesla, nice little upside move. We're still long off the open, and this is what we were even talking about there on that pod. It's like, you know, the moves, I think less shares, maybe wider stops. You had almost you were a little bit quicker on your stops today, just different strategies. And that's what we were talking about, depending on, you know, what you're looking for. It's either more shares, tighter stops, or less shares, larger stops. And, you know, every day is going to be a little bit different. But there we go again, the market trying to move around one more time here. Looks like we're hovering around zeros. We actually talked about something on the space there that you and I talk about all the time, and that is like, what are we going to do tomorrow with Nvidia, right? This is a 1.5 times mover with NVDL. How about do nothing right now?
Yeah.
So
I think that's very fair. Yeah. I mean, I haven't touched Nvidia at all.
Yeah. Like, why throw that dart right now and say, I think Nvidia is going to beat, or I believe, like, let's be perfectly honest. What you and I think, Obi, is great. And I mean, I hope people are here to hear about some of that, and we can have a very good discussion about this. Yeah. But buying Nvidia here at 136.75, is that, if it's small and you want to play a game, fine. But they could beat everywhere.
Yeah. And
guide a little lower or say a little something. Jensen does not wear his blue jacket. I don't know. Yeah. You know, and the stock reacts to that. So I'm saying, if you're worried about missing the 10% move, the 15% move, whatever the move tends to be, you could just come in tomorrow, trade NVDL, and grab that back, grab that space back. You know what I mean? Like, grab along tomorrow, play it, grab your 5% move on only a 2% move, and trade NVDL instead of trading the underlying. So just some quick ideas there. I'm going to load up the chat and see what's going on. But how was your lunchtime? Any trades? Or?
Yeah, no, I got a little I guess we left you guys around 11 o'clock right here.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, I did get aggressive with that short. That didn't come in. We were talking about this little wipe up that happened on Tesla. That was absolutely crazy here. This wipe right here. So this is the candle I'm looking at right here at 11:18. Oh boy, straight wipes. Holds that 61. I actually got pretty aggressive here as we made lower highs into this base. And I'm like, all right, this will go. Guess what? Didn't really have a stop up here as I was kind of just being like, all right, this should go right away. I'm looking for it to go right away.
Should
and it slams. What's that?
Do we just have Fed minutes?
Yeah, 2 o'clock Fed minutes. Yeah. That's what it was. So Fed minutes are out as of about 9 minutes ago, as soon as we kind of joined you guys there. But yeah, the market not really reacting too crazy just yet. to it. A little bit of a pop here happening, maybe a little bit of a bid. But yeah, during lunchtime, I got aggressive there, got even more there. Here's the thing. I shorted everything on the left side, but nothing on the right side of the V there when it does come in, and then just covered on this base because I'm like, if it's going to hold this level once again, I don't want to get caught up in it. So I covered a decent chunk, added some back in on the VWAP, and when it kind of bid up and held, I was like, all right, well, this is clearly very strong on the day. I don't want to fight the trend that was happening yesterday. It settled down from all of the morning craziness that Tesla had, and guess what? We're back up pretty much near the highs now. So let's see what Tesla has in store. I might be in a little bit of a cheeky short there, just risking against that high. Just like you said, smaller size, wider stop, just testing that out. Obviously, the long from here worked out very well, but it seems like over and over again, there might be a little bit of supply, 65, 64s throughout the day on Tesla. But other than that, I didn't really do too much. Still holding on to the TQ short. That was pretty solid. That thing's pretty much grinded up. Yeah, the TQ short from the morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so have that short there. Fortunately enough, kind of held a decent chunk of it. Didn't really cover much in the 60s there. Covered most of it at 71s. So left a little bit on the table there. But again, only have a breadcrumb on left over. I covered, I think if you guys remember in the morning session, I was like, yeah, I covered more than 95%. So yeah, I'm just going to let this one run and see what happens. If it actually comes back all the way to the highs and stops me out, well, that's perfectly fine. That's what the Nasdaq looks like it's trying to do as of right now with that strength coming back in. Hey, what? Hey, look at that. Guess what? 21,500 once again. That's what I'm pointing out here on the Nasdaq. But yeah, other than that, nothing too crazy, Sean. But I'm more interested in the space that you were in. But I guess we'll talk a little bit more about that a little later after we do the rundown.
Sure, yeah, we'd love to do all of that. Okay, so let's just keep it going now. Various movements happen. It's funny that you're short the TQs from the morning. I'm still long from the morning, and maybe we'll run into each other here.
Yeah, maybe.
And figure this out. So I'm starting to take some out here for the highs of this TQQ trade. Look, it's been a blast. I really enjoy working here. And I got in trouble last night, by the way, from my wife because she yeah, I'll tell you why. Because yesterday, I think it might have happened live on the show, actually. I might have even commented it live.
Oh, boy.
She was in the chat, and I said, there's no place I'd rather be.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Than sitting right here trading with everybody. Boy. And she was like, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't go over well. So anyways, shout out to Marissa, who, coincidentally is getting her hair done today.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So I need some of these trades to work out. Obi.
That's fair. That's very fair.
Like, come on, like my haircut, for example, can be cut by myself.
Yeah.
Realistically.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have a significant other or anything like that, but it get expensive depending on the style and the cut and the color. I shouldn't say that. No color. I mean, all natural. Coming through.
I got my significant other right in front of me, and she's been giving me cuts all month.
Yeah, I say that I'm a slave to two women, basically, my wife and Mother Market. And yeah. All right, Sharif. It's 2:12. Let's go talk about something.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, in for Neil, the big boys, they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the first ticker as decided by you guys, NVDA. Reporting after the bell today. Make sure to catch that with Sean and I on the Market Recap Show. We have an Nvidia earnings party, one of the most favorite names, one of the most watched names. All right, guys. So we were kind of consolidative all afternoon, and then the bid hit, and now we're up 1.25% on NVDA. Just to give you an idea of what we're expecting here, guys, for earnings. Last year on the quarter, we printed $26.04 billion in revenue. We're expecting now $43.54 billion in revenue. We'll have to see how they do on the actual report and how they guide, boys.
All right. Shout out Dr. Plankton there in the chat. He's like, dude, what about your Abercrombie and Fitch there? You talked about it live on the open show, breaking through 95. I would take the short. Yeah, didn't take it right there. It doesn't break until we were getting off the air. So I didn't have this order pending when I left for the gym for the afternoon. But yeah, that was apparently a great call. So we'll pat ourselves, go to Barry Horowitz there on the shoulder. But we do not have that trade. So congratulations. That's a wrestling reference. So don't worry about it for the Barry Horowitz there. But okay, so look, exactly what Sharif had just mentioned. There's a reason why yesterday we had Soxel written down. There's a reason why today we sort of have left Nvidia, to sort of trade by itself there. We said that we would get involved here in the afternoon. Look what's happening. I mean, it's almost like if you rewind the tape to 8:45 when I first talked about this, Obi and I looked at each other. I said, all right, I want to trade this, see what it's doing in the afternoon. And I could see it start to ramp up heading into the close. Well, at 2 o'clock, basically, and sure, the market's helped, right? The market, well, not even really, I guess. Well, hold on, I don't mean to zoom in. It's kind of going on its own right now, Nvidia, considering that that's the move there and that's the move here. So there goes Nvidia. So I just feel that, pullbacks into the 50-period moving average, we really want to buy that. I'm not going to sit here and make a prediction on what we think is going to happen. During that space, I used the example of Okta last night and things like that, where, you don't really know what's going to hit. The Okta chart looked great. For me, this is another coil up right now. And what I was talking about was, why not just wait and do absolutely nothing? We don't have to get overly aggressive with this play here in the market. We can wait for tomorrow. I like the long. I think we'd rather be long than short into this print. But there's also nothing wrong with being flat and in cash. So again, like the call, like the play. Saudi Arabia came with a credit card the other day, right? Qatar, that whole sort of meeting that happened over there sort of gave some lift to Nvidia. Otherwise, we probably would still be down there. But that was a nice gap, and we're starting to hold there. I want to hear what China's all about for Nvidia, how that story is, and then where these future buys are coming from. I do want to put something else out into the Twitterverse right now, because I'll actually do this live. Okay, on live, we already said that. I just went long in the swing with Marvell. So I believe in this space. I think, AI is something that's not going anywhere. I like Nvidia. I like Marvell. I like some of the tertiary plays as well. I mean, look at that example we got today with Palantir, right? Yeah. Palantir and Fannie Mae hooking up. Okay. I mean, not necessarily a made in heaven there, plan made in heaven or match made in heaven, but one, again, where you would think that, okay, a mortgage company, they got it for detecting fraud and things like that.
That's interesting.
So yeah, more plays coming for AI, right? And Nvidia is the king of the jungle. So we'll stay long Nvidia. I just don't think it's a huge smart play to be gambling in front of that report, Obi.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. But have you heard of easy trading computers?
Yeah.
Have you ever entered into an order to buy or sell, and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Well, that's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an older, underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan that QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. All right, guys. So what were we talking? We're talking about some Nvidia. Yeah, that Nvidia is going pretty wild here. Let's pull up the chart. I was looking at it a little earlier there, and then I kind of have it made a little smaller on my upper screen here, and I did not catch this move. Talk about a move during lunchtime, and I was like, oh boy, I think I just looked at it when Sean pointed it out, and I was like, okay, 137s, we actually cracked that pre-market high, which is absolutely wild there. So some strength coming into Nvidia. Yeah, it's kind of doing its own thing because the market was consolidating near its lows, maybe reverted about 50% of the flush that we got, but Nvidia not only reverted 50%, it reverted 100% of the opening range, and it went on to break through that pre-market high for some fresh highs as well. So relatively strong on Nvidia, again, going into earnings. So we're seeing some potential buying sentiment on earnings eve here on Nvidia, it would seem.
Guys, Tesla, the next up here, kind of flat on the day, up 0.01. Not much really to talk about here for TSLA. There was this, though. Looks like there's some insider selling by Kimball Musk and company to the tune of about $190 million ahead of that robo-taxi launch, guys. Now only a couple of weeks away.
Yeah. I think Tesla again, very much in play, right? Breaking out technically at the beginning of the week. You guys saw that coming in. It's been winding up underneath that 350 over and over again, and finally, over the past couple of days, we've finally got a little bit of a distinct push and hold above those prior levels. So this is what I'm talking about. If we just go to let's go to an hourly chart here, take off that VWAP so we have a little bit more of a clear perspective. You can see that right there, 55 highs, nice little consolidation for over about I guess 12 days worth of trading here, and yeah, nice little push and breakout yesterday and today. We're just consolidating near these near some of these lows here. That end of day consolidation that I was talking about in the morning, I was like, well, that might be a little key. We held that, we pushed back up, but guess what? We're still kind of stuck in that prior day, end of day consolidation or range zone as of right now. So maybe some more consolidation to be had here on Tesla before we can see some fresh prices or even take a little bit of a pullback. But that's what I got on Tesla today. Lots of chop there. You can see that I traded it multiple times. We had the long and then we had the short. I had the short, and guess what? I got the short again off of the same area where I was like, all right, supply off the open, supply off a retest, supply off a retest. Guess what? Supply off a retest. So there may or may not be something there, but it seems like that 364, 365 area might be a level of interest. But then again, we're just orbiting around VWAP, to say the least, there on Tesla. So.
I feel like there may or may not be news right now about Tesla. Like Satea's not at the desk. Okay, Sharif is, but it doesn't matter. Right there, nice move to the downside right there. We got 360s out of there. 360 longs, but just took a 364 fill. Look, I hate to keep going back to this kind of stuff, but hey, what's up? No, it was right here. This is back-to-back days where we had basically the exact same trade written down for Tesla, and there's the number one long idea. It'll be, again, for the second day in a row. Well, actually, the TQs are the number one P&L name for me today, but another big trade there for Tesla. We're very light on the amount of shares, under 5% right now. Once we got this level, that was about as good as we could hope for. There's 360, 350. Now you're starting to fall back in. The stop for Tesla, I canceled. Well, it's right now still at that 357, so we were still looking down there. You could see, we got that back plus more. So yeah, again, like the stock, just feel that story yesterday about Elon Musk just spending more time with the business. I mean, that was great. It got us up to this level again, right into there's 360. But that's the next area that we need to sort of break through and hold above, right? So if we go back, you're kind of just seeing this right into there. That's 360. Basically 361, 362. We doubled up there, we topped it there again, and then we were resisted before flopping right back in. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I almost feel like anyone that had bought in sort of in this coil and maybe even in here as well, or sold like Joe did at the bottom. But like we've all done many times, this is Joe telling me to tell you guys this, not me. But there it is, the break to the high side. Maybe worth thinking about getting something out here just in case this repeats itself one more time. So I do like the story. We know it's not a car story anymore, but I feel like it hasn't been like that since their last report. So you're getting a lot of love in Tesla, and barring, Optimus and the Robotaxi event, I believe is next month, Sharif. It might be either end of June or beginning of July type of thing. So, that's that sort of next shoe to drop. Do you need to be in the stock full position now? Probably not. I think it's worth taking something off the top there. I'm still going to be trading it every day as a day trade. I'm not sure about the swing account anymore. If I went 7% yesterday on what were bad sales numbers coming from the EU, right? So it wasn't great. So, but anyways, okay, that's Tesla. We still love the stock. I think it's a little overheated. Let's go find out about another name that reports tonight. It's Salesforce, baby, and Mark Benioff, one of my favorite CEOs.
Yeah, he's a character, Sean. I love him. As you mentioned, there is Salesforce CRM reporting after the bell today with Nvidia, so make sure to catch that in the market recap with Sean and I. Not a flat day here, guys. Selling off a little bit, almost down 0.4%. We want to hear about that acquisition, guys. That acquisition that they made a few weeks back, specifically for that agentic AI, slated to be one of the biggest AI stories of the year. Agents, guys. Let's see what they have to say on the earnings call today.
All right. I'm seeing if Randy's still here. Ooh, it looks like he is. We're going to get some peach tea up in here very, very soon.
Okay.
We got a lot of talking to do still left on this stream. And then join me and Sharif and I I don't have a dare to correct my English here. So Sharif and I, tonight for the recap show, it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun as we talk about this name coming through, Salesforce. So, yeah, look, I think this could be an AI leader. You know, Salesforce, again, customer relations management there, the software involved in this. They are built into so many different businesses right there that if they can just improve stability, improve use case. We talked about Einstein, and then I forget the one that Sharif was just mentioning there. But there's going to be some love for Salesforce. And it's just right now caught in between the 200 and the 50-period moving average. It has a lot of room to get back to the upside. Definitely hit, right? Why would this be a tariff name? I'm not sure that it is. So we're just going to have to wait to make sure CapEx spending is still there, make sure that Salesforce, their customers are still, you know, extending out. You know, Google, a lot of these other names have come out with similar products whereby, you know, they'll write the emails for you. You'll do this, you'll do that. So Randy, the only thing is that I'm going to give this one to Obi. Because I did ask Obi if he wanted one.
No, that's okay. I got my coffee here as well. That's okay.
Would you like a peach tea?
That's okay. It's all good. I don't want to send Randy back for more. All good.
I don't want to say, I mean, Randy has a lot to do around here, but I think he can
I'm good, thank you.
Are you sure? I think you're being nice.
I'm good. Get back to
Okay, Randy doesn't want one. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you very much, Randy.
You can have my peach tea. Okay. All right.
I will have.
So I do like Salesforce there. It is a holding of mine, and I don't know. I think it's irresponsible for us to give advice on sort of where we think the quarter is going. You know, there's been a lot of opportunity in the space lately, and I think Salesforce is just a winner. You know, the best companies continue to outperform. Now, there's going to be hiccups that happen all the time. I like Salesforce here tonight, and I think they'll probably beat, and then it's just about the guide, but it's the story of every single stock. I feel like a broken record.
Yeah, I think, again, in anticipation, similar story here. Don't really want to touch it. That's just my perspective before earnings. I want to see what the earnings report does, how it sets up. What do we do with recent action off of the earnings report? Like, do we break some of these recent highs? Do we break some of these recent lows? Again, it's always almost about figuring out what that offside might be. For me, as looking at short-term participants and then higher time frame participants as well. But yeah, on the day today, nothing too crazy. Sold off pretty aggressively off of the opening, I guess, session, and then pretty much consolidating or trading above that 274-day low as of right now. But you can see that well within that prior day's range, and this is interesting right here. See, I don't know what really came in here, but it seems like some sort of catalyst on Friday at the end of the day dropped this thing all the way down to 271s, and since then we've pretty much been trading within that range. So nothing too crazy here. Let's see what CRM has after its earnings report after hours today.
All right, guys, BTC up next here. We have the beginning of the Bitcoin 2025 conference taking place today in Las Vegas, still going live with the keynote being given by none other than VP JD Vance, who's predicting, boys, 100 million Bitcoin holders sooner rather than later. It was kind of a nothing burger, though. Satya was covering for us. No real price action movements during the speech.
I want to say, too, I looked this up. 33 of 45 analysts have CRM rated a strong buy. So I just want to bring that up to everybody. Okay. So IBIT, yeah, I mean, I wasn't really here to see some of the movements during this conference. I did see some of the notes where JD Vance said he's a large holder, or he has a significant portion or something like that of crypto. We reported that earlier on the day. We thought it was around $500,000, which is a significant portion, 5 coins. I mean, we'll see if it can get higher than there. I always thought that Bitcoin was always a sell the news type of play. And I think you're getting that today, right? You get excited about the Trump coin dinner. You get excited about this talk right here by JD Vance. And realistically, it's not doing anything to Bitcoin, right? I mean, it's had a huge move higher here over the last month or so. You know, we get that flush down into 70,000. This is IBIT that I'm referring to right now. And we've just taken out these tops and now we're just hovering around. There's always a cooling off period. You know, which is why I think a good way to trade this is to make a little bit of money if you're able to, And again, Brian Shannon really likes Solana. Yesterday was one of the calls that he had made sort of for us on the recap show last night. And look what it's done down today, down 4%. So if you're able to catch a little bit of profit trading some of these altcoins, like XRP is now below 5 cents below where I had most recently bought it, right? So if you can make a little bit of money, scalp out and put it back into Bitcoin, I think eventually that will be the right play. And then he and I both agreed, like, and I know Joe talks about this, I know Sharif does as well, but you don't need to be in MicroStrategy or strategy. You could just buy Bitcoin, you know? So I do believe more and more about those kind of plays as well. Waiting for IBIT to come into some key levels, waiting for Bitcoin to maybe back the truck. You can see right there on my screen, it's 107.5. I bought at 103, I think between 103 and 100, probably decent buy areas as well. But hey, if you believe in something, then you want to hold it. And I think Bitcoin is worth it. I think it's worth 5 to 10% of your portfolio if you're feeling a little bullish. Yeah, buy the dips on everything, but maybe not MicroStrategy. I just would rather trust, you know, Bitcoin in my hands rather than Michael Saylor's. So that's what that is for me now on strategy.
Yeah, no, again, we left you in the morning. Bitcoin was in and around 109s. Bit of a sell-off there, so a continuation off of those all-time highs there on Bitcoin. So just still kind of chopping around, but some selling coming in off of that 110 or 111 test that we had just yesterday there on Bitcoin. So yeah, a little bit of a consolidation, but like I said, this is a 3-minute chart, so we're seeing a lot of noise here. But let's go up. What did I just do?
Amazon, before we go back over there.
Hold on 1 second. I got to get out of this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Come over here and then we'll let you work on your trade. There's Amazon, to take Sharif's word. Boom, right there as Amazon all the way back up to VWAP. A good little trade there for us, taking $1 there on Amazon. And we had talked about this sort of dip buy opportunity. We did it 3 times right there, but not again right there. Darn it. Wish we were there for that, but there goes Amazon nicely trading to the high side. Okay, holy smokes, Holo.
It's ridiculous, Sean. I mean, every time I look at this, it's putting any under a high or a low. I mean, there was really no catalyst on this one today, but this is a repeat offender, Sean. It breaks out at times where you don't expect it to break out. Holding VWAP, holding the levels, guys, up 78% almost. Let's see where this can go. Can it get triple digits? We'll see.
I don't even know anything about this. So Holo, hold on. $10, $11 right now for Holo, up huge right now as we continue to go upside right now. We always got to do a little bit of work here and try to figure out what to. I'm not opposed to trading short float names. I mean, we've been doing that for the last little while on this show as well. Okay, microcloud hologram stock is moving higher Tuesday, above average volume, start trending, various sites, discussions. Okay, so definitely it has the space there for the eyes of Reddit and whatnot. HOLO. The short float on this name is only 16% right there. The float is 4.7 million shares. So that's definitely something right there. Quantum breakthrough right now for Holo is what they're talking about now. So, all right. Yeah, it looks like another name here that could continue to work as it's getting pushed around, right? I mean, this is what happens. We go away from GameStop today. We took our bath in GameStop. And yesterday and the couple last days, we did really well on other quantum names like QBTS. We know that when they get going, and there's nothing to stop them. So there goes Holo, another move higher. Looks like we already had a reverse split. So I would say stay that away from this name, to be honest with you. This reverse split, look what happened. This is what always happens on reverse splits. So you could take it from me now and rub my face in mud if this doesn't wind up working out. But to me, you get anywhere in between like this $13 to $14 area, and you're still holding on to this, I think it's a drop. I think you got to get out of it at that spot. You know, I'm going to assume this is a reverse split on April 21st. So we can look that up. But if it is, then that makes perfect sense to me. This move, obviously, I'm not sure about a breakthrough. Remember what we talked about with quantum and all this kind of stuff? They are years away from like any reasonable products, I think, that are actually going to be playable. And I don't mean playable as in a video game, but, you know, to hit their earnings per share. So I would be very, very cautious of any kind of move like this in Holo. But for today, man, Holo smokes. It just keeps on going upside there. And I would just look for a fade. At some point, the bottom is going to fall out of this, and maybe it's getting a little exhausted now. Look at these last two big candles there, green candles, exhaustion candles, getting up to those highs and then running out of steam. For me, Holo's a short. We'll check back on this in a little while, but I think right here, right now, I would not be pushing the long. These last two exhaustion candles to the upside could not get it going, and we bounced off of 1150. So it's definitely not a long until we break 1150 right now. So I would not be averaging into this. I'd be looking short on Holo.
Yeah, a little bit of I guess trappy action there. It had strong volume prior day there, and we got that push up to 8s in the pre-market. Pretty much fade and trickled down to nothing here. Look at that crumble going into the end of the day. So definitely a lot of less volume, much less volume compared to the morning session there. And you look at that coming into the next day. That breakout and squeeze pattern on Holo. So absolutely crazy there. Missed this one, but definitely looking like a little bit of a liquidity trap on micro cloud hologram. But absolutely crazy push here. Definitely squeezing a little bit there, and a runner on the day for sure. Look at this percentage, man. Absolutely crazy. 100% runner on Holo. So yeah. Got to watch that one for sure, but didn't really have eyes on it today. Hopefully you guys caught a piece of that. We know that Sharif was all over this one earlier on today, so crazy moves.
All right, good. I'm in now. All right, so I'm in. I just paid for shorts, $3.50 for 1,000 shares, $3.50. Not very expensive at all for a Holo. Breaking through 1150. I'm not going to put a market order in. I don't want a market order out on Holo, right? Like the thing is that although it might be the right thing to do, if we do break, what is the high exactly? 1154. So let's see if we break through that. 1161, we'll see if we can punch out of this. And we'll just use Fox River, 1175 or so to see if we're able to get those fills. So, all right, we'll average into this trade up until about 1140 or so, and then we will trigger out of that if and when it breaks. I just got to make sure that my stop order is correct here, because this is going to be dancing with the devil if I don't have the right stop order. But there it is right there. Look at that, Sharif. Wow. To take one of his sayings right there. Boom. Here's 40 cents immediately on Holo. We do not cover, though, Sharif, so we're going to let this thing come back down, breaking through $11 again. We'll try it, but there it is, man. We talked about it. We put our money where our mouth is. Let's see what Holo wants to do right now to the downside. Trying to show, we're trading Tesla. That's not similar to Holo. We're trading the Nasdaq here with the TQQs. That's kind of doing something as well. We're trading Amazon, which was great. We're almost out of all of these names. And then there's Apple as well. Sirens up for Apple. This was a great trade today as well. One in, guys, and a couple outs there for Apple. Let's offer 19s. And so, we just missed it. See if we get a fill there at 19 on Apple, and then we'll go from there. So yeah, man, so far so good here. Nice move back up there for Apple into an area where we've gotten out before. So we'll like it. There I am sitting there on Nasdaq. See if we can get a fill there on 19 with Apple. And yes, we did. So we get that little fill there on Apple. Now we'll see about moving forward where we can go from here. So good couple outs there. And of course we go a premature boom right there, because Holo did flush through 11 and now it's right back up. So watch out for, again, we'll put like one unit to work on here. We're not going to go too crazy with this name, as we know it can rip our face off. And thanks for confirming that. It was a 1 for 40, as someone said there on the chat, for that split. So, okay, here we go. I'm sitting at $11.39 to get my full one unit. And then if it breaks back above, hopefully we can lose at most 40 cents on this play, and we'll work it off from there. So, yeah. We're having a good time here. I'm getting excited for the Nvidia call tonight, so that should be a lot of fun. Still really happy. We had that great space, as we talked about, with Lee Legg reporting Granite shares and everything like that, so we're really happy. And it's funny because I was talking about NVDL, and then Will Rind, who is the CEO, and I think he is the Granite shares. I don't want to get too caught up here, but he was also on the space. And I was talking about NVDL. There it is, founder and CEO. Okay, I didn't want to say founder. Here it is right here, Will Rind from Granite Shares. And I was talking about NVDL, and he goes, hey, that's our product.
Oh, wow.
So there we go. Right there. Maybe we'll work on getting Will in there and talk about, 1.5 levered products, things like that. We'll see if I can reach out and get him on the show and talk about maybe the structure of these alternative investments and whatnot like that. So we'll see there.
No, I think that's the great part of participating and joining in these groups. You make those connections, and you kind of there's a lot to learn, and that's surprising that that's their product.
Here comes Holo.
Shout out to them there. So we kind of talk about the TQs. The TQs still kind of grinding slowly back up off of its lows right there, but still kind of trading in and around that 21,500 mark here on the Nasdaq and the ES as well, just kind of consolidating sideways. Nothing too crazy there. That was a bit of a choke for me there. I kind of fat fingered into that Tesla long, and I was like, I was a little confused because I was like, I thought I was short for a second, but now I'm long, and it's seeming like it's kind of coming back. I do have to get out of this one relatively soon, but I'm going to be a little bit patient here as we kind of hold the range lows there. TQs also looking like they're kind of starting to consolidate on top of VWAP, but we've just been kind of grinding back up from the day lows right there. Haven't really quite reverted a decent chunk. I'd say about roughly about 30% it would seem, but yeah, we haven't really got that 50% reversion of the strong flush that we got all the way from 70, I think it was 71.90s all the way to the lows at 70s, 60s there. What's going on?
No, I just realized that this Holo stock, despite it being only, so I just got out there at 11.04 or 11.05, got out 2.5%. It's just noticing that although it's, pretty active with a lot of volume, the spread actually opens up. Like now it's 5 cents. So you got to sometimes close this gap, even just to get a fill rate here on HOLO. All right, so you're still in the TQs. What are we thinking right here? Just trying to figure this out. So, our best fills have been sort of where we are right now. I'm debating, I don't necessarily want to get out of it because I am looking for an Nvidia long to maybe be a part of right there. I guess we had that opportunity and it wasn't even paying attention there. Nvidia came into 136.50 right there into this area, which we could have bought. I mean, if we buy a 136.50, we only would hold it down to this area here because it's not a tested and proven thing. I just wonder about Nvidia running here into the close. All right, Holo just went upside a little bit. So I'm gonna have to put something just in case it gets washed back down in because we are almost breaking out right now. So here we go, Holo right back to highs. Look, we're staying disciplined, man. I mean, we've already talked about not using very many shares here. This was a name that we brought to our attention. I thought maybe against the day's high that it wouldn't want to get going further. I do think any name that reverse splits, I don't have much love for those names, but do understand that there is a lot of retail action right now on this name. We're short right here at 35s. Could get out for flat now. We don't want to do that. So let's, I put a bid down there in the low 20s to see if we can gather some of that out, because remember, if I can take an average winner here, similar to what my loser would be on the downside, then I think it's worth it at least for half of the trade. So we'll get out right now. I'm going to try to bid out of 15% down there in the low 20s. Hopefully we can grab that fill, and maybe that last little whoosh to the high side right there may have been it, but who knows? So there's a nice little pullback. Again, we're back into the money if we take the bid, but we're not going to do that because look at the spread. It needs to give one more flush to the downside for me to get filled. There it is. Yes, sir. All right. Spin it right now, man. Boom. For my guy Sharif right there. As, hey, man, we're there it is, man. We grab a 13. Let's go. No problem. Let's go, man. We're getting excited now. Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Bloomberg.
What's Bloomberg saying?
Oh, Apple is going to change the way they identify their iOS. It's going to be labeled by the year, not by the version number.
Ooh.
Big change is happening in Apple. Oh my God, big change is happening right now in Holo. Oh boy, right now. Look at that. Boom, boom, bang. Right there. Someone said to me, am I going the way of the boom? Because Sharif, look, man, this is an OG. The bang?
Yeah.
Bang has been here for 7 years or whatever that we started it. My man over here is doing something brand new. He's changing the game. Changing the game with the boom.
With the boom, okay.
So the boom is my guys over here. We're still putting out those bangers for everybody here as well. So shout out to Sharif. Again, great comment there, great excitement. If you're not part of the midday show, you're definitely missing out. We've been really lucky to have such great midday hosts in Sharif and in, I mean, Joe's all right. Yeah, he's not here, so I say that. But yeah, with Joe, you guys know the love that we have for these guys. So big shout out to them and big shout out to Bears vs. Bulls, Satya for filling in for Adara, who everyone wondering, where's Adara? Where's Adara? Vacation, man. She's coming back tomorrow. So we'll have Adara back on the desk tomorrow. And then you'll get, what kind of memory does she have again? Eidetic. I never even heard of that before, but that means she can remember everything at all times.
Yeah, it's crazy.
She remembers like the day we wore the same shirts.
I'll be like, do you remember what day, like, you know, whatever ticker reported last? And she'll like think for like not even 5 seconds, and she'll be like, oh, this date, and oh, they beat or whatever.
I'll be like, I asked her last time. That's crazy. It was something about Neil. Oh, it's when Neil tore his ACL, his Achilles.
Oh yeah, and she's
like, yep,
probably remembered the exact date.
Yeah.
She probably remembered the exact date.
I think I remember. It was like, so like that was July 24th, and then you came in a couple days later. Anyways, she like knew the whole story there, back and forth. So shout out to Adara. Going to be coming back tomorrow. So there it is, right there. I don't think there's any sort of a call necessary for Satya for this one, but Apple to rebrand its device operating systems to mark major overhaul. Okay, so we'll see if there's any love for Apple in this. I mean, I don't think that's a major thing there, but hey, it is good. The one thing you know about Apple, we can sit here and say, you know what, they've sort of haven't been part of this AI boom, and we know that. I don't think there's anything rocket science about that. But the thing about Apple is, you know, they're going to come with something, and when they do, it's going to work and it's going to be great. They have over 1.5 billion handsets right now in use. So the minute they release something AI related, it's going to be the largest AI participant in the space. So believe me, you're going to hear feedback from these guys on that, and we're going to try to get Apple great again. You know, it's
they're going to be like, we did it first.
No, they don't.
That's usually what Apple does.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they actually claim to do anything first. I mean, but what they do is they do it better. And we'll just wait to see. The number one consumer product of all time is the Apple iPhone. Customer satisfaction, everything. It is what it is, right? I mean, we'll just wait to see what Apple comes out with. I'm excited for their new AI. I mean, have they been late to the party? Yes, but at the end of the day,
very late.
Yeah, but are they? I mean, what do you use? I just use.
Did you see the?
No, but I mean, what are we going to use it for? That's my whole thing. Like, we could say, okay, Google's there now. All right. I mean, I use my iPhone, for example. I talk into ChatGPT with it. Like, I'm participating in AI, but Apple's not gaining any money from that. I think that's, as a shareholder, I think that's what we worry about. But perfectly honest, we know, like, where is the money being made right now in AI? We're not being charged for anything. It's Google. They have that $250 a month where, you know, you can be part of that. ChatGPT has a monthly service there that's absolutely unbelievable. But Apple never tried to get into that sort of model. So we'll just see how the large language Siri kind of adapts to you know, the ever-changing cell phone environment, and we'll just see if they can make a winner out of it. We don't ever use Apple products on desktops, you know, really. You know, so I'm wondering how MacBook and all that's really going to be affected here with some of the AI. But Holo right now, it's a good thing we did get something out right there, because, yeah, here it goes, man. Breaking 60, and we are out of HOLO, and that may happen right now. So there it is, man. We are out of Holo, and I actually flipped a little bit long. We do not want a long, so we're going to offer out right there. Maybe I just should have stayed in the long. We just got 70s there out. So we'll be up on Holo, but not enough, man. We had half of that. We talked about getting out of half. So we held half of that for that break, and there it goes, breaking higher, roughly flat on Holo. So, yeah, I hope some of you are able to get out there at that 50-period moving average, but, you know, at the end of the day, it does rip higher, and the longs win again.
That's it's a nice little shake and bake. I think, again, like I said, it seems like it's been squeezing a bit of a liquidity trap from yesterday, and that continuation's coming into the last hour of the day here. And yeah, pretty much you got to watch out for those end of day squeezers, right? Those can definitely be very solid for opportunities. But if you're on the wrong side of that move, that can be pretty nasty as well. So definitely ones to watch out for as well. Let's see what what else am I watching? You see PDD today. PDD pretty wild here. Day 2 earnings here. So let's pull up the chart on PDD real quick. And yeah, take a look at that day 2 earnings play right here. So let me know in the chat if you guys were involved with this day 2 move here on PDD. Again, aggressive selling that came in off of that earnings report, kind of reverted a little bit there going into the close, but coming in today, nice little hold of this intraday support level from yesterday. That support holds as a little bit of resistance, also confluenced with that $100 mark. And look at that, nice little flush there with that consolidation breakdown as well. Morning session lows, nice little consolidation lows right there at 99s for another leg down on PDD as well. So yeah, some strong selling coming into this market. Look at this. We can't really get past that 21,500 just yet. And it seems like, again, we tested it from above in the pre-market session. We tried to pull into it earlier on in the opening session, just crack right through it like butter, and then kind of reverting back into it a little bit as of right now. So that 21.5 could be a little bit of an interesting level going into the close, as it is that most recent prior high there on the chart. So one to watch out for sure. But yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. Starbucks, I'm seeing. Okay, SBUX. Let's take a quick look at that one as well. Starbucks. Okay, so Starbucks. Now? Yeah, Starbucks, I actually came up on my scanner for a potential continuation today. You can see that definitely came in, and a little bit of a lick grab happening there. Oh boy, what is going on here? Oh my God.
Almost news. Well, we have Satya there. If she finds anything on Starbucks, she'll come with that. So yeah, have a look there. Who's calling me? Oh, Dan Ives. No, just joking. Okay, so yeah, I was saying this, I haven't even spoke to Shreve about this, but it's amazing because we sit there and I listen to like Josh Brown in the compound and they have Dan Ives. We see Dan Ives all the time. He was on CNBC earlier today. And then to be in a conversation with him, just his like, the way he talks, like, you know, I really think AI is a way of the future. And it was just awesome to be there with him. I don't do that in a mocking fashion. It's so just amazing to see. We get that too, right? Like when people come and visit us, they're like, "Oh my God, I can't believe we're seeing Trader TV." And it's just like everyone at the end of the day is just a normal person, to be honest with you. And it's just kind of like amazing to meet some of these people. Like when JC was here, JC Perez. That was really cool. Yeah, that was really cool. You and I went to the book signing that evening there and was able to talk to him a little bit. And it's really cool to see those things. So that was a great experience. I'm really happy to be able to do that and hopefully get invited back to some more spaces to do that as well. But for right now, I do got to handle, well, not yet.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, no, okay, let's talk about ProfitX, man. If you're looking for unbeatable odds and the biggest game, switch over to ProfitX's peer-to-peer trading and gambling platform where you set the price, no more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds, track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every step with ProfitX. It's sports playing reimagined. Make sure you do use code TraderTV to grab your 2% back up to $300. And maybe we don't do this enough, but what ProfitX does is allows you to set the lines. So like if you think tonight that or last night or whatever, Knicks game, any hockey game or whatever, if you feel that, you know, the Knicks should be favored by 8 points and not 9, you could shave that 9 points back down to 8 points and someone will hit you. And you could say, I want plus money on that because I'm giving you an extra point, right? So, and then if that number comes down, you can actually offset that by taking the Pacers. And if you have the Knicks at -8, potentially you could take the Pacers at +12 or something. All right, now the market's going down. I feel like we need to there has to be some sort of news or something, maybe. It doesn't have to be anything, but there's the move. Okay, now we're starting to get going here. We're starting to get stopped out on some of our plays. All right, I don't know, Satya, if there's anything over there. I know she's doing a hard job here filling in for Adara, but we are getting cranked right now. There goes Amazon to the downside. We just got long down there. I don't like this position, not knowing anything about the market right now, but it is a downside play there for Amazon. So let's take a little bit off. We're long at 15s right now. So okay, here we go. All right. Nope, not hearing anything too much. Something about a pipeline project. All right, so there it is, man. Let's spin the money. We just made a great trade here on Amazon as it's falling back in. But where did we wind up losing there? We didn't get hit really on anything. So it's a nice pullback upside there for Amazon. We sat there and, oh boy, am I on the right stock here? This is really starting to rip, man. So nice trade there for Amazon. I'm going to start to get some out. I have no idea what cranked the market right there, but we were able to get long. right there on Amazon at 205.40s. I got a little nervous, so got out of, I don't know what it was, I'll double check, but there's the play right back to the upside on Amazon. And here we go, man. We're now mooning. So when moon, I don't know what that story was. Please get back to us, Satya, if you do find anything, but I'm not seeing anything right now in the market. And if there is, we're going to go find out right now from Satya.
So at 122, there was a article that was posted. Starbucks faces a lawsuit over alleged discriminatory restroom policy. So there isn't too much information yet in regards to what the discrimination was regarding, but that's what I'm getting. If I have any other information, I'll get back to you guys. Back to you.
This is, sorry, Stay, you probably can't hear me over there. This is market related. Like, I don't know, this just dropped to 21,400. Okay, well, here we go, man. I mean, it's going lower right now, this market. So we're gonna have to find out. I can maybe search onto Twitter to see if there's anything going on. You guys let me know if there's anything going right now. The deal with Amazon, maybe. There in Stellantis, people talking about that in the chat. I'm just gonna figure out if there's anything going on at all. Go through Twitter here. Oh, Zelensky now says Trump is ready to impose new sanctions on Russia. Okay, so it takes 1 second. We find that right there. That might be what it was. I don't know right there. But yeah, Ukraine's defense minister says Ukraine is not opposed to further meetings, but wants to hear more from Russia. Okay, so that's something to do with what's happening right now. We do have the Fed minutes that's just come out as well. But there it is, Satya. I mean, it's right here. Ukraine's defense minister, and maybe if you can find some more information. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm finding it right now. There it is right here. Ukraine's defense minister handed over Ukrainian version of the memorandum to the head of the Russian delegation. Not further meetings. This is what I feel like just hit right now. Now, whether or not that is a thing here about Russia, Ukraine, maybe we're getting a little further away from a resolve than we had thought. That could be bringing the market downside a little bit. It was a relatively quick recovery there, but yeah, as you could see, it is a downside play there for Amazon and for the rest. So there we go, man. A nice move to the downside as we go. So I don't know. It could be that play there as we scour through. Again, and we're going through so many changes here with the studio that we called up Starbucks, and Satya was looking for Starbucks stuff, and that's great. So thanks for all of that. But the most recent move right there appears to have been something potentially related there to Ukraine and to Russia. So there it goes. If you do hear anything more about that, then we'll grab that for you. It's not a huge move. It's just something to watch out for right there. So there we go.
Definitely something to watch out for. Tesla came right through that day low. That was absolutely crazy there. So a little too aggressive on that one there. But yeah, covered that TQs on that pullback there. Breaks through low at A, kind of pulls right back up. So I'm just like, all right, well, get out of that one there. Yeah, look at that strong wick on that push there on the Nasdaq. A little bit of a catalyst-driven market here for sure. Absolutely crazy there. So look at that reversion happening now as the market rips right back up to highs there. So wild stuff there on across the board there.
Look at this fill on Tesla.
Which one? Oh boy.
There's it breaking 357, and we get stopped out. If we come over here, Andre, right there. But we didn't even. I was looking at my net. I'm like. We had 2.5% left of this trade. We actually talked about that. But there's the stop out right there. You're going to not find too much of a worse one than that right here. But we're skyrocketing now. I wish that I had maybe a little bit. I don't know. Again, we didn't know what that story was. I panicked out of it. Amazon absolutely mooned off of that. So that was a real good play there on Amazon. And we did not get longer on Apple, which kind of sucks. I was not sitting there. I was sitting a little lower on Apple. So we did not get that fill. And then Holo. That's not Holo, that's SMR. Hey, what's up, SMR? Oh, wow, SMR down there. Actually, SMR was a pretty good trade for us. Look at Holo, stopped out there almost at the top, and there comes Holo all the way back in. So there's me getting stopped out on a 60 break. It's a good thing we got out immediately. It only goes to 79, and then it falls right back in, right? And so there goes Holo. Watch out for the 50-period moving average, right back into $11 as we go to the downside right now. But, yeah, that's the problem, man. People saying they got stopped out. Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened to me there on Nvidia. On Tesla. And that's part of it. But, you know, we're lucky enough to get this fill there on Amazon. So really good trading there. We're still in like about 30% of this trade.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's All right, if it's not a huge trade or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for where the next opportunity potentially is as of right now. So again, that dump was absolutely crazy there. So that's kind of if you were in the short, that's kind of what you were looking for, and that flush all the way down to 21,400 on the Nasdaq right there, and then rips right back up. So a nice little reversion happening real time there on the futures. Let's take a quick look at what the volume leaders are doing on the day once again, just to see if those names have changed throughout the day. I know we took a look at them before we left you for the midday show there, but some of these names have not changed. Some of them have. So let's take a quick look at and see what's been moving around throughout the day here. So volume gainers on the day, SPRO. We took a look at this one earlier on as well. A little bit of a push, gap up there on a catalyst right there, but pretty much sideways consolidation orbiting around VWAP on that one pretty much all day. Nvidia as well. Nvidia, we saw that in the morning. Pretty much a strong flush, but in the morning we were looking at that and being like, all right, well, kind of sideways chop, trading within yesterday's range, nothing too crazy, trading near the lows. I said that multiple times. I'm like, all right, this 135, it might hold, it might break, no idea. Guess what it does? Lick grab that low right there, and nice little push up. Push right back up and all the way back through highs, back through the opening range high as well. That was pretty wild. And look at that, flushing down, comes in and pretty much pings that opening range high on Nvidia, and then bounces right back up. So a little bit of resistance turned into support after it's already shown us that it's turned into support here, right? So again, I guess you just had to be there on the tape for that one to see that flip. SGN, not really looking at this one, but pretty much reverting a decent chunk of what it's done. NVTS, I know a few people were talking about this one, again, being in the semiconductor space here as well. Power hour, here we go.
It's power
boy, are we going to see some fresh lows on this market? No idea, but that shake and bake, that wild flush in and then pull right back up, that was pretty wild there.
That was great.
Joby, we saw this one. Wow, this one's actually relatively strong compared to other things in the market here. So that catalyst holding up pretty well, and I guess that sentiment's carrying forward here on Joby, as I think it was Toyota that's taken an interest in them. So Big Bear AI, a little bit of bearish action on the day today, consolidating near its lows. Ford with the 1 million recall here as well, and yeah, pretty kind of downtrending on the day, but pretty much holding that VWAP as of right now. And of course, Tesla as well. Tesla, we're seeing that strong flush right here. It's funny. I kind of looked over to Sean just a few minutes ago, and I was like, I think this might get to day low. And then we get that strong volume flush, and I got a little messed up on that fat finger punch there. But you know what? It is what it is. I do got to get better at reacting right away, especially when I'm confused about a position, and I will have to definitely work on that. Not too happy about that one there. TEM again. Sean, did you know this thing had a catalyst in the morning? I totally missed this one. So this is Pelosi stock, right? TEM. So they had a short report at 9:10, and take a look at that. Right off of the open, strong flush, continuation, pretty much dead cat bounce, no real bounce here, and trading near the low of the day right there at 52.94, currently at 53.57 there on Tempest AI. So yeah, a lot of opportunity. Hollow, of course, we've seen both Sharif and Sean cover this one pretty well here. Still squeezing into the close, 1180s now, day highs on that one. Was Warner Brothers? Oh boy, yeah, this one's definitely to the upside there. Towering to the upside is Warner Brothers there. And New Holdings, nothing too crazy. Sure, it's doing a little bit of volume on the day, but pretty much sideways overall. Let's see what else we got here. Palantir, of course. Sideways chop, nothing crazy today. Look at this, just consolidating, 125 chop here on Palantir. Mara, oh boy, okay, Bitcoin definitely doesn't necessarily look exactly like that, but again, like we said, it did kind of sell off of its morning prices there on Bitcoin. So Mara also taking a little bit of a pullback, reverting all of yesterday's action there. Airlines were pretty strong as well over the past couple of weeks, if I remember. Was it airlines or no? I think we were talking about banks. Yeah, I think that's what it was. It was Canadian banks that were really small, really strong, but American Airlines also on this list here. Nothing too crazy, a bit of a fade, but again, doing a little bit of relative volume, so it's showing up on that volume gainer scan here on the day. Rigetti, again, we know that Quantum, IONQ, a lot of those tickers were very, very hot over the past few days, and pretty much sideways consolidation as of right now on Rigetti there. So that was a quick recap of the top volume gainers on the day. And off of that, I didn't really see too much. Maybe some, wow, look at that TQ's reversion, man. So that's absolutely wild. So I'm assuming that Nvidia probably made its way back up because it's been pretty strong on the day. Let's take a quick look at Nvidia.
Amazon's going back. Apple's going back.
Nvidia definitely showing some strength. You're saying Amazon and Apple as well.
Yeah, every you know, good call out there on Tempest AI though.
Yeah.
I think that was a good one, as a lot of people are in that name. I think that the space is good, man. GE Vernova is another one, another name that I'm not in. Definitely wish. Well, I may still have some shares from the spinoff there, but nice move up there for GEV. That was another dip by opportunity there that could have been had. Everything flushed on that. I think and this is where, and again, we were talking not to talk about that space that I was on or anything. Oh, by the way, look at Holo. Down through 11. Right now goes Holo, so watch out. I mean, this is the play that we already had that one time stopped out there short. Purples are shorts on my screen, right? So if you ever see a down tick like that, that means we went short. We were talking about this on the space, and that is that what do? Do you use less shares now with bigger stops or more shares with tighter stops? And you and I had this conversation, and there's a perfect example of like, whoops. And then like, if you don't trade with stop orders and you come back right now, you're probably up on your long. Instead, you're getting smoked right there. Like, we have that example on Tesla there, that it's like, okay, stopped out. And then we also have that example right here. And this is why, like, look, I'm happy with this trade. Amazon will now be my P&L number one on the day, but it's just because, again, we liked Amazon coming back into these levels, and I was sitting ahead of 205. It never broke 205, so it comes in, we get lucky, the move stops, the algos buy it right back up, and there it goes again. So some trades, you're going to need to have luck on your side for sure when you're doing when you're in this business, and I think that's a good example right there of why. I saw the TLT and the Treasury was moving around earlier today, which I thought maybe started to kick off some of that market selling that we were seeing right into there. So there's the, the Treasury coming back down in right there pretty much all morning. If we look at, sort of what the Nasdaq was doing in the morning as well. Actually, I guess the Nasdaq was kind of flat, but there's the Treasury heading to the downside and equity as well. So right now, as we look to see what the TLT is doing, a little bit is recovering. So you do see the market recovering a little bit right now. We are now 45 minutes away from the imbalances, and then another 10 minutes added onto that, and we'll be with Nvidia territory again as we'll wait to see, where those earnings come from and what's going on there. But I just feel like that was possibly just a market-wide stop. They triggered people out against that low right there, and that takes a lot of money to run the Nasdaq like that and the S&P 500, but something spooked the market right there, and ran the low, extended a little bit. Look at that candle. Like, you now have more volume there, and we weren't able to really find any story. More of a move right there than at open. So like, that was a huge liquidity candle right there, needless to say. And there we go, man. TLT, looking at that as we get back to the upside right now. Amazon's ripping. Nvidia, you missed that opportunity. Well, you covered it. We both missed the opportunity. I talked about it coming right into there again, and then I'm going to sneeze. But that opportunity, where did Ramin go? She was here. I was going to say, because she was sneezing earlier as well. I'm going to mute myself and possibly sneeze. But that was a great opportunity to get longer there on Nvidia.
Again, look at how clean that reversion comes in on the TQ. So if you're looking at day low and you're like, oh boy, I'm looking to get short on the day low break, guess what? It comes in, it does come in, and then it negates it right away. So what better reason to get long on a false break of the day low with that aggressive action? And there it goes right there. There's a bit of reversion happening there on Tesla as well. But yeah, look at that, breaking through some of these all-day consolidation highs here on the TQs now. So what a shake and bake. Oh boy. I think it was somebody on the midday show asked Sharif about if the candles that go really strong up and down within the same candle is that like algos or something? I have no idea what it is, but what I see it as is a bit of a liquidity grab. There's definitely enough liquidity there where buyers have met the aggressive sellers and ripped it right back up there. Nice little shake and bake happening on
You like
the
shake and
markets
bake?
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Shake and bake? I mean, it's been years since I've had some, but
Same, yeah, I can't remember the last
yeah,
time.
I really don't remember, but shake and bake.
Yeah, same.
So, have it in the markets every day, though.
Yeah, it pretty much does. You're right. Oh, you know what we can look at that we haven't looked at today yet as well? At least we haven't. CoreWeave. All right. So yeah, CoreWeave hanging out still around that 120. Did we get higher than that? Oh, yes, we did in the pre-market there. I was surprised. Why weren't we talking about this more in the pre-market today? Yeah, CoreWeave had that dump there late yesterday. Wondering if that was an imbalance. It must have been, right? Because that sort of started. Well, actually, I guess it does start at 350 right there, but then real big flush. Remember, when we see those market on close imbalances, it's really important to understand that like size is going to mean everything. So if you have like $1 million to sell, there's no way. Each one of these shares is 100 shares. You don't have 1 million shares here, including dark pools and everything, right? So downside flush there, downside flush early on CoreWeave, but then battling back right now. I think this is a good little level to look at 120 again. So if we can get up into there, I think that would be a short for CoreWeave as the market does make its move back up higher. We do get some more out of Amazon as Amazon goes, oh boy, man, this is a great trade, honestly. Right back up there into view up. There's the long right there. I got filled and then just punched out of like 10% immediately. So that's why you can't really see. But there's the bid right there. And I was just like, oh my gosh, because it flushes down. I'm like, get out for flat. And then it was just, I didn't even have an opportunity. You want to talk about flushing, just your example right there. This is 1 minute candle. So in a 1 minute candle, we go from 205.50 down to 205 flat and right back up. So that was $1 move there in seconds, and then seconds later, you're up more than that. Sorry, 50-cent move there in seconds times 2. Yeah, so $1. So again, that's just an example of what can happen on some of those market-wide crashes. Right there. Did Bitcoin do anything? Let's check out to see if IBIT did anything on that move as well. Could have been, right? You could have got stops run, so no. All right, so it looks like they just hunted out Nasdaq, and I don't. A breakout trade that I really like, actually, that I think could happen, and maybe we'll take it on the show if we can get it tomorrow or the next couple of days. Check out my guy, JP Morgan, right here. And look, we're in this name. We've sort of talked about liking this name down there. I'm long at from 230s. It's one of those plays that's, back into that swing account. We did buy some Marvell. I could talk about that too if you want. But what about this 270 break right here? I know there's some problems back earlier on in the year that we could sort of break it, and maybe we don't get too much past 271 there. I don't think muscle memory is strong with these couple wicks here. I'm looking at this day break right there. So if we can break above 270, then I do think that we'll remember this kind of a move and maybe start to creep back to 280. So I know $10 on 270 is not going to be a huge return, and I'm not even sure if that's an options play or anything like that, but breaking through 270, I feel like that's that next play. We've seen it with Tesla breaking through its sort of coiled up lever areas there. I don't like that we dipped this far back in, but then we were supported at 255. So I really like this play. I'm not going to add to it, but I do think that there is some reason to get out of some of the position there at 270, but then also try to buy through it to add to it on a daily show like this, where we're scalping in and out. I think there's going to be some value there for JP Morgan. You and I have traded Intel many times, even together, I believe, sometimes on the show here. Yeah, flat.
When it's in play, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what? It's hitting the scanner. I'll show you right here. So I'm trying to look at this is an e-signal scanner. Yeah, just a VWAP there. Okay, so it's right back there into VWAP right now. So it's also showing me the SPY. It's showing me Intel, SMR, Google. So there's a few plays that we need to make, but right into there, $20.50, potentially a short incoming there for Intel, but I don't know if I'd want to go short anything. We just want to wait to see what happens with Nvidia. What about a day high break heading into earnings? I don't know, man. It's a nice move up there.
It's well within range. I mean,
and this is coiling too on the daily, right?
It's definitely breaking out. I think on the intraday, it could be very choppy and noisy, but like that move is obviously building and happening on the higher time frame, right? It's like it's just a matter of time and patience to see if it does actually come to fruition on the market itself. But looking
Apple chart's looking
interesting.
pretty good there.
Yeah, Apple's looking interesting as well. It's kind of chopping that 200 higher time frame here. Again, I did get a little sweaty. I guess in the personal when we kind of came all the way down here, started consolidating near 67s. That's funny. 167.84 is the low right there. That's funny enough. Pretty close, relatively close to my average, and then picking it right back up for that 200 chop as of right now. So didn't really sell anything all the way up here at 259s, but yeah, that 200 hold as of right now looking okay there on Apple, but no idea what it's going to do going forward into the future here. So another name that I kind of wanted to keep on watch was Netflix here. Netflix kind of every day, little bit of a bid every day, and that definitely adds up when you go on to the weekly and take a look at what this thing's been doing on a bigger picture. It just go up. You can see that since 2022, April, May of 2022, we've only been pretty much catching a bid on a higher time frame on Netflix. More of the same. We had that aggressive sell-off. When was this? This was, I guess, yeah, 21 November 2021. And then that comes in, aggressive sell-off, and then a V-shaped recovery. Not only do we V-shape recover, we blast off to infinity and beyond, like we said yesterday, on that push through that 1,000 mark, through that prior all-time highs as well at 700, right? So aggressive push, nice little continuation on Netflix. And we were talking about this earlier as well. I was like, yeah, their consumer base is pretty much the whole world. Right? They don't really, and it's like, I don't know if it's continuing to grow, but it's definitely very, very dominant there, and the chart itself kind of showing us that as well. So Netflix definitely something to watch out for. AVGO also creeping up into its all-time highs, only about $10 away. Currently trading at 240 halves, the all-time high sitting here on the daily at 250.45. So that thing's coming up into all-time highs as well. So yeah, a lot of these tickers, just a few weeks ago, we were like, oh, are we going to go back to these lows? Are we going back to the dumps? We're in a bear market, this, that, and the other. The political sentiment takes a shift. Tariffs kind of, we're kind of, sentiments a little quelled on, fears are quelled on the sentiment shift on tariffs, and boom, all the way back to all-time highs for not a lot of these names, but for a lot of these names that we do keep on watch, and a lot of names that are heavily weighted in these markets here. So pretty solid stuff there. And let's see what I think I missed a message earlier from Eri Pages, basically asking if what do I think about trading Canadian tickers like an RY or a TD on the show? Yeah, I think that's perfectly fine. That's more than within range of our capabilities here. And you can see that we were just talking about this earlier as well. Canadian banks to the upside, very, very strong. I don't know if the American banks are looking very similar. I know you were just looking at JPM. So higher time frame, you know what? Let's go even higher. Let's go straight up to a weekly, because we're looking at pushing highs right there. So yeah, pretty much very close. 278 halves is all-time highs on the weekly chart here on JPM. 264.20 is currently trading. But yeah, when you compare them to the Canadian tickers, sure, we'll take a look at TD on the NYSE. All right. So TD on the NYSE, you can see 73.81 currently trading at 68. If you go to TD on the TSX, the chart will look relatively the same, but you can see here, adjusted for price, we are pushing all-time highs on TD. So almost at 100, 94.83s, it seems like was the current week high, and currently trading at 94.40. So only about 40 pennies away from all-time highs. And RY, kind of a similar story here, all-time high push on RY as well. So very, very strong are these Canadian banks. Yeah, not really the same story for American banks. So we can take a quick look at XLF as well, just to see what the financial sector is doing. And you can see, yeah, almost near its high. So relatively similar there, but not quite just the same when it comes to banks. But yeah, more than. Have you ever traded Canadian banks on the show at all? Or
no, we do. Bank of Montreal does report tonight before market open tomorrow. Actually, no, today. It was actually, I already did today, up 2%. So BMO. Today. No, we don't really. I mean, sometimes, we'll talk about sometimes in Toronto. We don't do it too often, but there can be imbalances, things like that. So those could play a little bit there sometimes for that. So, yeah, I just wanted to I just heard in my ear something about President Trump again and chips. So I don't know. We'll wait to see if there's anything going on. President Trump is now speaking. So we always be very cautious of all of that. All right, so what's going on tonight? Well, here it is right here, man. Some sort of a name like Nvidia reporting. The last move was 8. They had record numbers last time, and the move was down 8%. So we'll see what happens here today. The implied move right now, 6.7%, as we could see right there for Nvidia. So if you go over to NVDA right now, and we go 6% onto 136, what is that? 136.71. 065. So was it 65 or 67? It doesn't really matter. $9, give or take $9 or so on this move is what we're looking for. So pull back into 125, fine. If we do get the $9, we go to the upside, then we are close to all-time highs again. So that's going to be something interesting for sure for us to look at here with Nvidia right now tonight, actually not right now, tonight. For Nvidia. Oops, now we're covering that up. Bank of Montreal already had that. There's Salesforce, 7.4% move there for Salesforce. So watch it tonight with, again, Sharif and I will be going over all of these plays, and you could see it should be released. I don't know if it shows the time. Right there, just says aftermarket close. Synopsys there, Vertiv. Not too much. There's HPQ, so they'll be coming through tonight as well with a 7% report. Pure Storage used to be a name that we would talk about. Oh yeah, Dick's Sporting Goods, that was this morning, 1.5% on that play as well, so not too bad there. That's about it. Oh, Elf Beauty tonight, wow, 15%. You could see implied move for Elf. I like that stock, and I actually like the other name there in the cosmetic space, Ulta Beauty. We'll have a look there. That was a name, eyelashes, that Warren Buffett was in and out, I believe. Ulta Beauty, one of those names there. Abercrombie this morning. Oh, yeah. Wow, it's, you know, Abercrombie's implied move, it says it was 13%. Its move is 13%, so nice little call there. But we'll wait for Nvidia to come through tonight. Salesforce, like the name, down 0.7%. Did Nvidia just take the day's high right there? No. So Nvidia does come back in. It's 320 now. Do we still like that trade? So I'm still sitting at 136.31s. Let's try it. If we can come back into here, we'll see if we can get that bid on Nvidia. A name for me worth sitting around for. So let's wait to see if we are able to get something there on Nvidia and then try that long. So we'll figure out where we go. So, all right, Nvidia, nice downside move there. We'll see if it can hold 136.30 there. But yeah, definitely coiling up. Looks like it has a good chance of beating, man. 8.5% last time to the downside. We'll figure out where it goes today. I know there's a lot of people betting on it. So join Sharif and I again for the recap show, and we'll be talking all about Nvidia and where we go. We'll run through some of the numbers. If we hit those expectations, then a lot of it's going to be about the guide and what some of that wording is. So maybe we get a little bit of a later move there when Jensen is on the call, which I assume he will be. Got something still in the corner of my eye. Let's go ahead.
Swimming today?
Yeah, I went swimming.
Yeah, how was that?
Yeah, good. It's always pretty good, man. It's always just nice and relaxing. There hasn't been, I think the weather's been really nice.
Oh, it's been
outside here. So it's just kind of like back-to-back days where it's been pretty dead in the pool, which is nice, man. Today I had a lane to myself for half of it, which was pretty good. I'm incorporating the back.
Nice.
The back stroke in there right now.
Oh boy, yeah.
A couple cracks.
I gotta start hitting the gym again. Finding that what was it? Certain jeans are not are getting a little uncomfortable, I'd say.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
So I was like, I kind of slowed down my working out significantly.
Yeah.
And it took a couple months, but it's definitely starting to trickle in. So I'm like, all right, well.
I have some bad news for you. As you get older,
Yes.
yeah, it becomes less and less. All right, because they have radar. Well, don't listen to this idiot. Who are you referring to? Yourself, David? Us? You? I don't know who. Nvidia beats top and bottom. Maybe there was somebody in the chat that you're talking to here because they have radar. Radar trader? I don't know. Love you, chat, says David. So, radar. Yeah, man. I mean, I do think Nvidia, I mean, we can go back and look at some of their past reports and see, but yeah, I do think they will beat on the top and the bottom line. I just worry about what the pin action, like, are we going to get an upside trade on the price of the stock? And I think that's all that we really worry about, right? An 8% move would be great. Are we going to get more than that? I'm not sure. We're always one headline away from these chip names just taking a complete 360, 180. I was going to say 380 doesn't make sense, nor does 360, but a complete 180, right? Like you could be blasting ahead, and then the next thing you know, bang, some headline comes out, and they're no longer allowed to sell anything in China, or I don't know. I don't know what the story's going to be. That's sort of my thoughts right there. Let's go over to Satya.
So SNPS and CDNS are making a move after Trump orders U.S. chip designers to stop selling to China. So that is the big news headline. Back to you.
SNPS. See what's going on over there. Let's pull that one up.
Right.
SNPS. I saw the chart right away. There, thank you, Satya. And SNPS. Let's see what's going on here. Oh boy, to the downside. As of right now, 500. It was trading at 501. It's currently trading at 478. Bye-bye to the downside. So I'm going to assume that this had something to do with. Okay, so technology services, packaged software. Let's see where they're from. Boom, Sunnyvale, California. So, okay, so I guess somebody knows something about how this is related to what Trump is saying, but again, don't really need to go into that other than just the price action here. We can see that nice little flush there. Let's see if there's continuation, maybe look for a potential reversion here. But again, when things get the presidential seal, Sean, it seems like as of late, you just got to get with the trend as much as possible. Like he told us to buy a couple times, and both of those times were pretty interesting times on when you kind of cross-reference them with the charts there. But yeah, Tesla's trading back below that 360 right now. So SNPS, I'll keep that on the side and keep that on watch. Again, the news coming in the last hour of the day. Potentially, I don't know if I really want to consider that a day one and consider tomorrow day two, but I usually do it like a day half and then day 1.5. Whenever catalysts kind of come out like that, because not enough time to kind of digest, or didn't have the whole session to kind of digest the information. But let's see what the price action does in the after hours as well. But if anybody's trading this as of right now, you can see that beautiful continuation happening right now as we trade even lower. So I guess news disseminating and dissipating across the land, it would seem, on this news, and we're getting that continuation to the downside here. The futures, however, we've been talking about shake and bakes, definitely a shake and bake here. We clip the lows, we come into the consolidation highs, we clip those highs, we come right back into the range, and guess what? That 21,500 reject on that prior wick there, prior 15-minute candle wick. Pretty much trading sideways, doing nothing right now. Tesla the same. We didn't quite revert as well as we did here on the TQs, but the TQs themselves also coming right back in to that VWAP consolidation. So you gotta stay wary in this market. You gotta be on your feet, have the stops in, and definitely lots of opportunity if you are executing in an effective manner in this market. Because like I said yesterday, these legs, man, oh boy, if I could whistle, I definitely would be. These legs are absolutely amazing each way, right? You see, you get that first leg, that reversion comes in, that second leg back down comes in pretty crazy, or you get that leg consolidation and that continuation leg comes in pretty strong as well. So this market full of opportunities.
Have you heard of ZZ Top?
ZZ Top?
Yeah.
ZZ Top?
For your obsession with legs, they have a great song. ZZ Top. She's got legs, and she knows how to use them. And then these guys with these huge ass beards.
Really?
Look it up, man. ZZ Top. All right, Andre, where's my guy Fabian? We got a poll. We got to put a poll up, man. We're a half hour away.
Oh boy.
Let's put a poll up.
Let's put them up.
Nvidia, green or red? It's a very, very simple poll. And what we're going to be referencing is the move tomorrow morning when we log in at 9:30 tomorrow. So this is what we got to say. At 9:30 tomorrow morning, will Nvidia be red or green? And that's it. We don't have to say we're going to break all-time highs. We're going to be up or down 5%, 10%, whatever. Here we go. So just to go back to David, and there's been some chat here on the screen. I just want to get this poll out. Let's see. So here we go. All right. So their last report, beat. The last report before that, beat. Thank you to Grok for this. Beat. Like it stole something.
Yeah.
All right, like here, I mean, here's the The consensus EPS, right? 84 cents, they come with 89. 70 cents, they're there with 81. 64, they're there with 68. These were monsters, right? Back in 2024. Minus 50 cents, or sorry, approximately 50 cents, 60 cents, 34 cents, 40 cents, 20 cents, 27 cents. So all of these just kept on coming through, right? So the revenue billion and estimates as well, really starting to kick out. Look at the revenue numbers, right? We're going to see, can they come up with this rate there today? We're looking for $43 billion in quarterly revenue. We'll see if that comes through. So we're going to find out there. Thank you to Grok for that. You can ask, like I said, I'm using ChatGPT and Grok, it feels like, more right now. And the only Grok because it's built in there. I have Twitter open. I have ChatGPT open. Is there a large language model that you prefer, Obi?
I use the paid version of GPT.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that one
cool.
really well.
What is that?
It works really well.
There's different expenses.
It's 25 USD
US,
a month.
okay,
Yeah. I think that's what it is.
So,
more
40
than
Canadian.
more than worth it. I got a couple of buddies that pay for the
green.
pro version, $200 a month.
Whoa!
But they're actually making money.
Why do you pay for it? What are you finding that's the advantageous for yourself?
I'm working on a few things.
Okay.
So I'm learning
coding,
from
maybe?
I'm learning from a couple of friends who have used this tool to start making a decent amount of money.
All right.
And kind of learning from them. So learning the playbook from them. So I'm going to be kind of you gotta have a bunch of side hustles. So I'm kinda working on
100%.
that
That's
as
great.
well on the side. So definitely well worth it if you're using these tools to benefit you and work for you.
Yes, for sure.
As well. So yeah.
I know there's a lot of people, using it on
the
social media. It writes emails. It does pretty much everything for you these days. So a great look. Another name that we haven't looked at too much here. Again, remember, join us right now. Do not go anywhere. Like in a half hour, man. Well, I'm going to be logging in up there. We're going to show you live level 2s of Nvidia, of AMD, of all of the plays that we potentially can find for you live on air. Salesforce as well. We're going to be watching them all. I'm sure there's going to be lots of opportunities to get the stories out there, and Shreef's going to be covering, sort of the P's and Q's. We'll be going through what the price action is as well there on Nvidia. So if you definitely want to be here for that call. Look, I like Webull, but we're near the low of the day here on Webull. So I'm not going to be too aggressive with this play or anything like that, but this is another one of those names where I'm debating buying Webull. This is dramatic. I'm not buying it because I think it's going back up to $60. I don't even think it's going back to $20 anytime soon. But you're only at $13 and you've been holding these bottoms, right? Sometimes, when we IPO, someone thought the valuation of this was somewhere correct around $15 when it came to market. I'm going to have to double check the action that day. I do not believe it dropped to $10 that day. That would concern me a little bit buying at 13 because why did we get to 10? Why wasn't it bought up a little bit before then? But you kind of, let me zoom in a little bit here. What I mean about this is that if we've taken that low, I almost would like to see it one more time, try to hold $12. And the play there would be similar to what I'm thinking about with Target. And I want to thank Brian for this, Brian Shannon. We were talking about when you're looking at a chart and you're wondering if it made the lows, right? What you want it to do is sweep the bottom and come back. So if we look at a Target weekly there, right into here. So we go back into, this is 2020, some of those lows. Obviously, we're not going to go, you don't need to go all the way back in time. There's going to be, this was a good time. But just when we had that panic there in 2020, what you're looking for is these lows. So this low rate here of $90 actually was the top back in 2018, the top that we blew through there. Then we had, obviously, the dip down in there 2020, 2021. And then, so you're looking for 90. Well, if we go right into there, we actually went underneath it down into $87 there, then retook that low. So we scooped the bottom and was bought right back up. So for me now, that shows you that there's some kind of buyers down there, or else we may have not got bought back up and seen some of these lows. So this is what I like for Target, just trying to coil up and a potential move a lot higher for TGT. So let's wait to see. We knew, I forget the word there for shoplifting that they kept calling it, but not spoilage, but
What? For shop business, like
for businesses that were claiming, like they were suffrage. Suffrage? I think it was. I don't know. But
Shrinkage? People are in the chat saying shrinkage.
yeah, it could be shrinkage. Yeah,
A lot of shrinkage.
But a lot of shrinkage there happening in the chat. Reminds me of that Seinfeld episode.
Oh boy.
George was like, does she know I just came out of a cold pool? Okay, so not that we have any experience with anything like that. The thing about it was, no, yeah, so I was just going to say, I was a little bit nervous, and I've seen some videos, shout out to Danielle Shea and some people here. You know, you're going into Targets and into Walmarts, and the diapers are locked. You know, the razors are locked, formula, like anything that has been a shrinkage issue for some of these retail names is just, it's not a great shopping experience.
No, it's not.
You know, and when you can, go ahead.
You know, I remember going to like, I think Walgreens or like CVS in the States. I was surprised at what kind of stuff they have locked up.
Right.
And you have to call someone over.
Right, and it's theft. I mean, it is stealing. That's why I called it theft at the beginning, right? It's people are stealing from these stores. I'm not going to get into the politics of they're stealing because they can't afford it, and you know, certain people have created this from happening. But it's just it's a game that the retail has to fight. I just think it's so easy on Amazon. Like, sure, there's porch pirates and all that kind of stuff, but I just feel safer and better about buying those products there. So that was my worry about Target. So I do, before, you know, we stamp that as the ultimate buy, I like to see that maybe another quarter to come through, but I still like it breaking through $100. But there's Webull, and another name that's already proof of concept, man. Robinhood's, you know, they're gaining more clients every single quarter, man. More customers, more money under management or under custody there for Robinhood, and you know, the more money, the more you can do with it. So the gold card, this and that. No, I'm not talking about the $5 million immigration card that Donald Trump is posting out there, but gold card there for Robinhood and for SoFi. They're coming up with different things that we can watch out for. Affirm's another name in the new finance realm, and then we get that news today with Fannie Mae and Palantir, right? I mean, AI is hitting many different pilferage. Yeah, that's a good word. I think that might be the one I'm looking for there. Thank you to whoever that was there in the chat. But yeah, that's going to be something to watch out for the Walmarts. And I don't see it happening too much in Costco's. But anyway, some of those videos, I hate seeing those videos because the employees just can't do anything about it, especially when the government and some of the policies there aren't to lock these guys up.
Yeah, I think it was certain states. It's just like, there's a certain like
limit, like
like $500 or like $1,000. Like the cops aren't even going to show up or something because it's not worth their time. And that's wild. Those places must be straight up PvP zones, like, you know. Yeah, player versus player zones, because it's like it's the wild west pretty much.
Yeah, and then you're a security guard that's maybe paid minimum wage or something.
It's not worth your time.
Like getting stabbed because a guy's running around with Jordans or something.
Yeah, I'm not risking my life for $20, $30 an hour. Bro.
Yeah, it's nuts. So, all right, are we doing anything with you over there? Or?
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm just.
I thought there was something you had to.
Oh yeah. So, remember, traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. All in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code and check the link in the description. That's our friends at eSignal. Right there. So this market, though, is giving me a little bit of a signal as well. And that signal is maybe there are more sellers than buyers going into the close as of right now, because that selling is continuing to happen. Again, we saw a little glimpse of it earlier with that strong Kwadunk, and we got that reversion as it kind of balanced itself out. Selling stepping right back in, seeming like they are still definitely in charge. Again, on the TQs, right off of the open, failure to follow through into 72s on the TQs, sellers step in. All day grind, all of a sudden something happens, a little bit of a shake and bake, selling steps in aggressively. We get reverted, pretty much balanced right back up through those consolidation highs, and then guess what? Selling steps right back in to bring us back into these prior consolidation lows here. You can see that here on the Nasdaq and the ES as well. So some strong selling coming into the close. So I want to know how many people are short into the close. I guess I'm satisfied with where I covered that TQ short there. I covered it on the flush. So again, that's kind of what I was looking for, that day low to get taken out. It got taken out. We ripped right back up. I'm like, all right, thank you, come again. That's all I was looking for, and I got out of that one. But what a great reason to buy that was for a short-term scalp, as it gave you that nice little reversion. But again, you got to be on your toes in this market. That selling coming right back in. And again, with that whole chips thing, the chips in China thing, I don't know if that throws a wrench into the works there with Nvidia earnings. So we'll have to see how that reacts as well with this, I guess, new piece of information on Nvidia earnings eve there as well. But synopsis, I'm watching that. I'm continuing to watch that, continuing to sell off here. So I don't know if this is the kind of reaction we're going to get here on Nvidia. But this is the problem, again, this is the issue. You can have all these crazy confluences, and then I'll look at SMH as well. So let's see.
We're long Nvidia.
Let's see what that does. So Sean's long Nvidia right now. So let's see.
I don't know if it's bang worthy or not,
pop into the close off VWAP, or
yeah, no, it was just it literally. You know, I had a thread that was really bothering me, so I had to go look in the mirror and get rid of that there quickly. But no, Nvidia came right into the area that we had talked about before. You know, on that flash move down, you know, we stopped there. And again, it could have been that China chip news there as well, as we did hear, I guess, some words from the Ukraine as well. We don't really know. But at the end of the day, Nvidia just came right into that area. We definitely wanted to buy that. I mean, I'm trying to be, you know, a little bit trying to front run that move if it did come in there by just sitting there and taking it. But the problem is it just went all the way down. And I was like, okay, well, at least we got a VWAP there. So I'm going to stop out, though, if we take out VWAP. And I don't need to be involved with this at all. So 135, where is VWAP exactly on my chart? I mean, I know it's going to be, shouldn't be, but 136 flat or so for Nvidia there. What do I have it on my other chart? Yeah, basically exactly the same price. Didn't really matter. Yeah, so 136. So 135. Let's just go a little lower than that. We're not playing. We have basically one unit on right now. It's not going to be a huge trade here like that. So we had like 3 units on for Amazon, for example, because Amazon fell into a level that we were trying to support right there. So that's why I panicked and actually got some out there. And then when it went up in the same minute, we were taking 50 cents, and then it just, you know, so that turned out to be a pretty decent move there for Amazon. But for Nvidia, it's just falling into our lap, and we don't. You know, catching falling knives is actually some work that I've been doing, and it's kind of like what you're talking about. You know, there it goes. Look at that. Look what happens when it breaks there. Pretty aggressive move down. So
there it is.
Okay, so we're out. So whatever. I have to slap a fail. We'll give back, I was going to say less than 5% of the day there on that move. So I think that's well worth it right there on Nvidia. The only trade we made all day was into that support, into that. And we had talked about it, and this is why, and it's funny because, again, not to still talking about the space that we were on, but we were talking about that, and that is like at any minute, something, here we go, the report that, right. So President Trump has ordered chip designers to stop selling to China. All right, so that's not great. So that's why that synopsis is down 12.8% as well, down to $45. And that's why most likely Cadence Design Systems, we could look at Celestica maybe, some other names like that, chip designers. So what is ASML doing right now possibly? Again, there we go. So there's ASML falling back down. Is that Lam Research, LRCX right there, could be making a downside move as well. So, you know, we're not just pretty face over here, Obi. We're trying to figure this all out together. Now, is ARM I'm seeing is moving around as well right there. Yeah, ARM to the downside. What's up with that bear? Is that like the the evil and the good?
Yeah, pretty much. I was having a talk. I was having a talk with the bear, and I was like,
you realize that bear doesn't really speak, but
it speaks to me, Sean.
Okay, good.
So
down with that.
It speaks to me, and guess what? Yeah. I was, you know what? I was short TQs right off of the open. I was short 70. Where was I short? There goes. Oh boy.
Let me know if he cares, but that's.
Guess what time is it?
Mother market. Remember you said like the people texting you as the market.
Yeah. Oh, down in the DMs. Yeah. So.
The
We'll see.
imbalances are DMing Obi.
Yeah, no, exactly. They're like, hello. No, okay. So I was talking to someone here. I was like, dude, yeah, I was already short. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I fat fingered long by accident, and then I gave it decent
I hate
chunk
the
back.
fat fingers, man.
What did I do? I basically choked. But I was doing it. I was doing it. I heard you. I heard you early.
Yeah, man.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, talk.
Thank you for capturing
better
that
to talk later than
intimate moment.
Show everybody that you're.
It's a little private. It's a little proprietary as well. It's a proprietary bear, real trading bear right here. The bull's right there as well. But, whispering sweet nothings into my ear this morning.
Is that what it's doing?
For the TQ short. And I was like, boom, you can see that right there.
Oh.
Bing, bang. That's the entry. And then that's
There's
the last
move.
exit. And then there's the move on the TQs, right, or the Nasdaq right there as well. So crazy
Look at Apple.
stuff right there. Sometimes you just got to listen to the bear, listen to your gut. And then we talked about that initial idea yesterday as well. Like, what was the initial idea? Does that continue to work? Can you keep kind of pushing into it? And it seems like TQs was the place to do that today.
I don't think there's any better strategy than gut instinct. We talk about the spidey senses, and you just give an example right there. Neil doesn't talk too much like that, but same thing with the buyouts and things like that. If he's talked about it on the show before, sometimes if something doesn't seem right about a price or like that U.S. Steel deal, and this is why I'm talking about this, because it can happen to any style of trading, whether momentum-wise, futures trading, anything like that. If something doesn't look right, most of the time it's not. And I think we got that flush there. We weren't able to find too much news. Then it continuation flush. I mean, look at the move on Nvidia. And by the way, Apple, we're going to take another piece out right now. We're going to flatter and flatter. We have Amazon long, Apple long. That's it. But this Nvidia move, look at it on a 5-minute chart here. I mean, you've just given it all back. This is the whole day. Like we opened up this morning up here. Nvidia, well, it's going to show that we're going to be flat based on yesterday's close, but we opened up upside on Nvidia today. This is 930 right here, 136.20s or so. We fell back into 135. I'm not worried about this kind of a move other than the fact that it's a headline about chips that we're not going to be happy to hear about being long. There with President Trump talking about better not do this, better not do that, because the next thing you hear, what if Nvidia says something about China in their earnings call, Trump doesn't there's a headline here about Nvidia or something. So we'll wait. I don't want to talk all pessimistic about it because I am pretty optimistic about many names in this market, and I'm still optimistic about Nvidia. Nvidia's had the move on Nvidia has been epic, man. 84, whatever the bottom was, up to 134 in a month and a half. Like that's 70% or whatever in a month and a half on Nvidia, one of the third largest now market cap name in the world. Or maybe it's even higher than that right now. Boeing has had a run of it lately as well. They get that Christmas gift again from the UAE and Saudis there buying, I don't know what it was, 400 planes or something like that. They can't even make them that fast. So right now, Boeing, huge moves to the upside as well. And I still think there's an olive branch coming from China on Boeing there. So, any kind of a move down, I think we want to buy some more Boeing to get diversified away from some of these chip names. So I think Boeing can work there. We already talked about Starbucks a little bit earlier on today. I think these guys can win, especially if there is, look at that. There's the drop. There's the rip upside there for Starbucks. I think they can win as well. You talk about an extended coil. Starbucks, yeah, baby. Break through this $90 mark. It's giddy up on that, man. Lattes for everybody. If we break through that $90 mark, I think that's going to get an upside push there for Starbucks. And then honestly, Tesla is a big story as well. Oh, and by the way, look, that's crazy. Tesla's still top 3 for me today. Amazon 1, TQ's 2, Tesla 3 on the day. Huge move down, man. Hasn't really been gotten off that. It hits the 50-period moving average. Now we're right back to the downside. I think 350 in play tomorrow, if not today, if these imbalances go the wrong way. Let's have a quick little look at these imbalances right now just to see what we may or may not be dealing with coming into the close. Now, we're only looking for ones that say broker here. These NASDAQ ones will be left over from 930. If there's any sort of an imbalance, this is going to be a penny stock that doesn't get traded. There's not enough interest. It will just hang around and update. Nasdaq should use AI and clear these because they're not valuable, or we should clear them right now. I could sort by time and solve this whole problem. But there's Pfizer right there with the sell. Synovus with a sell as well. Ford with a buy coming in there at the end of the day. ADT. We don't see any earnings names on here. We're looking for New York names. CRM was a New York name, by the way. Did that switch? Oh, it still is a New York name. I was going to say maybe they need to switch over to the Nasdaq and get that false bump just for doing that. But I don't see any CRM on here. Maybe if I sort it alphabetically. I'm just going to do this for all of you guys out there because I know there's a lot of interest in playing options. So let's just see. Oops, Z. There you go, A. Let me just see if there is anything on CRM to see if there's anything we can get going here. There it is, CRM. So we're looking for the broker one. So it's a bid right now of 34,000 shares. So not a huge bid right there for CRM. That's coming from our broker. So that's the one we look at early. So 34,000 right now as a buy on Salesforce. So not a whole heck of a lot happening. We'll resort that for size. As you can see, lots of names with zeros right now and lots of names with bids and offers. So we'll wait to see there bids and sells for Salesforce as that's coming in right now as well. Bitcoin, unfortunately, guys, I believe it's looking like it's at day's low, and it is. So not great. We're going to have to hold that 107. Well, should IBIT and Bitcoin move on Nvidia earnings? Probably not. Let's see this poll. So, Obi, I don't know if you voted yet. Do not look at the results. Where do you think this poll is for Nvidia? Red or green for tomorrow? First of all, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, Nvidia, based on today's closing price of 135, whatever, do you think we open up higher or lower than 135 tomorrow morning at 9:30?
I mean, if I were to take an absolute guess, a shot in the dark,
all that it would be.
I'm just going to base it off of the windup on the chart that we've been seeing. I'd say a gap up.
Gap higher. Okay, so let's see now what the results are. Yes, so you are 62% agreeing with you there, Obi. 60% saying green, 38 saying red. I voted for green as well because I don't think it will be as dramatic of a move as the expected move is.
It could be nothing as well.
That's what I was going to say. I just think it'll be green because green, but we gave the options there, just green or red. But the actually implied move here for Nvidia is 6.5%. So 6.7% for Nvidia, 7.4% for Salesforce. I will go under and over. I'll go under 7 for Nvidia's move and over 7 for Salesforce's move.
Okay.
Synopsys was actually, they report tonight as well.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So you want to talk about a name right
whammy.
here. So this is what I mean. Whatever they have prepared that they were going to talk about, maybe now they may not want to guide right there based on the fact that they may or may not be allowed anymore to go through China. Oh shit. The imbalances are out. So we might have missed that right there. Let me just adjust this so we can just have the brokers showing up. It's a hard sell, eh?
Look at that.
Yeah, so there it is, man. AT&T.
At the short TQs in the first 15 minutes. That's all you had to do.
Well, didn't that bear talk to you about that something about that? Right there. Okay, I'm going to get out of Amazon right now. I don't have any more love for this as it goes back into the downside. Great trade. Amazon, my #1 name, just because of that move. Basically, we did have it earlier, though, as well. So Amazon was a great trade off at 205. I'm just going to get out because I don't have too much interest. It actually doesn't look very dramatic at all right now. I'm not seeing any Nvidia on here at all. Very, very light. So I think people are heeding some advice right now and not trading Nvidia into this disaster close that they've been having. I mean, it's not a great close for Nvidia, right? I mean, there it goes, man. It was up 1.5% at the highs when we were talking about it, and I was thinking about going long, and then all of a sudden, boom, the story changes for Nvidia and for the whole chip space. Is it an Nvidia-only story, though? Is it also happening here to AMD to the downside? Yes. So I was also wondering, is it de-risking heading into the report? But looks like it's nationwide. Here. I did buy, not a great time to buy Marvell at lunchtime on that news, but I think we're okay. I'm not sure exactly the price. We got 65 change, I guess, now down to 64 as well. Refrain, yeah, have that espresso because we're about to come with some serious earnings. Get your coffee ready to go. There, join Sharif and I for everything you want to know about the Nvidia earnings. Man, we're going to have a live level 2 up. We're going to be covering this for you as we go on NVDA. Good opportunity maybe to get us some Apple. Where's Holo today? Look at Holo, man. We were short basically at the high of the day. but it's not good enough, man. Candies and nuts and everything but nice move to the downside. It breaks through $10, 980 VWAP hold. Therefore, oh boy, did we have that one. That would have been a nice little one there as well. So, all right, man, NVIDIA getting ready to do NVIDIA things.
Oh, boy.
Coming here into the close as there goes Amazon, man. Sometimes that smell test works. Get out before it breaks. Out of Amazon right now, and just going to work my way out of Apple.
Yeah, I think that definitely one to watch out for. Nvidia going into the close. How do we close? How do we react? Right. I think that's a big part of it. How does the market digest the report, and how do we end up coming into tomorrow? How does day one go? Right. Even we talk about maybe not trading it today. You could be even more patient. You can let it. You can let it consult. You can let it do whatever it wants to do on day one. Maybe get involved on day three, or maybe even be more patient and get involved on day 2 or day 3. Right. So 70s. Oh boy. Coming in here on the TQs as we flush hard to the downside. Bit of a rejection of that 21.5 right there. There goes Tesla into that 357 we were talking about in the morning. So it took all day to kind of get back all the way down to 357s, and we're doing that right into the close here with only about 7 minutes left in the day. Something I didn't notice here, Sean, was that the weighting. So you know that I bring this up every now and then. How the Nasdaq and the Spider are weighted in the markets, or in terms of their constituents. Softy currently taking the lead. Again, these get updated every day. So Softy,
okay, let's look at this.
It's weighted. So this is the Nasdaq 100. Right. So Softy coming in at 11.66. Nvidia currently at 11.33. Now this could obviously change big time by tomorrow. Right? Apple coming in at 10.29, and look at that. Those are the top 3, and look at the distinct difference in 4th place. Amazon at 7.5. Now, of course, Google's a little bit of a special case because altogether it does about 14, and it's weighted higher than anything else, both when you include both the Class A and the Class C shares. But yeah, something to watch out for. Oh boy, definitely some aggressive selling coming in on this close here, Sean. So one to watch out for. Definitely going to be an interesting earnings session there after hours. So stick around for the market recap. But first, we got to do some bills here. So Trade the Pool. We've been showing you the homepage for Trade the Pool for a while now, but today we want to highlight a section of the site that you may have missed. And trust us, you'll want to check it out. It's Trade the Pool's video on demand library, and it's so much more than just content. It's a space built to help traders grow with real stories of funded traders, strategy breakdowns, hard lessons, and mindset tips that you can actually apply into your own trading. And there's more. The note feature allows you to save the most valuable takeaways from videos so you can quickly revisit the exact moments that mattered. It's like your own personal bookmark. The best part, it's completely free. If you haven't explored it yet, now's the time. Head to tradethepool.com and click on the VOD library tab. So check our friends out at Trade the Pool there. So we just talked about the Nasdaq 100. Yeah, the market's getting absolutely crushed. I'm a little, I wouldn't say cheesed, but I would definitely say cheddared that I flipped long on that Tesla while I was already short, and that comes in real nice. But you know what? Where's the next trade? That's what I'm thinking right now. And going back to the weight here, S&P 500. Softy, once again, above NVIDIA, coming in at a 6.18% weighting, with NVIDIA coming in at 6.01, and then Apple coming in 3rd place, 5.46. And again, Alphabet pretty much the leader when you take into account both their sets of shares, Class A and Class C. That's the Goog L and the Goog in that order there. So Meta coming in underneath that 3%. So just something I like to keep an eye out for. I'm curious to know, I'm just mentioning because I'm curious to know whether or not that will change and whether NVIDIA will reclaim its spot as a #1 constituent there in both the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100 coming in as of tomorrow. So it's gonna be interesting, but yeah, Softy definitely more than deserves that #1 spot as well. I think over the past couple of years, again, if you guys have been watching for that long, you guys might remember I keep bringing this up every few months or every now and then, just to keep an eye out for the tickers that are slowly, kind of gradually moving up towards that number 1, number 2 spot, and we saw that Microsoft kind of crawling back up to the top as well. We know that Apple used to sit there for a very long time, and then Nvidia took over, and then Nvidia and Apple kind of a little bit of a battle for first place there. So it's interesting stuff. You know, I don't think it really affects my trading as significantly as you might think, but it's just something fun to kind of keep an eye out for and keep in mind as well. How the markets, how the futures are weighted based off their constituents, because at the end of the day, I trade the constituents more than I do the futures themselves. So when I'm using futures as a bit of an indicator, I do want to keep that in mind as well. So little blurb on the constituents there. What's going on?
No, I'm just making sure. I just put out a tweet because Ramin sort of sometimes handles the Trader TV live account, and we didn't have one out for the recap show. So I just want to make sure that everyone can find that link. So you know, we got that out there, and hopefully everybody can join us. All right, Obi, man, I was letting you sort of flow there, but I got to jam over there because I do not want to miss 1 minute of this. I'm going to go log in over there.
What time those earnings coming out? 05?
Yeah.
405.
Maybe 401.
Maybe 401. Yeah, you don't know.
Maybe 415.
Yeah. Maybe 350.
We've got HPQ.
Yeah.
You know, we got Synopsys now.
Oh boy.
We've got Salesforce.
Yeah.
We've got Sharif.
Oh.
You know, we're ready to go.
I'm definitely long.
I'm out of here.
Oh boy.
All right, oh boy. So handle it in 1.5 minutes, throw it back over, Obi, and we're gonna get ready to rock and roll. I'm gonna log out over here because can't log in twice. We're gonna log out and then we'll get back over there and get ready to go. So I'll see everybody in a couple seconds, all right?
Yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. Absolutely wild trading day today. Let's do a quick recap of some strong movers on the day today. And while I'm doing that, we only have a minute left. So I think again, Tesla pretty strong on the day today. But some of these earnings names, again, we talked about Box was the only one from my watch list right there that actually held its own and kind of continued off of the open there. But that TQ's short was absolutely beautiful as well, right off of the open, coming into a little bit of a level here. If you look back right there, supply zone underneath 72s, coming in just under 72s. Can't really make it through that selling, stepping right back in. So a little bit of a follow through on that one. I think TQs was probably one of my top trades for the day. Execution wise, I could have definitely done a little bit better, but I think I did relatively okay as well. I see that Fabian's stepping up to the bell here with only about 15 seconds left here. So I want to see in the chat. I'm going to continue reading this even after we pass it off to Sharif and Sean for the after hours show there. I want to know what you thought was the best trade idea of the day. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you, Fabian. Yeah, hopefully you guys had a solid trading day. Remember, whether you're red or green, did you follow your process? Did you follow your playbook? Did you follow your procedures? That's what's going to put you out on top in the long run, and that's what makes you green. One day does not decide who you are as a trader. Your P&L does not determine who you are either. Don't forget that. Always be looking for that next opportunity in the market. Where's the next trade is what I'm going to ask. And that's what we'll be looking for tomorrow. But without any further ado, we're going to pass it to Sharif and Sean for your market recap. Nvidia's on the block. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Live, baby. Are we doing it live?
Doing it live. We really only do it one way, and that's live. So right now, get ready to go here. Get this hat going. Steve, how's it going, man? Good to see you again. As I've been
Love
seeing
the
you all
energy
day, of
with
course.
you and I, man.
As we go. So let's go. All right. So we have live right now. I'm going to call up. We have Rigetti on the move. I'm going to put in Nvidia here on the level 2. So if we come over here just to show everybody, we're going to have live. Okay. Well, it's moving around right now. 134.70 right now. We're moving around right now on Nvidia. So we'll have that up. Watch out. We'll have the Nvidia live level 2 up here. You could just want to focus on that number 134.80 right now. So PSTG is now out. I mean, a lot of names are going to come out. We want to thank everybody for being here with us. We will call this up for a 1-minute chart. We'll get that blasting off the minute we see Nvidia coming through. We will have that for you. I have it all in my ear as well. We've got the Benzinga News Pro.
Bang.
We've got Sharif here scouring Twitter, looking for everything. We've got all of the network going right now for this show. We want to thank everybody for joining us. It was a little bit of a rough day there, Sharif. Right at the end of the day, we had the Nasdaq pull back on President Trump talking all again about maybe a little higher, maybe, Andre. I don't know. Maybe it looks fine. Talking about the chip game, right? And maybe potentially Salesforce is now out. Salesforce is out. $2.58 for CRM. There we go. Who doing this? There's Salesforce right now. Let's look to see what's going on the level 2. 285, 287. Salesforce blasting to 290 right now. Do we have the numbers? It's a nice move for Salesforce.
So here's what we're expecting. We're expecting 255 EPS on revenue of 9.74. 9.8, Katina, man.
All right.
So it's a beat on the top line. Where's the EPS at? Of course, they got to make it hard for me, so we'll keep looking there. But the market reaction tells you all you need to know. We were at 274, Katina, man, before the spike up, spiking into 294. That's a $20 move, 5.7%. We're really closing in on 300, Katina, man. So likely the guide. I'm going to dig through these numbers. I'll send it back to you.
Boom, we called this one. We talked about this live on the show. I said Salesforce better than expected. Here we go, Salesforce, nice move up. 258 beating 255. Sales of 983 beating 975. Boom. So Salesforce right now kicking higher. There it is. $291. Congratulations, anybody that's on that one. But where are we on a daily? We're only right here, man. We still got a lot more to go. Let's break above 300 right there. Nice move up there for Salesforce.
And the guide.
Remember, they got downside. Where's the guide at?
The guide is huge here, Katina, man. We're talking about $9.8 billion in revenue. That's an 8% year-over-year increase, and they're guiding EPS $1.80 to $1.82. That's above what the street was expecting there. You can screenshot this if you want to look at it. This is the full AI summary right there with all the information. The market tells you all you need to know, as it typically does, Katina, man, because we're still trading around that 290.
All right, so there it is, man. 290, a great level there for Salesforce. Again, we're looking at 3 bills, right? I'd like to see it break out through there. I'm not sure what Salesforce was up or down.
9,000 watching.
Today, yeah, over 9,000 of you watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I mean, 9,000 a little light. We got to get more. Tweet this out, man. Get everybody watching this right now. What time is Nvidia, they're all asking?
4.
Hopefully soon, because right now Nvidia is getting clubbed right there, continuously moving lower here in the after hours goes Nvidia. And again, the story, President Trump coming out earlier and talking about holding back on some of those chip purchases and delaying, saying to Synopsys it was, right, that they did not want that to be released into China. No more deals for you. Synopsys, their symbol, of course, as we open it up to have a look to see what Synopsys is all about. Nice downside play there for Nvidia. Only a few green areas today. MSOS, the marijuana space, up 2%. Gold a little bit as well. I saw gold was up today. A lot actually winds up down for the day. GDX is up. USO oil there as well. UNG down 5% though.
Katina, man, we're getting NutX, huh?
What else are we getting out?
Nutnex, 6 1/3 down here, Katina, man. A big move down. We were trading around $80 just below as we closed. Now we're down to 73.50. They reported Q3 as well as full year 2025 results. Revenue did surge 22%, guys, and the GAAP operating income reaching 48.6, but not good enough here for the street. Down almost 7% here in the Katina Mar. NTNX, the ticker there. We also got PSTG, so we got Pure Storage as well. That one reported. Here's the report, guys. I'll pop that in for you guys super quick. This one releasing their Q1 full year 2026 as well. And this one kind of reacting kind of mildly, Katina, man. Take it over.
We just got Elf Beauty. So Elf Beauty, we're looking for this number 72 cents right now for Elf. Elf apparently is now out.
It is.
So we're going to get over those numbers in a second right here. Elf looks like they've entered into an agreement to acquire Rhode, RHODE, in a $1 billion deal. I don't think they're a public company, but $1 billion deal for Rhode, RHODE for Elf. So Elf coming back in a little bit. We'll wait to see if we get those numbers. But Elf's had a huge move from that bottom. I like Ulta Beauty as well. That's been suffering as well. But Ulta Beauty actually retracing back to the upside as well. Ulta downside a little bit, but as is Elf. Nice downside play. I guess they missed.
Yeah, well, let's look at what the street was expecting expecting first and foremost. So let's load up that bad boy here. I just had that image.
There was 72 cents or so.
So here it is. So I'll just bring it in. This is what we were expecting here from the street. If I can just scroll that one over. ELF, we were expecting on this one 72 cents, Sean, on revenue of $326.33 million. And here's what we got. We got net sales of 332. So we missed on the top line there. Gross margins increased 50 basis points to 71%. Keeping an eye on net income, $28.3 million on a GAAP basis. That was about below the last print there of 45.2. Okay. Diluted shares per earnings, Sean, 49 pennies. What was the street looking for? Let's bring it in. Let's have a look. We're looking for 72, so a bit of a miss there.
Yeah, big time, actually. Down now 10% goes ELF. We'll wait to see if there is going to be. I have NVIDIA up here, 135. It's making a move northbound right now, NVIDIA. So ELF right there, hit a little bit down into the right right now. So, not great, but again, it's had a nice day. We'll see. It's still well above the 50-period moving average. I like ELF. I think it's a buy. So we'll have to look at that. SNPS, a little bit of a flattish move here as we'll wait for. Here we go. Oof. Their report is now out. $2.21. So miss on synopsis right there. So we'll wait to see what happens right there for them. Nvidia, we talked about that move happening right now, 135.25. We go as low as 134 and change there for Nvidia. Now it looks like it's trying to get back to the upside. So SNPS, a little bit of a miss, but doesn't look like there's too much reaction here after hours. The big news comes here as Donald Trump goes, you ain't selling any of this equipment to China. Nice downside move there for SNPS. Wow, $500 down to $450, so give it 10%. And then now making your way back up there in the after hours. Hey, man, we almost have 10,000 watching now. 9,600 right now. We got to get you to hit this like. Look, 999 right there. Someone be that 1,000th like. That happened right away. There it is. Thank you so much for getting into that one. So there it goes, man. NVIDIA and Salesforce also holding the day is CRM. And CRM, of course, beats on the top and the bottom line.
We got C3 AI, baby.
We got C3 AI.
And a 3%.
Boom!
Rocketing to
Big
the high
move there.
side. Let's talk about the earnings. What do we got here? Can we actually read this? Or we're going to have to read the chicken scratch that they throw on us here for Katina.
Back up near the 200-period moving average.
What's that?
ELF is making its way, AI making its way back to the 200-period.
All right, let's see if we got anything on AI over here. C3
up.
AI, keeping an eye on that, looking for the actual numbers. It looks like they're going to renew C3I and Baker Hughes, renew and expand their joint venture agreement. We're still not getting the actual report yet, so keeping an eye on that. Look, here we got. So let's see over here. It looks like C3 reported earnings in February. No, that's February numbers, Katina man. So we'll continue to look and scour the net here for the actual the numbers themselves.
We'll wait. Agilent Technologies as well. Bang. This is a great earnings day today for sure. Agilent upside, right? CRM upside. Agilent Technology confirms forward guidance of 554 to 561 versus 555. So a better guide forward for Agilent, letter A. They also see, again, forward moves in Q3, 135 to 137. So that's a good little move there. Sales also beating for Agilent. So we get that move to the upside. Sentinel-1 also, their security name, out as that's sort of been dropping a little bit there into 17 and change. So we'll wait to see about Sentinel-1 right now. Let's check back in on our friends Mark Benioff and company. Salesforce, ignore this move down. That's not happening. It's 289 right now for Salesforce, trying to hold out. Here's NVIDIA, man, 135. We're still on this name, man. It's still doing it live right now with NVIDIA. This is what the chart looks like right here. NVIDIA had that move down into 134, now holding out right there. So we'll watch out for NVIDIA. Hopefully we get a spike right now. We'll hold this out. You can watch out for the chart over here. You see some action on the far right side. That's going to be your NVIDIA live real-time chart. You do have an NVIDIA live real-time level 2 right here as well. Over 235 million shares NVIDIA has done today. So yeah, man, back and forth a little bit, right, here today. So Elf Beauty, a name that a lot of traders like to look at, that's going downside as well, down now 13%. So it's 411. All right, we'll hold out. We're waiting for 88 cents. Is that look there for Nvidia? Well, we have, it's all over the place. We have 85 to 88 cents on a consensus with a revenue estimate of around 42 to 43 billion. I mean, I know it's rough numbers there, but again, you know, the analysts are kind of all over the place. We'll see what winds up happening right now to all of this.
Let's talk about Sentinel-1, Katima, because it's absolutely tanking to the downside here, 13.1% to the downside. Here's what happened. They reached 229 million in revenue. That's up a healthy amount here from 186.4 last year. They also saw a 24% increase in annualized recurring revenue up to 948. Their average revenue per user, 100,000. Is that crazy? Grew by 22% to 1,459. That's how many users that they have paying an annual an annual recurring revenue of $100,000. We'll keep an eye out on that. What else do they have over here with respect to the guide? Nothing with the guide. The market not receiving it well, Sean. We closed out right about that $20 area, and now we're all the way down $17.50 here, 13.3% to the downside, Sean.
Yeah, we're looking, again, you know, the EPS for NVIDIA is going to be all over the place. If we can get a number like north of 88, that would be huge. Most of the expectations between 86 to 88 cents there for NVIDIA. We're also expecting 43.3 billion right now in the revenue. So when those numbers come, you're going to see this start to go crazy. We're looking for how this is going to affect the recent ban of the H20 chips there in China. 5.5 billion in inventory write-offs. It could be possible here for NVIDIA. So we're going to wait to see 135.50 right now. NVDA not out yet. Marvell, I was just checking that. That's my own book. So we'll figure out that. C3 AI, nice report there today as well. $23 up to 26. We start to climb a little bit higher. Now 7% here on C3 AI. We're waiting, man. We're waiting. Looks like a beat there for C3 AI as we continue to wait for more Pure Storage as well. A name that's gone to the downside a little bit. Relatively flat though. $55 down to 54 right now.
And the thing that you mentioned right at the start of the show, Donald Trump taking to Twitter or X or wherever the hell he's going on these days and basically tanking the market as at the end. And here is why, guys. If I can show my screen, Trump orders U.S. chip designers to stop selling to China. He's reportedly told U.S. companies that offer software used to design semiconductors to stop selling their services to Chinese clients. The Commerce Department, Katina Man, has reportedly told electronic design automation groups, which include Cadence, Synopsys, Siemens, to stop supplying their technology to China. The Bureau of Industry and Security, the arm of the U.S. Commerce Department that oversees export controls, says that they have issued the directive to companies via letters. It's unclear if every U.S. EDA has received the letter. Obviously, this has to do with the earnings report that we're going to get in a few minutes with NVIDIA, well, because they're in the chip business, and up until last year, 20% of their revenue went to China, and they had 90% market share in 2022. It's 50% now.
I remember we saw that story yesterday. Yeah, that was crazy. Right there, Huawei definitely eating some lunch. Okay, Vive Technology, Viva Systems right now, up 14%. I have adjusted Q1 EPS missing. $1.37 versus $1.74. There might be a problem with that number. We'll clarify it. But right now, Viva, huge upside. I want to thank not all 9,000 of you. I want to thank all 10,200 of you right now that are watching this live. We are moments away from HP. So let's wait to see if... HPQ, my bad. HPQ right there. We'll wait to see when this comes in right now. HP, we're looking for a number from them right now. HP trying to come out. The number that we're looking for HPQ in and around 80 cents with a revenue estimate.
It's out, Katina, man. And it's tanking.
13.36.
It's tanking.
Let's go. What's going on?
Okay, so here we got EPS 68 pennies. The street wanted 80. That's a miss. Okay. What else did we get? Where's the revenue at, man? Show me the revenue.
The revenue we're looking for is 13.36.
I don't have. I'm looking.
13.2 in my ear.
13.2 in your ear.
13.2 right there. So we miss on both sides. Miss on the top and miss on the bottom line. Sharif reporting. What was it? 60 something cents.
We got 60 cents, Katina, man, versus or 62 versus what the hold on. on. Second quarter adjusted EPS, that's a guide, 71 pennies. Okay, full year, Katina, man, $3 a share versus the $3.30. So it's a miss for the full year. That's not good, obviously. 68 cents.
Oh boy,
We're looking
18%.
at
18%.
It was really bad.
Nvidia, for some reason, starting to get going a little bit. We're up to 136 almost. So nice little move down. We saw Nvidia get hit down to 134 and change after hours. We talked about it getting hit a little bit, up about $1.50 there from the lows. Nvidia getting volume. Look at the trading happening right now as we wait for this. It must be imminent right now. The tape is not stopping on Nvidia. Tons of volume right now as people are positioning themselves. HPQ, brutal, man. Down 19%, getting washed right now. Nvidia all the way back down to tariff lows right now. We are waiting for 88 cents for Nvidia is what we're waiting for. That's expected. And the 43 number in the billions, we're waiting for that as well as HPQ downside down into $23. Bye-bye, Hewlett-Packard. SMCI having any kind of ways on this? No. Dell feeling any kind of ways? Yes. Dell downside play has some tertiary plays happening there now for HPQ and everybody else involved with them. So there goes Salesforce, man. It looks like we can calm down about Salesforce. It'll hover around here. We'll wait for their call, I believe, kicking off either at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. We'll hear what Mark has to say. It doesn't really matter. We hopefully will be off the air by then. We're waiting for NVIDIA. I remember it was Meta. That came a little north of 430 that one day. So we'll wait to see there. Now remember, the plays that we're looking for NVIDIA, 88 cents. We'll hear where that comes. But do we really even care what their past quarter is, right? We're looking for possible news about what's to come, and I'm looking for a big revenue beat. I want to make sure that they are still getting that money from the hyperscalers. I mean, someone's got to write these checks for $40 billion in a quarter. So we still heard good news from, basically all of the hyperscalers that they're not slowing down. So hopefully NVIDIA is catching some of that wind and catching some business as well. David asking, did NVIDIA report yet?
Not yet. Come on,
you're
David.
watching the show, my guy.
David.
What's up, David? No, NVIDIA did not report. Check in on the poll, though, real quick, because now we have 4,000 votes. Thank you so much for all of that, man. 65% think that we go green on this report. So let's wait to see tomorrow what's happening. You're now up to 136 and changes. We want to thank every single one of you for joining us right now. Every time I check, man, the viewers are getting higher. 10.5 right now. Oh, boy, we're getting ready for this, man. We love these earnings reports, as they're going to come through and give us a lot of things to talk about, a lot of action. What's AMD doing here? Hovering around, waiting for NVIDIA. We have a live level 2 right here and live charting right now for NVIDIA all over the place. As soon as we hear it, man, everyone's going to, hey, man, people want me to bring the NVIDIA earnings out. If I knew them, I would tell them to you, but I do not. So I wish we did have that. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe button. Let's start breaking some records. We need over, hey, look, if you're long NVIDIA, the one thing I can tell you is, it's kind of something that we've studied, but not overly. If you do hit the like button, there's a chance that your trades will become winning trades. So that's the one thing there. Whether or not you're long or you're short, if you don't hit the button, don't yell at me for that not coming through to you. But I'm getting excited as we wait for NVIDIA. There it is. We're breaking through 136 now on NVIDIA. There it is, 136. Someone's holding it back, though. It does not get a chance to do that. 234 million shares right now. Where's that blast off, man? What we're looking for is a take of the all-time highs, right? Why can't we get that? We're looking for 8%. I think it was 6.7%. So that's about $9. You add $9 to NVIDIA right here, and we're magically
delicious.
Near that too, man. What was that, trick? No, what is it? Yeah,
magic. Okay, well, I think it was Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious.
Yeah, because of that little leprechaun guy.
Katina, man, should we tell everybody when the earnings calls are going to be? Because oh, come on now.
Yeah, of course.
So we got NVIDIA at 5 o'clock, guys.
They're out.
Salesforce. NVIDIA's out?
NVIDIA's out. 81 cents. That's not good. They're reporting 81 cents right now for NVIDIA. Here we go, man. We got 135 and change. NVIDIA is now out.
Oh,
NVIDIA,
boy.
the lights are flickering. This is our power may go. Nvidia right now, 135 and change. It goes down to 133.5. What are these numbers looking like?
44 billion in revenue, Katina, man. That's up 12% from Q4, 69% from a year ago. Their data center revenue, a euphemism for AI, $39.1 billion. We're going to look for EPS
over to
as we scour down, guys. So 44.1 billion in revenue, Katina, man. 39.1 for AI, which is called data center revenue. We're going to keep an eye out here for the EPS. I'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, the EPS is bad, man. The EPS is 81, missing 88. They missed on their EPS.
No good.
But why are they up? Okay, so sales of 44 billion beats 43 billion. End of story. Better sales than expected, but Nvidia getting to the downside right now. I'm hearing some charges that they're incurring in my ear right now, so I guess they're writing down some of those H20s right now, but there it goes up to 137 and change. Nvidia saying, giddy up, man. Let's look at this. There it is right now. Nice play higher for Nvidia, 137 and change. Can we get above the day high of one? There it goes, 137.50 right now for Nvidia. Bye-bye.
Here we go.
137 and change. The live level 2 looks like this. What's up? Who's sitting there at 138? Pull your orders. You do not want that fill because you're going to get 140 in a second. There it goes. I told you to pull it. Now we're going to wait to see. The Nvidia supercomputer is now in full production.
I love it. I love it.
We've never talked about supercomputers. What is Jensen doing?
You see
right
that?
now, he's getting more and more involved. Right there. There goes Nvidia. I told you to pull your order.
Baby.
Who just got filled at 138? It's 139 right now. Q2 revenue expecting higher. They're guiding forward. What kind of a maniac guides forward in this environment right now? The high end of Q2 sales, 45.9 versus 45.78.
Wow.
There's 140 for Nvidia
there it
right
is,
now.
man.
I tried to warn you
Are we
guys.
the most valuable company again? 3.4 billion, Katina, man.
There it
That's
is.
where we're at. Where's the soft one at? MSFT. Did we overtake Softy? Did we over 3.410?
People loving the show.
3.4. Oh, we're so close. I think by the end of the tomorrow, Nvidia is going to be the most valuable company.
So I'm a little worried. I mean, a great response here, a great report. Looks like for Nvidia. I do not like that EPS miss, man. Our margins shrinking. Why? I mean, I guess there's write down. So that's the whole thing.
Think about it. They're not just the 5.5, Katina, man, that they had to write off for the H20. The 15.1 billion that they were going to realize in revenue. Where's that money coming from? He won't even let them sell the H20s to anybody else. So it's like,
there you go. Yeah. So that's obviously going to be baked into the numbers, but it looks like they're moving forward here with Nvidia. So again, an Nvidia adjusted EPS of 81 cents, missing 88. Sales of 44.06, beating 43.21.
Bang.
So it looks like Nvidia to the moon right there, right now, taking out 140. And there we go, man. We talked about this, man. The double beat. We went green on Nvidia. We went green on Salesforce. They're all flying right now. Salesforce downside, actually. We shouldn't say all of them. Let's just check out what's going on with AMD. AMD liking what it sees there as well. We took a position in Marvell over lunchtime. That looks like that's going to work out for now. But there's Nvidia. We've got the live. Okay, so it's pulling back in. I don't want to call it top at 140.
Here it is. Yep. Katina, man. Nvidia says excluding the $4.5 billion charge and related tax impact, first quarter non-GAAP diluted earnings per share would have been.
I see that.
You saw that one, 96 pennies. That would have been an easy beat. Thanks, Donald.
Yep. So there it is right there. So Nvidia saying excluding that. Imagine taking a charge of $4.5 billion. You don't even have companies even selling that. Anyways,
they don't make that in revenue on the whole year.
That's the GDP of many countries. Okay? They wrote that off. So right there, charge of tax-related impact, first quarter non-GAAP shares would have been 96. So instead, they write it down to 81 cent EPS, and then they're guiding for it as well. So it looks like we're going to be okay on that number, but it's pulling back from 140. I still don't like the 81 cents, but there's the explanation right there again. So we want to thank everybody for joining us, and they're staying with us right now. We have the highest level, 10.8 right now, staying with us here. Dang. Thank you so much for doing that. We are also doing this every single day.
Thanks.
So join us every single day. But this is not just an NVIDIA show. Well, Kind of is.
Sometimes it feels like
but right there.
Sometimes it feels
yeah,
like it.
no, and I'm proud to do that, man. We're
Absolutely.
proud. We'll keep that going for you here. But HPQ also smacked in the mouth today as well. Nice move to the downside for HPQ, all the way back down into some tariff levels. I'm feeling like we may want to buy some HPQ down here at 22 bucks. Let's get that all figured out. We'll wait to see if Dell can talk a little bit about that. The server side, not the greatest right now for Hewlett Packard with the the guide lower there for HP. I think they double missed, actually.
Yeah, it's 20% now, Katina,
Right, so
man.
there
This
we go,
is really
getting
ugly
lower
right
and lower
here,
and lower. Nvidia, though, man, trying to make a move right back up. We just absorbed that 138 quite nicely. We bounced back into that level. Now let's see if we can take out 140. And if we do, let's look at a daily for Nvidia. Where could we possibly go? We're just trying to gap through this level right now. So I don't know. It's not a crazy move. We were expecting 6.7%. Nvidia went out around down just under 1%. So it's only like a 3.5% move. I was underneath the 6.7 for Nvidia and over the 7 for Salesforce. So looks like for now we're going to be cool to go on that. But right into there, 141, 143, we're looking to take those out. But Nvidia, again, 96 cents without the 4.5 billion write down, but they do take that on taxes there. We talked about Trump, we talked about the H20, then and the 5 mils. So now we'll look to see what's going on there. But Nvidia trying to retest highs one more time. 81 cents is the reported number. I was scared for that number, right? I mean, we saw that. There's the move down on the algos. We went to 133 on the headline number, but that's where, and I was in that space today where we talked about it. I said, AI ain't it right now, because you're front running some of these plays. So it's hitting, people are programming in keywords, 88 versus 81 sell, but that's not the full story. So it looks like Nvidia right now, again, not happy that we rejected there. We could start to push lower. There we go right now, Sharif. Down $2 and change.
I wanted to mention something from the 140 pop, Sean, that we just got to. So we rejected 140, but off that level, to get back to all-time highs, closing, not intraday all-time highs, Sean, close 7%.
Right.
That's all we need for Nvidia to go all-time highs. I want to mention a couple of things here, Sean. So we mentioned the different segments that they reported earnings for. So I show this, $39.1 billion. That's their data center revenue. They also make money from automotive, 567, which feels like baby money relative to their AI, their gaming. Remember, this used to be known for gaming and gaming only. They were only making $3.8 billion off this. That's what they reported for revenue on the quarter. It really is a data center story. Again, a euphemism for AI. Fantastic look here. I want to see what Jensen has to say. And I want to hear what he has to say about the growing kind of situation with AI, with China. Remember that headline we got yesterday? They're making the third iteration of a China-specific AI chip.
Right.
I mean, how many times do they have to re-innovate to work around regulations? So I'm sure he's going to have more to say about that.
Yeah, the goalpost keeps moving for these guys. Like, solving something. I don't know. I heard something in my ear about some sort of a supercomputer, so I'm waiting to hear more about that. I'm excited for that. Viva Systems, though, up 13%. I have an adjusted miss of 137 versus 174, and not right here on the Benzinga Pro platform. So there it is right there. Looks like a miss. Sales beat, though. So, hey, man, looks like it's some nice upside moves there for Viva as well. And then, of course, as we go with HPQ, we're going to talk about them.
I got the guide.
You got the NVIDIA guide?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go.
NVIDIA
139.
forecasting second quarter revenue below estimates, guys. Okay,
great.
So we'll have a look here to see exactly what they're saying. According to data compiled, the company's adjusted quarterly earnings 93 cents per share, with 17 analysts actually looking for higher than that. Also expecting revenue of 45 billion, as you mentioned, Sean, plus or minus 2%. So that's what we're expecting there. And the forecast includes an $8 billion now, Sean, billion-dollar loss for H20 revenue. We were talking about 15.2 or 15.5. I also want to mention one thing, that $5.5 billion charge that we kept hearing about. So only $1 billion of that is actually going to be realized in the current quarter. They're kicking the can down the road for the other $4.5 billion for Q2. So we may see a bit of a lighter one in Q2. Yeah,
I don't know if we like that or not.
Well, you never, the amount of changes this company is going through between now and the next quarter. God knows what they're going to have in the bank and how much higher they're going to be, guys. So I don't know. I think it's a decent report here, Sean. I mean, usually we sell off on this. We're up 2% here.
Yeah, we were down 8.5% last time, right? So it's a better move for Nvidia, but not all is lost. I mean, we still have Jensen coming, of course, CEO and founder coming at 5 p.m. To go over these numbers, and so definitely tune into that. Get that call going if you guys are interested. For sure on that one. All right, so Synopsys, right? This was the big one there. Big move down there as they're no longer allowed, apparently, to sell any of their equipment into China. So that was a big move there. They also report today, which is kind of funny, and not much happening there for Synopsys, but I did get those numbers. 383, so sorry, their guide was 382 to 387 versus 396. So they are guiding lower, and I feel like it might be maybe a little bit lower than that is what's necessary for them if President Trump has his way. Salesforce pulling back actually quite nice right now. So I feel bad about this Salesforce number because we got up to 290. Salesforce doing good though, was a good report. Here's the numbers for Salesforce. 258 beating 255, sales 983 versus 975. So Salesforce doing okay. They also see 181 versus 171. So their guide is also okay. So Salesforce there today, not kind of a nothing burger again. I mean, 2% for Salesforce and what, 2% for Nvidia? So Nvidia right now, 138 and trying to get it all figured out. Look, man, we feel like we could do this forever. I want to thank everybody for watching. We're not going anywhere without saying hi to everybody that's here. That is for sure. So it looks like right now we do have some of the smartest, 4,500 votes right there, 66. So 2/3 of you are saying green for Nvidia. It looks like that will be the truth for right now. So I'm going to dismiss this and start saying hi to everybody. If you wave, it's easier. What's up, Bears versus Bulls? He's here as well. Wyatt is here. Stanley's here. CompuCare team is here. A lot of these traders been with us from day one. So we want to thank you for continuing forward with us here on the Recap Show. As I can see right now, a lot of waves coming in. Hi, Sean, says David Scott. Hey, David Scott. Hey, Jersey Shore. I think Jersey Shore is coming back for a reunion.
That's are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Hey? Jim Tan Laundry situation. The situation is back in the building right now as well. I always thought we could do something with trading and that front as well. With
those guys will be ready to jump on in a second, man.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. God. What's up to Alexander? Mick J is here as well. CMNY. T Money. We see T Money all the time. T-Money. In the chat as well. Mr. Adam DeLuz.
ADL baby.
ADL in here. Anybody catching your eye?
Let's see, Sebastian, hard. I like that. Who else we got? We got Rainmaker. We got DJ Rules, Katinaba. How about Mandy Moonshot? I like that name. Who else? Stop spamming the chat, man. Come on, Bart Simpson. Get it together there, baby.
Piper?
What else? Chubby Reviews. I don't know what that means. Maybe
nobody has any idea what any of this stuff means.
What's going on?
Okay, Sharif, look, man, it's been an absolute blast. Because we just talked about Jersey Shore.
Yes.
I always do something with the Dara. We always come up. Get rid of that. Yeah, there we go. I always come up with something so we can do a little pun at the end of the day. All right, this is a TV series. Which one are you watching?
Hold on. Are you asking me?
Yeah, what TV? Give me one.
I don't know. Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell. We like Saved by the Bell. We got AC Slater over here. We got Zach Morris on this side. We're just looking for Kelly Kapowski. Where are you at, Kelly? Where are you at? Thank you so much to everybody for joining us one more time. Jesse Spano as well.
I'm
Lisa?
more of a Kelly Kapowski type of guy. You hit it with the first one there, Shatina, man. I love it.
I'm just trying to say. All right. Thank you so much to everybody. For Sharif, he's here, man. For Fabian, thank you so much. Joseph, Obi's still here. Brendo, thank you so much. For Satea, everybody, Bears versus Bulls, and all of the viewers, thank you so much for making this recap show another special one. Thank you, Sharif, for joining as well today. Man. Guess what, man? There's another one of these shows tomorrow, and we're back live at 8:30, where we'll see can Nvidia hold it. Thank you so much, Nimrod, for the super chat I just saw pop in. But we got to get out of here. We've got things to do, and so do you. Go Nvidia. Enjoy the call. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.
Good luck, guys.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.